Preface. This book is to help readers of the Divine Secret Garden series better understand the mysteries of the world we are living within, as well as begin to realize how the world was designed and for what purpose. What you are about to read is this author's inspired opinion based on thousands of hours of research, study and personal experiences, and mostly the direction from the Father and Mother through the Christ. There is no claim as to the absolute accuracy of this work other than an estimation based on the evidence gathered and then using knowledge along with the Spirit of the Father, to ascertain the real intent. It is an endeavor to reveal codes that have been hidden to extract the mystery from this world and beyond. There is no greater picture than the pyramid with the all-seeing eye to begin this journey. This message that is buried deeply within this format begins to teach a very old secret about what occurred long ago that has created classes, warfare and enmity and how it operates in the world. In my first 2 books I have revealed how when Christ was here he came to identify and reveal the true divine monad, called the Father and Mother and their creation. He also revealed how that this world is not part of the Father and Mother, that it belongs to an age-old adversary that once loomed powerful in the heavens via multiple dimensions. The powerful being known as Lucifer was created by the Father and Mother to be a wise confidant to lead and guide others for the rule of love, serving one another. Sadly, this archangel, the great seraphim, rebelled due to pride, lust, and jealousy, and he began a coup d'état against all the angels and against the children of the Father and Mother, as the goal was to overthrow in a military siege the kingdom of the Father and Mother, by bringing in darkness to sacrifice the light. He began a march that led to massive wars in other dimensions, where planets, solar systems and even galaxies were overthrown and destroyed. These were the worlds of the 3rd and 4th dimensions that my readers now know all about. He began a war march building a military machine out of many of the angels that the Father and Mother created which had rebelled also, and from this great fall a massive military machine was brought forth. It was designed to have rank, file and order as it represented classes of power that would create rule one above another. This military regime began to funnel down to different ranks and orders where it ruled all by stealth using an invisible power. It also revealed that the further down the ladder more and more occupied those levels until finally the lowest level is where most of humanity exists on. What I am describing is a pyramidal structure, where the most powerful sit at the top and then down through the structure more and more are controlled, having less and less power. Eventually on the bottom of the pyramid would be the masses of followers who are all being led by those that are also being controlled from above them, who have no idea what is occurring and the most never do. The pyramid is the most powerful tool where one entity can rule the world and never be recognized by the multitudes. All guidelines, and directions, and rules of law funnel from the very top through a very controlled structure in military fashion. And at the top part of the pyramid we see the all-seeing eye that watches the entirety of its power structure, as it rules and controls the world. Now within a military structure usually the private, in the army is the lowest soldier on the totem pole in rank. He or she has little to no authority, the private's job is to follow orders in precision-like manner. As the private learns their position and is to never question authority, in time they can then be given a little more leash room and then can exercise a small amount of authority over the previous rank as they are commissioned. The private can move up the ranks as he or she is fashioned into a good soldier who can obey orders at their given level, and maybe one day he or she could move up the ranks as appointed. The private is in type like humanity, they are at the bottom where they have little control over others and often even over themselves. He or she just learns to obey. This is the first prerequisite of unspoken rule. As one does their jobs at the lowest levels in strict obedience, then maybe they can be commissioned to move up the ladder in military style. The key here is to understand that it is a process, each position is a higher position on the pyramid structure. And as the infantry grunt, so to speak, moves up the chain of command, they then take their orders from someone above them and then they can pass down orders to those now conveniently beneath them. It is the chain of command, but always realizing that every step of the way one is always under orders from someone else above them. No matter how much power or authority they are given, they still must be under total command of someone else or they lose their position, and sometimes with great chastisement. This is how the structure works in the military, and what most people do not understand is that we have all been drafted in what is called the military regime of Commander Lucifer and his polar subordinate Satan. Whether you know it or not, we are all privates in this secret hidden army where Lucifer sits at the top of the pyramid and rules this world with a rod of iron, although in secret. However, due to his jealousy and wrath, he no longer desires to be hidden. He wants everyone to know who he really is. The only difference is, we have been tricked and deceived into believing we are separated from any military regime. The process is hidden from most of the human grunt, sheep. However, let me assure you, the same structure is in effect exactly the way it is in the military, we just never realized it because the operation is stealth. A term you will see a lot in this work. Stealth. The action of doing something slowly, quietly, and covertly, in order to avoid detection. This missing ingredient in knowledge is what makes us easy to manipulate, because we do not know, as a military officer may know, that we are simply following orders, brought to us via our families, peers, education, governments, media and the warlords who rule this world. Our orders are different. They come in different ways, but nonetheless we are all part of a military regiment being led by the pride-filled jealous Lucifer. This book is going to reveal how all of this is being executed and why the true Christ said this is not his world, nor is it the father and mother's world. You are going to learn firsthand how this world is controlled and how each of us are military grunts who at times can move up the ladder of what we may call worldly success, but with damning consequences. It is simply another level in their rank, file and order game that has meticulously been set up to imprison souls, like sheep being led to the slaughter. Let us begin. Chapter 1. Lucifer's Pyramidal Structure. Matthew 4:8-10. Again the devil took him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them. And said to him, All these will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then said Jesus unto him, I rebuke you, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt serve my Father, and him only shalt thou worship. The key to this verse is to reveal that Satan the devil rules this world, and he offered Christ the kingdoms of this world if Christ would bow down before him and serve Satan. As the story played out, Christ rejected the offer. What we don't see here is Satan is not one to be pushed aside. Therefore he simply replaced the true Christ with one that would do his bidding. Thus begins the real story. The key to the term worship that is being used, as I have said often, is in error. The father and mother do not seek for our worship in the sense that we understand this term. The term here called worship in the Greek is proskuneo. It comes from a very dark spirit in which it means that you must bow down like a dog and kiss your master's hand. Jesus made it plain and clear that we are to serve the Father by doing his will. The obvious intercourse in this term proskuneo implies something very ugly. When Satan sought for Christ to worship him, this was the term being used. Satan was saying to Jesus, Get on your knees and lick my hand as a dog. This was total irreverence to the Christ, as well as it exhibited the spirit of Satan. His attitude was one of, Hey little maggot, get down before me, you little weasel, and beg like a beaten dog, and then maybe I will show mercy. Now the scripture turns right around and then reveals Christ said, Get behind me, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Once again, the term for worship that Christ is now using seems to also be proskuneo. This is the added dares to confuse. What this does is cause one to reject the intended meaning of this term and then apply it right back onto the Father. This way Satan can deceive people into still coming under the illusion of worship, as he subtly causes people to worship him through confusion. Jesus taught the spirit of service one to another. He never taught worship. In fact, He made it plain that those of the false gods and the heathens taught, lording over one another, as to set one above another. Christ said it is not so with you. In the plainest of terms, he was saying you shall not worship anyone. This is not the spirit of the Father. Our job is to serve the Father and do his will as a son or daughter. The Father, unlike Lucifer, does not demand worship. He acts in love and service, and he expects us to do the same. It is our loving service of and for the Father that we must abide within, not worship. Worship is satanic at its core. This revelation is played out with Peter in the New Testament, how he would not allow Jesus to wash his feet, which was a menial beggar's job. Jesus said, "Either you wash my feet or you are none of mine." Jesus was teaching the law of humility and service one to another. If Jesus could bow down in service as the Son of the Father, and wash the feet of another, then true worship is revealed as service and humility, not one lording over one another. It is showing to give respect and honor. The key to this code is to reveal Satan. Lucifer controls this world, and he offered Christ this world, because it belongs to Lucifer, Satan. This book is going to reveal how this entire world and its operations belong to Lucifer, Satan, and he has been controlling it in stealth for a very long time, but now wants the accolades and adulation. He wants to be worshipped in the sense of pride, beauty and jealousy. When you begin to realize how much control over humanity there really is, maybe you will awaken to the grand deception before this age ends. From the very beginning, Lucifer has controlled this world at 12 stages or levels. Each stage is a power over the next lower stage, however no stage on the pyramid has power over the higher stages. This is not a service to one another operation. Today we might call these classes or castes. Each one represents superiority above the other. As information, laws or rules are passed down, each stage is enlightened as to how they must obey and follow orders from the top, as in military fashion. Most are completely unaware or deceived how these power structures function. And at every level there are miniature pyramidal structures that are applied so that everything is consistent from the top down. Lucifer is at the very top within the capstone as the all-seeing eye at the top of world government control, sitting in the heavens, or what we call outer space. The capstone is not connected because it is above earth. When Lucifer comes in as the illegitimate Christ, it will then be reconnected to earth. The pyramid has 4 sides, so each side has its own value. As such, underneath Lucifer are the ruling 24 elders who worship before him day and night. Each side has 6 elders or angels, making up the 24 elders who worship before him day and night, prostrating themselves. Each half of the day consists of the 12 elders, or 12 hours of the day, and 12 hours of the night. Lucifer himself represents the sun, and this is where we get our 24-hour period for a day. Lucifer is the sun god. Under Lucifer there are 12 supreme gods or lords that control this realm during the day and 12 during the night. 12 is their authority power that represents government. These were the gods of the ancients that roamed to and fro upon this earth, until after the flood they all went into hiding to operate and control the world by stealth. Under these 12 lords are the lunar gods. These are the moon gods, which represent the original 30-day months that have great power, but must take their direction from the solar gods, as the moon is subservient to the sun, as Satan is subservient to Lucifer in the opposition game. Beneath the 30 lunar gods comes the children of the gods who from the past and present are the worthiest to be controllers of this realm. As I have written about often, the moon has always been known as the god, Sin. It represents the simulation interactive network. These were the fallen angels that were most obedient to their master Lucifer. They are called what is known as the 360 elders that represent 1 year as days of the cycles of the moon and sun, which is 12 solar times 30 lunar, that is 12 by 30 equals 360. These represent the solar and lunar gods as Lucifer's children as the original lords. Therefore, they represent the yearly cycles. It is then that even more cunning and deceptive larger groups come together to lead this world into massive controlled deception and lies mixed with truth. These are the secret societies and all religious groups and movements that are used to provide a virtual stream of reality construct to this world by manufacturing data that becomes the world's instruction manifesto. These are the hidden rules that all occupants of the planet obey and follows whether they know it or not. From this comes all known science, religion, medical knowledge, rules of conduct and so much more. Each of these groups from the top down all rule in rank, file and order, and each one has been given tremendous authority by the caste or class above them. However, each one's authority only extends towards the lower part of the pyramid. As each one takes their orders from above, they pass it below via various rites, rituals, functions, rules of law and establishments. After the secret societies and the religions are established, which are in basic terms science and religion, the two go together perfectly as a polarity to foment the trap using nefarious schemes via enmity. Then the second half of the pyramid is based on the direct governing of the masses. The first half of the pyramid is a secret invisible power that no one ever sees, they are hidden from humanity at large. Then the second part is establishing how royalty or what is called the blue bloods begin to rule over the people who remain in total ignorance. This is the royal blood DNA lineage that was separated from the rest of the gods to maneuver within the realm of humans being unaware of its evil intent and tentacles wrapped around the mind within the corridors of the reptilian brain. The kings and queens gain their power and authority from the secret societies and religious powers above them, and then they take this power and begin to control the world's banking system. Thus, the secondary power we call Mammon. It represents Lucifer at another level where darkness rules and it is called Satan the adversary. This is where the enmity is placed between humanity and the gods and their powers above using the light of Lucifer and the darkness of Satan, known as good and evil, that is God and devil. Christ taught one cannot serve two masters, one must choose between the father and mother or Mammon. Mammon, the personification of wealth and riches considered as an evil and corrupt influence portrayed as a false god. The love of money is a root of all evil, and what is so ironic about this revelation is that money represents a secret hidden god to the people. Money is the most worshipped thing in this world. It governs, controls, guides, influences and molds thought, opinion and or perceived character or the lack thereof. And most of all it is black magic to destroy the real power called faith. Money is God, therefore, it states right on the American dollar, in God, money we trust. And as most would proclaim by their worship of money that this is the true God and the fruits bear witness to this fact, that money, Mammon is how Satan governs this world. Thus, Satan is Mammon. Money represents Satan. Satan is the dark side of Lucifer as the god of illusion or darkness of that which is hidden or in the shadow, yet all along still being the one and the same as Lucifer, which is the sun god or the atypical son of God. Now money is not evil per se, it is an instrument, a tool, but the insatiable love for money is what brings about the darkness in people which comes from worshipping Mammon, Satan. And on the American $1 bill on the backside, lo and behold is the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. It is the government structure of Lucifer's kingdom, but the capstone is not yet set. The world unknowingly is waiting for the hidden Lucifer to be introduced to the world as their god. This is an event that is about to occur, called the return of Christ, albeit the false Christ, to establish his reoccurring 1,000-year kingdom on earth in the sight of all. My friends, the true Christ is not coming to rule this world, he is coming to take back the children of the Father that are ready in this cycle, unto their realm into the barn of protection. The false Christ is here ready to set up his kingdom and to promote the sun god as Lucifer the shining star of the morning, representing coming from the east unto the west. Our world is a simulation, it is not real. It is a virtual matrix as I explained in the previous books of the Divine Secret Garden. And what is so ironic is that today's most widely accepted currency is also not real, it is an illusion, and it is not worth the paper it is printed on. Money is king, money is God. It is what dictates, lords over and rules everyone in this world in one form or the other. The banking system is Lucifer's left hand controlling the world while his right hand operates on higher levels. Therefore, from this point on the control of money must be consolidated, and thus it is important to understand that most of the money is being controlled via what we call corporations. These corporations all work on the principle of the pyramidal structure. These are what are called mini-pyramids within the giant overlaid pyramid. As these power monopolies grow and infest like a cancer infecting everyone on this planet, they begin to control thought and action via personal activity. What you wear, what you eat, what you purchase is all now being governed, even though it might appear to be free will choice. There are no choices other than what is being prepared for the populace to consume in marketable ways. And more than that, they control emotions, which lead to anger and wrath, which ultimately leads to divisions and wars via the haves and have-nots. The military-industrial complex is then created as the ninth stage of world power control. The number 9 is a powerful Luciferian numerical control number as an inverted 6, which represents man/Adam or humanity, which shows the mental, emotional, spiritual and physical control over humans. This is the group that keeps the enmity alive and never lets peace to blossom in this world. It is a secondary secret society that controls people at their basest of emotions. And then this leads to our federal governments and local and state governments and all that which is included within, who are active players in the game of deceit to make sure the governing laws are saturated among the masses of people below. It is called the enforcement of the rule of law. It is quite astounding to realize how the entire world can be controlled by one single entity that stands as the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid. And yet this control is more rock-solid than 100 million-man army. Because everything is filtered down through all levels simply by controlling the few who then control a few more who then control the many, which in turn controls the rest of humanity. It is not that far-fetched as from what you may have believed. One of the greatest controls over humanity is the media, which is often called the fourth estate. It is what plants the thoughts into the minds of the masses for them to react accordingly. The media is the spokesman to the world or a false type of Christ as an errand messenger. Obviously, I have not chosen to reveal all the controls via the pyramidal structure. Understand though there are 4 sides to the pyramid and at differing levels each side is a controlling faction as we see with the media. The media would be linked and at the same level as the military-industrial complex as a propaganda tool, each of which receive their orders from above, as in such the corporations. As you look closely at any pyramid, I want to ask you the question: what does it look like to you? First, it appears as steps. Often ancient pyramids were built as step pyramids. Steps also refer to having greater power and knowledge, like advancement in school. I will discuss this more later. However, doesn't it look like a Christmas tree? Of course, it does, because the Christmas tree is the symbol for Lucifer's entire pyramidal government. The origin of the Christmas tree was noted as something of evil in America until it was brought over from Germany. Christmas developed long before Christ ever came to this realm. In the Roman times, it was celebrated as the Saturnalia, representing both the planet Saturn and the day, Saturday. And it was also celebrated for the birth and death of the sun, or Sunday. Saturnalia represented Satan's day, or Saturday as the 7th day, and Saturday was the most holy day to the Israelites, representing the planet Saturn or Satan. And their god was the moon or sin. It was also a mark of Satan to represent who his people really were. Saturnalia, an ancient Roman festival of feasting and revelry in celebration of the god Saturn, Satan and the winter solstice. When Christianity came on the scene, an opponent of Christianity had a strange conversion claiming Christ came to him in the light, as a vision. This was none other than Constantine the Great, Emperor of Eastern Rome. Chapter 1 continued. He then combined the ancient festival of Saturnalia, Satan's Day, and the ancient Mithras, which represents the god of light, as the sun, as Lucifer. These light festivals all came under the Sol Invictus or Sunday's Conviction, or Sunday worship, which became the high holy day for Christians, as Lucifer's Day. Then during the Middle Ages, the Christmas tree was decorated with apples representing the tree of the knowledge of good and evil for the celebration of the fall of Adam and Eve, along with all the true children. It was called the Paradise Tree. Finally, entering the 16th and 17th century, the Christmas tree had morphed to where it was being decorated with roses, apples and candies. The Christmas tree was not accepted in America due to its Saturnalia and Sol Invictus connections relating to obvious pagan sun and moon worshipping. Returning to the early 16th century, Martin Luther is said to have decorated a small Christmas tree with candles, to show his children how the stars twinkled through the dark night. This represented the sons of God, or the children of Lucifer. The simulation stars are the suns represented by a fake light of a candle, and the dark night represents the fall of the angels and humanity. In Austria and Germany during the 17th and 18th centuries, the tops of evergreens were cut and hung upside down in a living room corner. They were decorated with apples, nuts and strips of red paper. The first record of Christmas trees in America was for children in the German Moravian Church's settlement in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Christmas 1747. Real trees were not decorated, but wooden pyramids covered with evergreen branches were decorated with candles. The custom of the Christmas tree was introduced in the United States during the War of Independence by Hessian, German troops. An early account tells of a Christmas tree set up by American soldiers at Fort Dearborn, Illinois, the site of Chicago, in 1804. Most other early accounts in the United States were among the German settlers in eastern Pennsylvania. Finally, in the 19th century, the Christmas tree was brought to the English-speaking peoples, and to no shock it came through the Blue Blood Royals. Somewhere around 1846 to 1848, Queen Victoria's husband, Prince Albert, was credited with bringing the first Christmas tree in Windsor Castle for the royal family. The Christmas tree was still never in vogue in America until after World War II, and then it took off as being the sensation as we know it today, but as you can see, it has extremely dark origins. When you think about it, this wicked agenda and evil ruling government is brought to the level of a pyramidal-shaped tree, which symbolically people have gravitated towards for ages, due to what they perceive as benevolence. What most have never understood is that the tree is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It is Lucifer's entire agenda. The tinsels represent wealth, the orbs represent the suns, which is Lucifer and his children. All of it is the glitter of Lucifer's deadly agenda being brought before the people as something of goodness, when in fact its intentions are laced with evil. That is the God and devil game. I am not condemning the celebration of Christmas nor telling you what you must do or not do. Because even good souls can celebrate what they believe is good and true, even if the symbolism is rotten to the core. I am simply revealing the deadly origins of what these things really represent, and how they are linked to black magic to control people without them knowing what is going on. The orbs also have a secondary meaning. These are spirits from the fourth dimension that rule this earth and often are recognized as orbs of light or as hidden, invisible spirits. They also represent, as noted earlier, apples, representing the fallen knowledge that seduced mankind and then created the mixture of the fallen angels seeded amongst humanity. Now think about it for a second. The Christmas tree is supposed to represent the Christ, or Jesus. That is why it is called Christmas, but it represents both Saturnalia or Satan's Day, and Mithras or Sunday, as Lucifer's Day. Yet few understand that the tree represents the worshipping of the death of Christ, not his life. Christ Mass represents his death and not his birth. Lucifer wants it embedded into the psyche that the true Christ is dead. Like Friedrich Nietzsche proclaimed, God is dead. Once the subconsciousness believes that Christ is dead, and Christ is also God, which makes his further dead also, then the consciousness sees true life as death. it worships the things of the dead. Thus, Christmas is the worship of death, or the worship of this fallen world. And Lucifer is the god of death and decay. The world worships a dead Christ because that is exactly what Lucifer wants us to believe about the true Christ, that he is dead. The Christ is a helpless man that was nailed to a cross and is now forever gone. Christmas is all about the celebration of Christ's death, not his life. And this is represented in the fact that the people are all buying gifts for one another, not for the one they are celebrating it for. This is something one does to console the living after someone dies. This is an act of celebration of becoming victorious over the one perceived as death. The Father did not kill Jesus, Lucifer, acting under his polar identity as Satan, did. However, Christ is not dead, he morphed, that is metamorphosis, into his true reality. The term mass also comes from the word decay. This should be of no shock to my readers. It represents the decay, death of Christ. The two symbols that are taken to give us Christmas are the baby Jesus and the dead Jesus. But none of these symbols reveal the very much living seed/Christ who has returned to his world above, and now lives within the realm of the Father and Mother in spirit as the living Christ. As well as he continues to live within the planted seeds or children of the Father and Mother, all of which came out of him. Christmas, as many know, comes at the time of December 25th. The time between the 22nd and the 25th is the time when our sun goes through its ritual of death and then begins its resurrection in 3 days and 3 nights. Sound familiar? It is the mass of the sun or death of the physical sun. Thus, Lucifer is the appointed false Christ. Remember earlier in the Divine Secret Garden series it was revealed that Lucifer is the sun. He represents the physical sun, which is the Antichrist. It is our sun that is creating this illusion we call life in this lower world. And every year our very own sun goes through this ritual of death unto life as a defining power of the Antichrist. Lucifer is the bright and morning star, often noted to be the planet Venus, but it is the sun that this is referring to. Venus is just the beneficiary of the sun's illumination, making it brighter than most planets due to its proximity, so in that sense Venus is the sun's sun. It is not a star, but a satellite. Lucifer is the bright and morning star which rises from the east. This is where Easter comes from as the resurrection for Christ. It is the worshipping of the sun in the east as it rises from its death. Once again it is important to be reminded who this God really is and why the sun rising in the east is so very important. Isaiah 45:5-7 I am the Lord, and there is no other, apart from me there is no God. I will strengthen you, though you have not acknowledged me, because he exists in the hidden places in secret, so that from the rising of the sun to the place of its setting people may know there is none besides me. Notice that Lucifer is telling you who he is. He reveals himself as the sun rising from the east that brings light to the world, which brings forth both light and dark. I am the Lord, and there is no other. I form the light and create darkness. This is exactly the mission of the sun. I bring prosperity and create wickedness/evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. He is showing that he is the sun. I bring forth light, the day, and I bring forth darkness, the night. Therefore, most corporate entities use the logo of the sun rising. It is the worshipping of our sun or Lucifer. None of it has anything to do with the real Jesus Christ. Lucifer, not Jesus, is the great seraphim angel. And this brings me back full loop to the Christmas tree. What have people been led to place on top of the pyramidal structure of the Christmas tree, as a representation of the all-seeing eye as Lucifer? Is it Jesus? For the most part, no. It is none other than a bright star or angel of light, of which Jesus or the Christ has never been referred by, nor does he represent this, and yet it is supposed to be his day and his tree. Jesus is not an angel, he is the true child of the Father and Mother. Jesus was not a star. A star represents the sons of God, which came from the children of Olam. The true Jesus of Christ was the Son of Man, a seed planted by the Father and Mother as the first seed among many. He was not of God. He was of the father and mother. This is the separation between the false Christ and the true Christ, and the false God and true father and mother. I won't even get into much detail about Santa Claus and all the ritualistic meaning that is present there. Most believe it is Saint Nicholas, but it is Satan's clause, or covenant with humanity. Santa is dressed in red, represented by the red tinsels and ornaments on the tree as the fiery burning flames of his eyes. Santa has a large white beard that sits in a throne-like carriage that allows him to seduce the hearts of children everywhere with gifts and candy, all the while supposedly knowing their thoughts and desires. Santa represents what many believe God looks like with image and form. Dan 7:9 I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne, Santa's chariot, was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. Clause refers to a legal document. This document is the tree of good and evil. Santa is indeed Satan, but he is worshipped by the hearts of children and even many adults everywhere as a god or as the duplicate of Christ. The God who rules this world claims through Jacob, the one that supplanted or stole what was not his, that he is the Holy One of Israel. Yet the Father reveals he is not a respecter of persons, thus there is no chosen race. There is only the chosen seeds from before the foundations of this world. Those that are of the true seed, and those that do the will of the Father and Mother. It is those that please him no matter what race, creed or color you have been seeded within. Acts 10:34. I removed God for the Father, New International Version. Then Peter began to speak. I now realize how true it is that the Father does not show favoritism. King James Bible. Then Peter opened his mouth, and said, Of a truth I perceive that the Father is no respecter of persons. Now read back in Isaiah 45:3-5. I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who summons you by name. For the sake of Jacob my servant, of Israel my chosen. It is obvious who is speaking. Again from Strong's exhaustive concordance, here is the truth. That I, the Lord, Jehovah YHVH, which call thee by thy name, am the God, Elohim, of Israel. Again, what we are seeing here is the Lord refers to YHVH and God refers to the plurality of God, meaning the gods. It must become apparent to you by now who it is that is revealing they are God and who they represent. This God and or family of gods is a respecter of persons. They have favorites, and these gods have secret places where they can make you wealthy in this world, and grant you everything you desire if you follow, obey and worship them. They even grant titles, which are articles of fame and wealth. These gods by their own admission are not the Father and Mother, because our true divine parents have nothing to do with this world nor the things in this world. The Christmas tree has not now or has ever been the revelation of the true Jesus Christ. It is however the revelation of Lucifer and his controlling world government through Satan. The tree also represents the family tree of the fallen angels. The lights and the orbs and all the decorations are the children of Lucifer, whom have all been given power to illuminate the minds of the world throughout the pyramidal structure. Chapter 2. Lord of the Cosmos demands obedience. Little did I know that one day my soul would be taken before the God of this world and given an offer I was not supposed to refuse. It happened many years ago. I had this dream vision, and in this dream I was taken to some military compound where I can best determine was inside the earth, but I truly do not know for sure. I was taken to a building that was a monstrous warehouse. It was like 20 large department stores all linked together as one. Inside this enormous facility, at the back of this warehouse, it was stocked with shelves, tons of shelves everywhere. I remember looking at all the products on the shelves within the aisles of this place. It was not like a normal department store. This place seemed to be showing all the gadgets and items that were being used to control people, spiritually, emotionally, mentally and physically. Just a side note here. One of the things I learned that was fascinating dealt with gun control. We have been long believed that the cabal of this world want to strip the guns from the people in some sort of gun removal operation. Many will adhere to the U.S. Constitution that says they have a right to bear arms. And this has led into much controversy. However, what I learned was they want the guns in the people's hands, at least in the beginning. The simple act of trying to remove them has the opposite effect where more and more guns are purchased and stored. It is all part of the master plan to keep violence and enmity at high levels. I saw so many rows of weapons it was like an outlet store for a military war machine, but it was all being sold to the people to gather a massive amount of arms, which would ultimately lead to violence and death. Eventually, after the violence escalates beyond control, it is in the hopes of the controllers that the people will willingly remove their defense for security. Amazingly, I discovered the number one item or type of items that were used to control people were pharmaceutical medications, as I will describe about later. As I continued to discover more and more products on their shelves, I began to hear within my head how all of this was being used to be a slow modification control for all people so that their minds would be warped to follow and obey the dark rulers of this world. I remember seeing a woman nearby. She seemed to be dressed in a military nurse's outfit, as she was standing away from me allowing me to observe alone. She then came over to me to answer any questions that I might have. Well, the first question I had was, why are you using these controls to destroy people in a very deceitful way? Poisons, various foods, weapons, drugs, and even polluting the air we breathe. She looked at me and then gave me the offer. She said, if you will follow us, we will grant you anything your heart desires in life. Love, sex, money, riches, wealth, fame, you name it, we can and will make it happen. All you have to do is follow and obey. I replied to her, I can't do this to people, I cannot destroy people so that I could gain from their harm. She genuinely looked confused while responding to me. She said, forget about the people, they are worthless. They are stupid animals and you should not be concerned with what happens to them. I wondered to myself, are you crazy? I can't do that. I then replied, I will not try to succeed on the backs of others that I'm made to destroy, that is not who I am. She then became angry and blurted out, why do you care about what these people think? They don't care about you. Given the right provocation they would kill you as soon as look at you. They are ignorant animals, as she continued, we can make them do anything we want and they just follow, so it is wasting your time to believe they are worth your concern. I told her, it is not up to me to decide how stupid or ignorant the people are or what they may think of me. I will not use them as a target to get what I want, nothing is ever that important. We should allow for harmony and peace. She became agitated and truly disarrayed by my responses, knowing it was futile to try to engage with me anymore. She was absolutely stunned why I would not trade the people in for my own lust and desires. It made me wonder how many others were willing dupes to make this deal due to her reaction as being legitimately baffled by my response, as if it was abnormal. I said, well, you got the wrong person, I won't do it. She then angrily called over two very large men that were guarding this back door of the warehouse. These two brutes were summoned to deal with me. She then laughed and said, you really blew it, this was not a multiple choice question, you were either to take our offer or else. I said, I guess it is going to be, or else. I then was grabbed by these two very large muscular men. They looked like professional wrestlers or weightlifters. They each grabbed an arm and hauled me away like I was a rag doll. They took me to the door they were guarding in the back of the warehouse and opened it and threw me in, and they remained outside. The room was pitch black. I could not see my hands in front of my face. I had no idea how big the room was or where I was located within it. But I slowly picked myself from off the cement ground where these brutes threw me. And as I stood up, I heard this voice speak to me. It said, I have given you the opportunity to serve me, and to follow and obey me, and I will give you anything you desire, yet you refuse. How do you respond? I replied, well, my only answer is, if you have anything to do with what is going on out there, meaning within the warehouse, Then you are correct. I will not be part of this. It is evil. Wow, it was like I unleashed the demon from hell. This rather controlled voice turned into a megaphone of a powerful bass voice as it screamed its discontent at my response. This being yelled at me in this deep bass voice saying, "I am the Lord thy God, you shall bow down and worship me." Identity solved. I replied, "I will not do any such thing. I will not be affiliated with this wickedness, and secondly, you are not my God if you are truly part of this evil." That was not the smartest thing I could have said. Then the voice changed from a human tone to a wolf-like response as it howled at me, demanding I adhere to his words or else he was going to kill me on the spot. I made it plain again, "I will not follow you, and if you are behind this evil then I shall never serve you. So if you need to kill me then get it done, because I will never obey you." The howling went up a few decibels and then I felt this hand. It felt like a hand with 5 fingers and it grabbed my brain, not my skull, but literally was clutching my brain tissue. And it began to squeeze. I remember the feeling as if I was losing consciousness and my life was leaving me. I knew I was going to die, because whoever this was, they had power over matter and there was little I could do to combat this force. I couldn't even see it or touch it. The next thing I knew was that I blacked out and then arose from the bed I was lying in. Now some will no doubt criticize this event saying, this was just a dream and nothing more. And you know something, I would have believed that was true also, except for one obvious nagging remaining issue. I still could feel the remnants of the 5 fingers wrapped around my brain and it was still squeezing. Right after this event occurred, a voice within my thoughts spoke to me. Not an audible voice, but via my thoughts. I knew this was not my own thoughts because of the structure of these thoughts with the emotion attached. It simply said, "Well done, my son, you have passed a major temptation." I was then reminded of the scriptures where Jesus was brought before the devil and given his offer that he could have anything he wanted and all he had to do was bow down before the devil, the god of this world. I realized that this offer may have been given to a lot more people than most would realize, and yet I began to wonder, how many people chose the wrong path, all for worldly pleasures? Is this why so many in this world seem to be in harmony with the world of darkness? You shall know them by their fruits. Chapter 2 continued. This is when I began to realize worldly success is not what we think it is. We spend our entire lives trying to feign success, all for what? For gratification, or adulation and fame? And yet it never is what we believe. It never occurs to people that moving up in the ranks of humanity is no different than moving up in the ranks of the military, which means someone must surrender more of their rights, dignity and spiritual aptitude to gain more power to access in type 30 pieces of silver to betray others. I always wondered why I was not allowed to see this God that spoke to me. The room was too dark. It brought back the memory of The Wizard of Oz, where Toto exposed the great Oz behind the curtain. When the dog pulled the curtain away, we see this frail old man operating technological controls that made it appear he was the great and terrible Oz, but in truth he was nothing. Obviously, I was drafted into this world of tantalizing lusts and desires so that I could be used for negative purposes. However, fortunately and thanks to the father and mother, I did not fail the test or fall into this trap. However, I have always wondered who this magician was that was standing in the dark and could plant a hand into my brain underneath my skull. I didn't realize it then that the world we live in is fake, an illusion, an elaborate hoax. Now I know the truth. Chapter 3. The Virtual Reality World. 1 John 2:15. Do not love the world nor the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in them. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the boastful pride of life, is not from the Father, but is from the world. John 8:23. And he said unto them, Ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world. What Jesus was trying to point out was, this world does not belong to the Father, nor is it Christ's world. John 18:36. Jesus said, My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest. My kingdom is from another place. It never seems to dawn on most folks that when they read these words that Jesus was trying to tell them that this world was never part of his realm or the Father's realm. It was a foreign world of darkness and death. When Pilate questioned Jesus, he said, "Art thou a king?" Many were saying he has come to become king of this world. Jesus in answering him revealed this is not true. John 18:37 Pilate then said unto him, "Art thou a king then?" Jesus answered, "Thou say that I am a king, for this cause am I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth hears my voice." When people read this they automatically conclude that Jesus is agreeing with Pilate, that he has come as the king, but this is not what Jesus said. It is a misinterpretation via misapplied textual content. Pilate asked him, "Are you a king?" Jesus said, "You say that I am king." Jesus right here is throwing the accusation back at Pilate. He is not saying he agrees with Pilate, but he is saying that Pilate is the one saying, Jesus is king. Jesus then revealed the truth, "For this cause I was born, and for this cause came I into the world." Now read closely as he explains why he came here. "That I should bear witness unto the truth, and everyone that is of the truth hears my voice." It says nothing about being king. Therefore, he came here to awaken the true seeds of the children of the Father. These are the only ones that could hear his voice because they were seeded with the correct DNA code sequence to reveal the key to unmask the code within. And only they can hear his voice. He did not come as a king or to be a king. Nor is he establishing a kingdom here. When Christ said, "You say I am king," notice the colon after he states this. The colon is representing an end to a thought or an expression. Afterwards it is revealing the true intent. Thus, it reveals, "You say I came here to be a king, but here is what I am saying is the reason I have come." And when Jesus was here he said he became the light unto this world, not a king or ruler of this world. He was revealing that this world is wholly of darkness. The greatest ignominy I stumbled across in my work is that people cannot conceive of this world being a programmed delusion. For some reason this is the hardest aspect for people to entertain, that this matter world is fake. That it is all in the mind. The question you must ask yourself is, if matter was real, then how can spirit be contained within matter? You have seen movies and have read stories talking about ghosts. Ghosts come to and fro through matter as if it is not even there. Now why do you think that is? Most would say it is because they are ghosts and they are not real. However, let me ask you the $1 million question, what is a ghost? Those that know what ghosts are will always tell you the same thing. They are souls no longer in a body, or never had a body. Now what is a body? It is matter of the third-dimensional realm. The body, like all matter, vibrates at a resonance and it appears to be solid. But matter is not solid, it is an illusion of solidness. This is pure science, this is not science fiction. Matter is an illusion. The reason it appears to be solid is because the atoms are vibrating at a speed where it gives the appearance of solidity. However, it is mostly space and emptiness. So then why is it that ghosts can walk to and fro through matter as if it doesn't exist? Well, many would say because they are spirits, and spirit cannot be confined within matter. But the truth is, matter doesn't exist, it is not real, it is an illusion. Then how is our soul spirit, which is identical to every ghost that ever existed, confined into matter? Think about it. The soul is of the spirit and a ghost is a soul no longer confined in a body. How is it possible for a ghost not to be confined to a body and yet a soul, which is also a ghost, is restricted inside a body, if it is not possible? To answer this question, we must begin to understand what a ghost really is. A ghost is a soul entity that lives in the fourth dimension of the mind realm, where the thoughts create the appearance of substance. It is the invisible world from the third-dimensional point of view. However, ghosts are very visible for those who are consciously aware of them within that dimension or above, and a few even can see them on this side depending on their frequency. The fourth dimension is a thought/mind realm, and ghosts are nothing more than orbs of light. When a ghost appears to have a body or any type of appearance, it is because this is what they are projecting from their thoughts. How they appear, what they look like and how they respond is all thought projection. One must understand, with our thoughts we project from our consciousness awareness. Now the difference between the fourth and third dimensions, is the third dimension is a material projection rather than a soul projection. A soul projection is ethereal, it has no substance of matter, but has the appearance of solidity. As an example, if you were playing a virtual reality game, you do not actually enter the game. Your body does not go inside the game while you are playing. What does go inside the game, is the mind. With your mind, you can experience a simulation that makes it appear as if your entire body entered the game. Everything can be like a valid material experience. However, your body is not there, the mind is. And this brings me to the most important aspect. Our mind is all that really does exist. We are formless beings like our father and mother, we are simply consciousness awareness that would appear as a spark or orb of light. The simulation of the world we exist within is just that. Our minds are using this simulation to create a sensory reality, but in fact the only thing that is here is our mind. If our soul body that travels in the fourth dimension was here, matter could no more contain us than it can contain a ghost. For both are of the same properties. So, what is confining us here? The difference between us and a ghost, is the ghost is no longer part of the simulation and exists only in the mind realm. We are still part of the simulation by choice of our deception, so we believe we are here experiencing this realm. If you saw the movie, The 13th Floor, you would understand how the mind can live through a simulation and believe it to be real. Yet the body of that mind never left its true realm, it is just experiencing this other realm via the mind projection and it appears real. All the physical senses seem to function even though you are not there. I guarantee that if you could train your mind to believe, you could walk right out of this simulation at will. It is called out-of-body experiences. When one goes out of body, or has a near-death experience, what is really happening? They are projecting away from the matter simulation via the mind. That is all that is occurring. In Book 4 of this series, I reveal how powerful the mind really is and who we really are at levels beyond most awareness. You, while being here, can dimensional travel, mind travel, time travel and so much more. When we see our bodies, we believe our body is who we are. But our bodies are simply a covering I call a computer-programmed avatar that covers over the mind projection, that which the soul is accepting. Our soul is not confined to this body because it is impossible. Our soul's mind or consciousness awareness is accepting that it is in a body and therefore it is part of a simulation, but somehow forgot. Yet some will no doubt ask, then why don't we just leave at will? Doesn't the soul know it is part of a simulation? First, the soul can leave at will if it believes it can. Many people all over this realm can leave their body at will and some can do it any time, day or night. Others have difficulty because they do not really believe it is possible. And once the mind denies possibilities, then it blocks potential. Also, we are tethered to this body using a technological device called the silver cord. And even if we could leave, we do not get too far. However, the most important facet of this equation is, why doesn't the soul know what is going on? Why does it believe this is real when it must know it is a simulation? This is part of the mystery when Adam was placed into a deep sleep. We have all read or heard that in the Bible Adam was put to sleep where Eve was taken out of his rib, as I have described in the earlier books. This of course was an allegory representing something metaphorical and metaphysical that I have attempted to reveal in this series. When Adam was placed into a deep sleep, it never reveals he was awakened. We just assumed he was awakened. Adam went from reality to virtual reality, or being awakened now within a dream, illusion. The truth is we are all asleep. Even Christ revealed that we are sleeping or dead. I know this may sound strange, but the soul has been bewitched and somehow Lucifer could place us in a deep trance state coma. We experience this world as we would a dream. We feel and appear to be awake. But we are snoring our little hearts out in a sense, while dreaming. When a soul leaves the simulation, it doesn't awaken unless it has overcome this bewitching. It is still sleeping but now has another level of awareness even while being unawake. As an example, you are sitting in a car that someone else is driving, and you go to sleep in one city and wake up in another. You then become aware of the new city and its surroundings. The Bible makes mention of those that have passed on are called the dead in Christ. They are not truly dead, but are sleeping awaiting for the time to be awakened. However, the Bible also reveals those who exist here are also dead or asleep. Ghosts often seem to be stuck here, and yet they are not here. You must ask yourself, when a ghost walks through a wall, is the wall fake or the ghost? Obviously, it is the wall. The wall is not there, but it may still appear there because of the mind. The reason souls are stuck here is because they are still asleep believing it is real, but in truth it is a simulation, a mind experience. What is occurring is ghosts are experiencing the simulation via their minds from the fourth dimension. And it is overlapping the third dimension. Remember, for the simulation to function it first must be projected from the fourth dimension onto the third. Like any holographic projection, it first comes from a projected source and then uses that source to project it again into another state of density. As an example, you take an apple and place it into the view of the mirror where the lights can then picture the apple and then project it out, creating an illusory holograph of the same apple. But the projection of the apple ain't real, it just has the appearance of reality because it is being projected from the source, that is the real apple. Everything we have here that we believe is real is being projected from the fourth density back through our minds, which then simulate the experience. The ghost is now in the fourth dimension experiencing the same simulation, but from there at the source and not here at the projection. They are seeing the apple that is being projected. And we here are seeing the projection of that apple. Without untrained eyes, you don't even know ghosts are here. Because they are no longer part of the simulation that you are accepting as real. In a sense, they were disconnected from the machine, that is, watch the lawnmower man in the 13th floor. Many do not understand that we are connected to this simulation using some unknown hypotechnology. This is what the silver cord is. Ecclesiastes 12:6 Remember him before the silver cord is severed, and the golden bowl is broken, before the pitcher is shattered at the spring, and the wheel broken at the well, and the dust, simulated body returns to the ground, program it came from, and the spirit, soul body returns to God, programmer who gave it. Unlike many believe that our human body is connected to God, well, in a sense yes, because God is Lucifer in this case. But it is us, at the soul level, that is connected to the simulation, program via the silver cord, where our sleeping soul is connected to the matter world through simulation. When we awaken, our soul returns to the father and mother, but if we are still asleep, our soul returns to Lucifer. We are in a sense plugged in. This world and everything in it is not of the Father. The boastful pride of life, fame, success, and all those things that people strive for to become important, thinking they are moving up the ladder and becoming someone in the making a name for themselves, a sham, and it is all really a sham. They know not that they are being led into total deception of darkness, because the one who controls the functions of this world is not part of the divine kingdom, but rules over another kingdom. Jesus made it known that if this was his kingdom, he would send an army to restore it back to himself, but it was not his kingdom and never was. And yet preacher after preacher and many religious folk believe we are to fight for our rights, to conquer and restore what they believe is rightfully theirs. And yet if they would have listened to the truth, and rightly divided the word of truth, they would know that fighting for this world has nothing to do with Christ or the Father. And yet you cannot get around the fact that most people believe we are in a battle of good versus evil, and they want so badly to destroy who they perceive is the enemy so they can be the conquering victors. And yet I ask, as Jesus did, why, what purpose will it serve? This world is not of our kingdom, because this world is fake. The world that we are being processed through is being led by a mindset that is darkness. No matter what you do, you cannot avoid the evil of this world because it is all mixed together. This world has a design, and this design must be adhered to or else you will be crushed. The late Michael Jackson tried to tell the world before he died that his life was being used by dark forces of evil, and he was pleading for his fans to listen. I respect that he tried to unveil the truth, and therefore, I'm bringing his story out. Yet his cheering fans who idolized him could care less how sad this man became. His fans were already seduced by the art of dark magic that controls the mind at this level. All they wanted to do is idolize their hero that became a human god, and there was no concern about his dilemma even when he tried fervently to expose that he was under the control of evil machinations. It suggests other stories such as the famed pop rock group called the Monkees. This is a story that really defines the control and agenda over the minds of the youth in this world. The Monkees, unbeknownst to millions, were never a rock group until they were promoted as an act. The Fab Four, as they were called, meaning fabricated, not fabulous, as the Beatles were known, were literally created by Hollywood. Mickey Dolenz, Michael Nesmith, Peter Tork and of course Davy Jones were all brought together on a casting call, as certain Hollywood producers were trying to kill two birds with one stone by creating a rock group as a television series and at the same time merchandise the group and the show. None of these guys even knew each other. Davy, the most popular, was British, and already had acting skills in various shows, such as Oliver, as the Artful Dodger. Each one came to the casting call to see if they could get the gig among many hundreds of other celebrities, some known, some not so well known. Michael Nesmith and Peter Tork were already musicians, however, Mickey Dolenz certainly was not the drummer his millions of adoring fans had believed. Dolenz had to learn how to play the drums for the show. Each of these guys from all different walks of life came together to make a television series that ended up turning into a mega hit that launched them into the stratosphere, as a fake pop rock group. Their bubblegum rock music hit the charts at #1 repeatedly. The Monkees did not even play their instruments for the show. It was all choreographed using other entertainers' music and lyrics, such as Tommy Boyce, Bobby Hart, Carole King, Jerry Goffin, and Neil Diamond. The group just sang the songs as the instrumentals were dubbed in via other groups. From the very beginning they had no real identity, they became what they were created to be. And the first time they came on stage beyond the confines of the show, each of them were confused as to why the youth were screaming their heads off, as if they lost their minds. Young fans from all over would just lose it when they see these performers, and in this case, they were about as fake as can be. They were not even a rock group. Not that they didn't have some talent, they did. Not that they could not perform, they certainly had the abilities and at times did perform live. Sadly, they were not allowed to do anything on their own, they had to follow the execs that ruled above them. And every step of the way someone else was guiding them. As above, Michael Jackson tried to tell his screaming fans the truth, but their minds were blocked. From the dance style to the beat, to whatever magic had bewitched and befallen these young girls and even boys, they were not in their right minds. Jackson could not any more get through to them than anyone else could, because control was totally lost. And what most do not understand is this is demonic intrusion. These directors, producers, all of them work together with black magic cadences to control the minds of the listeners, and at a certain point, the mind freely gives in to these seductive commands and something else takes over, whether it is screaming fanatics at a concert or a football game. If one does not maintain composure, their minds can be taken over to literally go nuts. Fanatic, that is fans, a holder of extreme or irrational enthusiasms or beliefs, especially in religion or politics, but often with music cadences as well as sporting events. This is what is occurring at levels beneath the consciousness, when something takes over the mind and directs people like a written script. More on this later. The world loves darkness, they love the lie, and they always go after that which is evil, because this is what is being programmed at other levels within the mint secret. Just like what happened long ago, in one voice they could cry out about Jesus, the one that did no harm to anyone, crucify him, because the world is being indoctrinated by darkness. As well, when Barabbas the convicted murderer, along with Jesus, were brought before the people for one of them to be released, all the people said with one voice, "Release Barabbas." Barabbas was a murderer, but they wanted to see the innocent Jesus suffer. Why? What was wrong with these people that they wanted a murderer released and not Jesus? Jesus was wholly innocent of any crimes, but did the people care? The same thing that is occurring with these screaming fanatics. Something has taken over their mind, using black magic. It is because the people are programmed into a trance state to love darkness. Even until this day it is still going on. Chapter 3 continued. Michael Jackson died within a year after he tried so desperately to expose this corruption, but his screaming fans were programmed to ignore it. They loved the darkness more than the light, so, in essence, when Jackson, their idol, their superstar, their god, was trying to tell them the truth and bring out light into a dark world, they went deaf, blind and mute. His own fans proverbially said, "Crucify him, ignore him, and let him die," all under a trance state of mind, unknowing what was occurring within them. And now you know the rest of the story. I remember one time when Elvis Presley tried to tell his screaming fans that he was working with a narcotic agency of the federal government to stop drug use in this country. The fans laughed at him. They didn't believe a word he said, because they wanted Elvis to be as they saw him, as an accepted drug user by his fans, which he was not. He didn't even drink alcohol. The only drugs he took were doctor-prescribed medications, which I will reveal more about later. He replied, "I am not kidding, this is the truth," but to no avail. It just didn't fit the game plan and his fans were not buying into it. People love the lie in darkness rather than the truth in light. Jackson was attempting to expose that the music industry was riddled with demonic players who were controlling music at all levels to take over the minds of the idol worshippers. The words that were written, the style of dance, all of it was pre-choreographed to remove people from the spirit of the Father and Mother and into the spirit of Satan. Nothing is by accident, everything is by design. Just like with the Monkees and a multitude of other similar groups and individual stories, when they decided to break free and do it on their own, they sunk. It was all gone. The fame and magic was dead. What happened? What went wrong? It is because when you walk away from the director and the producer that actively control your very lives, whom also writes these scripts for a very nefarious cause, you lose the power of black magic, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Understand, these scripts are designed by ancient rites and rituals that use tones, beats, visual and other stimuli to open the halls of the dark veil that controls the world from underneath in secret. Just like the private getting his orders from a litany of men or women above him or her, eventually it funnels down to the lowest order of things. Jackson is not the first to come out and expose this evil dark cabal, but what his fate held was very like what had happened to many others who attempted to reveal the inner sanctums of darkness. Most either are eliminated or they are brought back into the fold with greater controls. Whether people understand this or not, success in this world comes with more stumbling blocks than living in poverty. You think freedom is gained when success is inherited? Think again. The higher up you move on the ladder, the less freedom you have. You become the property of those who rule above you, and they lease you out as to exact their taxes on your soul. Chapter 4. Hollywood script for the illusion. Every day we hear it on the news: a movie star dies of overdose. Big pop star commits suicide or is murdered. Child star jailed for illegal drugs. The story is as old as the hills. The only difference is the names change. Hollywood is the home of debauchery, lust, fame and driven recklessness that has destroyed more innocent and unsuspecting lives, all because no one can see the real script before they enter. And yet we all have the script. Each week new movies, new television shows and a host of other activities that some call entertainment arts are viewed by millions as to what is expected in life's script. We watch these shows and it never occurs to us at a level of open consciousness that what we are witnessing is fake. It is all a contrived choreographed illusion to take people from the world they are living in, into a fantasy simulation zone to reprogram them. Hollywood doesn't imitate life, life imitates Hollywood. For the world that we live in is just as fake and wholly fabricated as the shows we watch. However, in a strange twist of fate, movies and TV shows often reveal the truth bundled with hidden errors. Every household now has at least one television, if not two or more. Some have this box in every room of the house, including the bathroom. This does not even count for all the new techno stuff, like iPads, and Kindles, and other such medium. Each day most people on this planet take their tiny little remote control and switch on a program. And that is exactly why it is called a program. Notice one of the definitions of program. To train a person or an animal to do something automatically, especially to respond habitually to a stimulus. People are being programmed how to think, how to live, how to react and how to respond to almost any stimuli that one can think of. And with the new cell phone digital technology they are also being inundated with mind control, as phones are also used as spy networks to implant inaudible messages to the ears and through the skin. 40-50 years ago, we called it subliminal when messages entered the awareness covertly. Today the technology is 1,000 years advanced. And the strangest thing of all, it is coming from all sorts of medium that has been used to foster, often illusion, and like television, it is even called programming. Actors and actresses that play their roles are scripting up perceived reality. It is not who they are, and most of the time it has no resemblance to their true person or character. It is a facade, a charade, and a counterfeit. And then the people around the world begin to revere these actors as if they truly are what they represent while they are acting. And thus, we have the quote from Shakespeare, "All the world is a stage." It amazes me how we can be so sucked into a virtual reality and then deny that virtual realities exist. Children and adults alike constantly attempt to portray their favorite actor in life, often quoting from them out of some movie or play. Hollywood sets the design of life's stage. Children love to imitate their heroes, whether good or evil. They love play acting as if they were truly one of these screen legend thespians. From all over, many will change their appearance to follow some character on any given show. They will change their hair, wear tattoos, and even choose the style of clothes they have on, all based on what these charlatans have craftily sent via the hidden message over the airwaves created by the corporate thugs. Ephesians 6:12 For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 2:2 Wherein in times past ye walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now works in the children of disobedience. I want you to delve closely into what this is revealing. There is a message going out to everyone, and this message is being programmed into the minds to create wickedness and perversions. And the one that sends this message out is called the Prince of the Power of the Air. We know even in our own vernacular that the message we are receiving via radio, television and a plethora of many other contraptions are all pushing their message through what is called the airwaves. This message is influencing the mind in all peoples all over the world. It is creating a disobedient atmosphere, fomenting rebellion, sedition, treason, strife, and of course the famed enmity. And if you think about it, these messages are being programmed into the majority of humanity, not just daily, but often for hours and hours every single day. The world is being saturated with the great lie that most now believe is the truth. We now live in a society that calls good evil, and evil is now called good. Isaiah 5:20 Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. Our world has been transformed as it has happened before, all due to the advent of the use of the airwaves, wherewith the message can be sent easily and frequently at any time of day or night. There is no need for specialized surgeons to come to your home to brainwash you or your children by using all sorts of medieval medical tools. They can now get the job done more efficiently, and most just willingly accept it, even though it has created a world of zombies and children of darkness. I find it ironic how people will laugh at you and even mock you if you try to tell them their world is a simulation and that it is no more than lights, camera and action with a world of actors all playing their roles via the written scripts. They laugh at this, and yet they succumb to it all the time by imitating the simulated roles and acting sensations that are placed before their five senses day in and day out to follow their programming, and often they will listen and believe these imposters over and beyond common sense. Everything is being scripted. We all have directors and producers of our life, but since we cannot see them, the masses do not believe. What we have been forced to believe has been crafted and molded by a consensus on how we are to think, and thus our thoughts play out in words and actions. If we venture down the unacceptable road and speak words that are not acknowledged by the programmers, we are forcibly led back into step by the accepted consensus. We call it political correctness. The rules of the game are all around us. Just say something that is frowned on and pow, like magic you will have 100 negative faces staring back at you, targeting you as they are the elected gatekeepers of the fraudulent structure of this world by their obedience to the program. The difference between Hollywood actors and life actors is they are just a whole lot better at it than the general populace is. Sadly, though these icons of fame are of themselves totally confused in their own life. For they have no idea what is real or fake anymore. They are loved by fans who love them for a part they play, having no idea of the character at the party in question. It is all an illusion. It is all surface rhetoric. The only way they can handle this with any credibility is they call it an art, or a business. And they try to separate it from their real lives. Yet sadly, they cannot separate it because the world only knows them via their facade. Therefore, many of them turn to fixes, or covers, to remove the ignominy they exist within. They are often hooked on dangerous and deadly drugs. They will even maneuver themselves to take on parts that are filled with debauchery and wickedness so as not to be typecast into a character that is good or kind or even sweet. Often many of them are forced into lifestyles of drunkenness and debauchery because that is the roles they play and it starts becoming real to them. It's all because they have no real identity. They lost their purpose in life to become fraudsters and charlatans. Some of them believe their art or work has meaning, and they often use it for political purposes and control. Yet it is all as fake as a $3 bill, or in truth any dollar bill for that matter. Yet all are actors, all are following a script being directed and produced, whether you live in Hollywood or not. The only difference is, we work in ignorance for free. Many of them are paid famously to destroy the fabric of our moral system. And you really believed you were the caretaker of your own life. I have often told people to stop watching television, and stop reading newspapers or accessing the news from any source. Completely break away from the power of the airwaves long enough to be able to recognize the controls within your mind. Occupy your time doing something else. Find a project, and follow through with it. Do not waste your time playing the advocate of the world. Separate yourself from all of it. In just a short amount of time, enough of the poison will be washed clean from your mind and it will change you as a person. You will feel different, you will feel more positive. Your mind will seem clearer. Your thoughts will project a more positive setting. Now imagine spending a year away from these airwaves. Imagine cleansing your mind out from all this toxic illusion that has been flooding the cornerstone of your subconsciousness. I am telling you right now you will become a different person. your values will begin to revert to the simple values of life, those that the father and mother installed within you. Your actions and activity will be more towards service to others than service to self. Eventually it will dawn on you how much damage was being created because of this funneling via the prince of the power of the air that entered your mind secretly. Sports and other entertainments, television shows, commercials, news, movies, rock concerts and music, all of it is designed to do one thing, and that is to take over your mind of innocence and begin making you aware of the darkness and evil that exists all around you, and then subtly implanting it into your subconsciousness so that you will begin to accept it as natural behavior. Everything is choreographed to control thought. Why is it so important to control thought? Remember who you are. Your thoughts are the breeding ground for the illusory world you live in. My friends, we live in an illusion. None of it is real, and not even our thoughts are real anymore. It has all been hijacked by the prince and power of the air. Chapter 5. Fame, the hidden retribution. Being famous is an aspiration many seek for, and fortunately most never are granted. Fame is not a bowl of cherries. Fame is never what we have been conditioned to believe from the exterior perspective. Fame is the power of influence, and it is given to them that are willing slaves to follow their master's bidding. Fame is wanting to be the next sports superstar, or becoming the newest thespian on the block where falsifying life becomes a way of life, or that new pop rock star, or even the influential politician. The fact is, renown is a cruel little monster that one seldom ever realizes unless they become famous, and then it is usually too late to figure out that it is another control factor of Lucifer. The lure of the big screen or the stage is so deceptively tantalizing, one only sees the glamour, they see the wealth, and they see what appears to be the honor and prestige. What is seldom seen is how a person's life changes. How their desires and hopes are often splintered and dissected, and often they never see the ugliness of the game until they are playing it. Corey Feldman, a famed actor, came out and exposed how the doctrines of Hollywood has nothing to do with goodness and prosperity. It is filled with pedophiles and sexual perverts that spread across the world like wildfire. He has tried to tell people how so many young child stars are abused in the worst of all ways, where he, along with his famed acting partner sensation, Corey Haim, both were abused sexually by powerful Hollywood magnates and moguls. That evidently goes all the way to the top of both Hollywood and government. The child star Haim is now dead from an overdose as the pressures and torments of his experiences finally took their toll. Feldman, on the other hand, has tried to restore his dignity and at the same time reveal the true game. Story after story reveals the evil that exists in the world of the famous. Stories such as Randy Quaid, who has been in many movies, has now come out to reveal the inner sanctum of wickedness that is prevalent throughout all of Hollywood, where actors are being eliminated due to their awakening to what has been occurring, and their willingness to expose it. Quaid cannot even live in the United States, where he built his fame, all because he was willing to expose the truth. And to those that know, that was a no-no. This leads me to a story I was watching recently, called the Tiger Woods story. It is a story about a young athlete that was prodded and pushed to become great in the game of golf by his military dad after seemingly realizing this was Tiger's dream and desire. When Tiger was 3 years old, he began swinging a golf club nearly flawlessly. This led his dad to begin an in-depth process of teaching, prodding and manipulating his son. And although mostly against his mother's wishes, per the show, Tiger's dad had envisioned that young Eldrick would not just be good in the game of golf, but great. Well, his dad was right, but at what cost? Tiger was not just another phenomenon. He had superstar potential. This kid had abilities that most could never dream about. And he progressed until he became one of, if not the best golfer to ever play the game. I respect and like Tiger from what I know of him, but I am saddened for him also as to what happened. There is little doubt that Tiger Woods is a great golfer. His records and amazing accomplishments speak louder than mere words. Whatever you may think about this unique talent, Tiger Woods has nearly mastered a game that most would never even come close. Sadly, despite all the hoopla, it is still just a game. A game that brings with it powerful illusions of grandeur. His life appeared to all on the surface as one of glitter and fame. He seemed to have it all. This cute little child appeared before millions on television shows when he could barely walk. He could swing the golf club with precision, and even with his tiny physical structure could garner scores that some adults would fail to achieve. As one who personally understands the difficulty of this game in general, Tiger's ability to achieve greatness on the links is stunning, and may only be equaled or exceeded by the likes of a Palmer, Nicklaus, or even the late Bobby Jones, until the newest film enters stage right. Any way you try to spin this, Tiger Woods became a superstar before our eyes and has been an idol to millions of adoring fans. But at what cost? Based on the television show I watched, whether there was total accuracy or not is up for debate for the experts to quarrel about. However, there is one thing that never changes. Entering fame even with the greatest intentions is the hallmark of the devil's grand plan. Before Tiger ever swung a club as a professional, he already garnered deals via endorsements of some of the top sports names in the industry, that is Nike, Titleist, etc. Before he ever placed the tee into the dirt as a pro, he was already $100 million richer. Maybe the story of rags to riches does not apply perfectly here. Tiger lived and grew up in an average economic standard. His parents were not wealthy by any means, but on the other hand they were also not dirt poor. It doesn't matter who you might be, jumping to this level of material advancement and wealth is no small feat. No one, no matter who it is, can reach this level of fame without the signature on the contract being stained in the blood of Satan. Before you knew it, Tiger was riding in personal limousines, with private agents who followed him everywhere. In one small interval of time, he became greatness all bottled into one container. Yet the world does not seem to care, nor do they open their eyes as to what occurs to these poor souls as they climb the ladder of affluence. What they see is the riches, fame and glory. They do not see the self-destruction as to the road these souls are forced to follow and must now travel upon. We have all watched television shows and movies where the devil comes to one in secret offering deals that are wrapped in glitter and glory, and all that you need to do is sign on the dotted line and sell your soul. These and other similar concepts are not that far-fetched. The only difference is the devil seldom comes to you in the open. It is usually done by deception with human participation. However, like what happened to me, often these acceptances are achieved in another state of mind, that which is occurring on another level. It happened to me, so I know this is truth. Tiger, as all famous idols, did not know what it really means to be a god impersonator. He had no clue as to what it meant to really be famous. He did not realize what it meant to climb the pyramid. He just wanted to play golf and prove to the world he was the best. All Tiger knew, like anyone else may think, is he had a talent and a great ability that was nurtured and evolved into something spectacular. To him, as with anyone else that has entered this arena, it all seemed like fun, it all seemed innocent. Chapter 5 continued. Like everything else, the devil was ready, willing and waiting to cut a deal to not only waste this talent's life on trivial pursuits, but also use this talent to foster even more deception for other young eager talents. Before the year was out, in Tiger's first year as a pro, he began to hate what was happening to him, according to the story I watched. The pressures that he had to deal with, including racism and death threats, and the overwhelming time he had to spend with reporters and paparazzi, was becoming insane. And the constant duty to his new fans, as well as corporate sponsors and investors, was beginning to wear thin very fast. Tiger took a game of what he loved into what became a living hell. In this show it expressed how Tiger told his dad that he wished he never turned pro. He hated what was happening in his life, where he did not own his own life anymore. He was sectioned off and bartered to amuse and entertain his loyal investors. Tiger learned, as so many other famous people also have learned the hard way, that he did not enter the world of freedom wherewith he could now do anything he desired and pretty much purchase anything he wanted. He was a multi-millionaire beyond scope, but with massive limits. Tiger could have anything he wanted, but he lost the most precious gift of all, his freedom and his dignity. He lost his identity. He lost his inner scope of awareness. Tiger became a piece of meat to be sold at auctions, cold endorsements and investor money-raising functions, via corporate collusion. Tiger, ironically, became a slave. Today Tiger Woods is a billionaire, yet he is wearing shackles like everyone who has reached this pinnacle prior. One day inside his limousine he just wanted the driver to take him to a place so he could be with his friends and enjoy the simple things in life. But he had a gatekeeper, a jailer, a game warden always tagging along. It is called the agent. Just ask Elvis Presley about agents, such as Colonel Tom Parker. These are not benevolent entities. The agents are the ones that cut the backdoor deals to access more levels on the journey to ultimate success, but along the way there is heavy tribute to pay. They are the hidden hand in these souls' lives that steer them ever so near to the mind of Lucifer, and no one ever really understands this until it is beyond one's ability to change their circumstances without serious repercussions. Agents become like an ugly light fixture in the house where light is needed in the dark room. And even though nobody likes it, no one wants to do anything about it because it does seem to brighten up pathways to other rooms. So, it just hangs there for all to see its wearisome and obnoxious presence. Tiger's agent told him, "Listen Tiger, you are a CEO of $100 million corporation now. You can't do things that you used to do. Your life is no longer your own." What? When did this happen? How did this happen? He just wanted to play golf. When you think about it, this is very disturbing. Everyone always believes with fame comes freedom. Yet the opposite is true. It is the mask of illusion. It is the deep hidden evil that Lucifer and Satan have created and brought into this world. Everyone in this world is being micromanaged, but those who advance up the ladder of success comes with it more dedication to the ways of Lucifer than ever before. I know. I was also told by this entity that claimed he was God, that if I didn't accept his will he would make sure I would never have anything of any value in life, even after he threatened me with death. He told me directly that anyone that has riches and fame in this world only does so because he desires it. He makes it happen, and if he does not support it, it won't happen, period. I was told that my life would consist of no fame, no money, no nothing. And true to his word, everything I ever attempted to do in life was always smashed down, almost like some ethereal magic hand interfered every single time, crushing my hopes with their 5 fingers. I learned to accept this as my fate for standing tall and doing the right thing. And I never looked back. And even as I own nothing, not a car, not a house, nothing, I still have everything I need, because the Father never lets me down in those things that really matter. I may be physically poor, but the Father and Mother has endowed me with a greater spiritual vision, and I would never trade that in for any amount of fame or money. I have been trying to warn people for years what is happening in this world, but sadly most have no desire to know and they shrug it all off as cockiness. Yet I keep trying because one day I know most will be seeking this knowledge, even after I am gone, and hopefully then they will finally obtain it by the few breadcrumbs I have left behind, the seeds that I have planted by my fruits. You would be amazed how many young souls have lost their inner spiritual nature to this cunning and deceptive trap that has led them into the world of darkness and bondage. One must adhere to the rules if you want to play the game. You must obey the lawgiver. And in this case, it is Lucifer, the all-seeing eye. You cannot move forward in this world in what is called success unless you pay your tolls along the way, which means selling part of your soul in increments. If you do not pay the ante, then you will be stripped of everything and brought down to nothing. It is tantamount to a video game where the avatar in the game must climb ladders to get to the top. However, along the way there are distractions that want to take what is yours away from you. If you do what you are supposed to, you will advance to higher levels one step or level at a time and retain what has been earned. However, if for any reason, you do not play the game as you are supposed to, then you will be kicked off the ladder and you will fall back down to the ground, where either you lose your life or your injuries are often too great to be healed. And all your wealth will be removed in 1 hour. You have heard the ancient wisdom that states, it is wise to stay grounded. This is a truth sealed in pure logic. When we take the flight of fancy into the world of fame, we leave the ground and become airborne, whereas our rudders in life are no longer under our control. Someone else is flying and guiding the plane that we are sitting within. The wisdom that states it is wise to be grounded is revealing. Do not go after these flights of fancy because your destiny is being charted to a place you really do not want to go, elsewise eventually you are going to crash. The dirty little secret of fame is and always has been, if you want to play with those on the ladder above you, you then must pay your tolls of initiation. No one is allowed on the steps above without playing by the rules. Most of humanity never witnesses these rules because they do not apply to them, but they truly do apply, just at another level of participation. Most people struggle to obtain a little, yet always hoping for the lottery of greatness to drop from on high into their lap, which never seems to occur for the majority. If wealth and fame do come, this is when lives are usually destroyed. And why is that? Because of the hidden hand and the gatekeepers that are given charge of one's newfound opportunities. And why would people allow these gatekeepers in their life? Because it is all a part of the hidden rules you must play by. Now that you have wealth, you have now become important to the pyramidal structure of the power controllers. Wealth is power. People do not seek for these controllers. They come to you as benevolent caretakers only to protect you from the ugliness of the world, claiming that you will lose your newfound gold to predators who want to steal it from you. What they fail to tell you is this same so-called benevolent protection is about to take over your life as the greatest predator to ever walk through the inner sanctum of your heart. Fame is a cute little word that means you must become a servant of the devil. You must become an idol who sacrifices their soul life all to sustain the new material possessions and gratifications. And of course, it comes by varying degrees and levels. When viewing Tiger's life, it became obvious that Tiger did not always follow the rules, as many others also tried to rebel against these authoritative all-encompassing powers. And what happens when you renege on a contract? You shall pay bitterly. Tiger along the way decided that he did not want to play this game the way he was being prodded, and thus Tiger would witness the viciousness that occurs when you decide not to do it the way that is constructed. Do you really believe that the intimate facts of his personal life that came out and nearly destroyed him was an accident? It was all cleverly staged to make sure that he was controlled by this rule of law. Do you really believe that the accusations of Michael Jackson as a pedophile were valid? Whether it was or not, it is all part of putting him back under control when the rulers began to learn of his true motivations and beliefs. You ask any politician if they would be willing to tell you what secret is hanging over their head that keeps them controlled as to what they say or do. Tiger turned an about face and his life was brought into shambles. It didn't matter anymore how good of a golfer he was. His entire life was turned upside down due to excessive personal distractions that were, read closely, all given to him as part of his newfound fame. How many red-blooded males could withdraw from the seduction of the most beautiful women in the world who are willing and even demanding to hand over their fruit in a New York minute? How many Adam and Eves could have rejected the serpent in the garden? I am not saying what Tiger did was right and proper, I am saying it was staged by the handlers to control him against his personal future aspirations. Lucifer understands everyone's weakness and preys upon it like a rabid dog to assure that obedience is retained in the future. And yet none of these things are what got Tiger in trouble. They were simply a shield created against him to make sure he always complies. No one would have ever heard about any of these women if he played by the rules. Everything he went through, racism, death threats, suddenly became trivial to what happens when you do not obey your masters. Do you really think his hypocritical masters could care less about his multiple dalliances? They are the ones that offer it freely as part of the package deal. Hypocrites. Tiger was knocked down from his perch. How many levels he fell is anyone's guess, but he was all but destroyed, emotionally, mentally, spiritually and of course physically. Even his golf game where he excelled, fell apart, along with even his health. Hopefully he has learned that the master of this world means business. You either comply or you are destroyed. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are, how famous you are, or even how much power you appear to wield. Whatever level you are playing on in the military pyramid structure, you will always be under total control via the levels above you. Whether you are Bill Gates, Donald Trump or any other wealthy mogul, you retain when you obey, elsewise you could be chopped down in seconds like a piece of meat that will be diced and chopped and thrown to the ravenous wolves called the game plan. And unless you have power behind you, you will not stand in this takedown. Well, obviously, the alternative is a price that is often too big to pay. When one goes against their masters, then often the one in question decides to rapidly make amends with his controllers and then their life may be restored, but with obvious exceptions and limitations now. You see, once you betray your masters, then you are never granted trust ever again. You might gain some of what you had back, but the leash on your neck is now thicker and sturdier. I have chosen some of these people to reveal a hidden agenda that most people of the world know very little about, unless it begins to apply to them. Many have had their aspirations, their goals, and their life turned upside down simply because they believe they were fulfilling a talent that God gave them, or that they accrued on their own merits, and they are simply doing the next logical thing. They want to share this talent with the world and become noticed. The problem is, the all-seeing eye is the one that notices you. It doesn't matter how structured your life is, or how well you have been raised, you shall surely pay the bitter price that comes along with the world's success. Most never do realize what will happen. All they see is at the end of the tunnel there is glitter and renown. And from a distance it really looks inviting. It is no different than the tunnel of light many pass through after death when they are recycled. It really looks appeasing and inviting until you find out what the rules are on the other side. Just like the glitter and tinsel we decorate the Christmas tree with, to beautify it with lights and stars and angels. Seldom do we ever realize we are play-acting in someone else's script to follow and obey a nefarious source, and if we decide to enter this game of deception, we are going to have to pay the toll. Our world is completely structured even though it appears haphazardly and without design. What many call coincidences are an acute playbook of rites and rituals being projected upon the hearts and minds of humanity. However, when all you see are the flashing lights, and mirrored reflections and what appears to be beauty and wealth, the lure is too tantalizing to walk away from. And thus, another soul has become a victim to the most deceptive evil ever unveiled upon any world. The Game of Good and Evil. Chapter 6. Witchcraft, the Pharmaceutical Plan. Fear is the greatest catalyst in causing people to lose faith. Doubt and fear will always destroy faith. Medical science has played on our doubt and fear since the beginning. Today I can't even bear to turn the television on due to the non-stop barrage of commercials sending fear into the people of what potential disease or ailment may be plaguing you, or about to strike, if you have any one of 1,000 potential issues. Medical science has shifted from trying to heal people when they are sick into pushing medications onto people that think they are sick. There is a big difference. Planting a thought into someone's psyche so that you can get them to perceive a condition that most likely does not exist is the deepest form of mind control that there is. First of all, the thought alone, if accepted into the consciousness at deep levels, can actually begin to create the condition. It is called the stigmata effect. This effect has long been witnessed in people of those that so deeply believe in the crucifixion that they literally begin to bleed from the perceived wounds that Jesus might have received, and then the same injuries are crafted in their own bodies. One of the true patterns that have occurred is that many believe Christ was nailed through the hands, because this is the image and often the result of art and paintings which portray the hanging Christ on the cross, and his hands are nailed to the wood. This is a DNA mind control factor. Victims or criminals in those days were not crucified by nailing their hands into the wood. It is ineffective and it does not work properly. The fleshly part of the hand is too soft to carry the weight of the body and it would cause it to rip through and fall off. They nailed the wrists to the wood, thereby assuring a sturdier effect of the weight within the bone structure, allowing the death to be slow over hours and even days. However, because people so deeply believe in the images that are passed down through these DNA-altering programs, they become encoded and begin to have a stigmata effect where they perceive the wounds were in the hands and it literally begins to bleed in that very area and a wound appears as if having had some blunt object coursing through. This is what is called the stigmata effect, when the mind can so deeply and emotionally believe something that it causes it to appear upon one's body. If you can plant a thought into a person's consciousness at levels that they are unaware of, the thought can trigger stigmata effect and recreate the condition inside the body even though it never existed. Obviously, none of this should be difficult to understand now, via this series of books dealing with mind over matter. I have diligently revealed how all of this is possible due to the virtual reality mind projection. If the mind can project into this world, it can also affect the body. What is so strange about this word stigmata? Although coming from the description of a mark in the skin, it means medicine or medical. However, if one was to take this even further, it relates to the mark of the beast. The mark of the beast is mind control. It is the ability to lead people by deception where they follow as if having no power of their own to refuse. They may act robotic-like and simply do whatever is being reinforced into their psyche. If one can use this same type of effect to lead thousands and even millions of people, they will be able to control the people as a hive-minded body, and can reconstruct the world according to the guidance of the nefarious one using this technique of thought projections from the fourth dimension. The name stigmata reveals, mark, and this brand of sorts applies to medicine, which most believe represents treatment. However, medicine it is not always used for treatment, it is often used for conditioning or creating the environment that is right for disease. And the synonym of medicine is of course pharmaceutical. And this brings me to the number one greatest deception in this world. It deals with the pharmaceutical corruption of planting illness into the mind's eye to benefit the sorcerer. Galatians 5:18-19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies. Many Christians have used this verse to condemn the art of witchcraft, having no idea that this word comes from the Greek word pharmakia, which represents sorcery and divination using medicines, which many Christians will almost swear by as being a godsend. Talk about a sting operation using mind-control transference. This is how confusion operates. It creates the disorder in thought and then causes one to be part of the very thing they condemn due to ignorance and a lack of knowledge. The actual Greek word for witchcraft being used here is pharmakia, and it means 1. The use or the administering of drugs. 2. Poisoning. 3. Sorcery, magical arts, often found in connection with idolatry and fostered by it. 4. The deceptions and seductions of idolatry. As you can plainly see, the word being used here for witchcraft is pharmaceuticals. And it represents a dark use of medicine to bring in poison, to destroy or most importantly compromise and redefine the DNA. May have visualized the concept of a witch standing over a cauldron and placing parts of dead animals to concoct some potion. Today in the modern world nothing has changed. Drug companies are still using animal parts, blood, pus and deadly chemicals to create so-called cures when in fact what is taking place is the DNA is being manipulated using death and decay. The same witchcraft or bewitching is still being used today. Nothing has changed except the people are being told it is an upgrade in modern science. It reminds me of a Star Trek show when Dr. Leonard McCoy, known affectionately as Bones, was speaking about medicine and the science of medicine when they went back in time. Strangely enough, the time they traveled back to, from hundreds of years into the future, was in our time. And when he was witnessing how we use medicine of our day-to-day, he made the comment in paraphrase, "What is this? The Spanish Inquisition?" Often truth is revealed in shows if people would only listen, but they do not. They just laugh it off and then return to the cannibals. What the ancient peoples understood is that medicine is and always has been used as witchcraft to change and control the DNA to control the mind. Enki was the healer god as the serpent. He was primarily used as the creator of the human as well as bewitching man with a downgraded DNA. Satan has not changed, the same evil still exists today, but it is encoded under different names for different games. The idea that one can have their mind manipulated to create a disease is not that outlandish. The fact is, most people do not realize that 80% of all sickness begins in the mind. If the mind is filled with faith, all disease can be overcome. If the mind, however, is filled with doubt and fear, then sickness and illnesses can be created from the subconsciousness. Chapter 6 continued. Therefore, we are being targeted by all of these messages of potential illness and disease. If the mind believes that the body is ill, it gives it power to become ill. If the mind believes that the body is in health, the same process occurs, health is generated. When someone is told they have a fatal disease, often they do not last much longer. The very idea that in the mind that one feels hopeless will begin to consume the good bacteria and beneficial cell organisms, leaving nothing left to combat the illness. It is imperative that one keep a positive mental attitude when confronting any sickness, or else one will contribute to their own downfall. Once the mind believes the inevitable, it is basically over. Remember, almost all medicines are a placebo, in that this world is not real, neither is the treatment real. Your body is not here. The consciousness that is being ignited to believe this or that is coming from the fourth dimension, which is recreating the projection of the thought manifesting into the third dimension. If your thoughts are filled with fear, terror, and doubt, you will recreate the projection coming from the mind realm to obviously generate a negative result. Remember, we are soul minds living in virtual matter bodies, but are very much interactive, and this system, and the world we live in, is a mind projection realm. Therefore, the mind controls this realm. However, our minds have been hijacked by Lucifer and his spirit. And thus, most are being controlled by the dark forces. The objectivity of seduction is to plant a dark seed into your consciousness about your health, and then lure your own to obtain the fixes for the problem that has yet to even manifest. One way or the other, pharmaceutical medication is all based on things that are chemically or biologically derived, usually from the process of death. Both things interfere with the DNA/RNA, which can reprogram the body and mind. If the mental is then affected, it will create a false awareness, which leads to ignorance, causing one to easily being maneuvered by any outer thought. Secondarily, we live in a society that depends on people being sick. The entire pharmaceutical industry is based on creating wealth for investors. There is no money in people being healthy. However, the deceptions and shrewdness of it all is even more nefarious. Investors do not have time to wait on people getting sick. They need to sell their product, and a lot of it. So therefore, it is in their best interest that you, whether you are sick or not, believe that you are. This opens the door to sell a ton of more product even if you are not ill. Sadly, though, most of these medications act as mimickers. Once in the body, they can simulate the actual illness that you think you have, or some other illness. And the beauty of this is, according to investors, it will appear that the medication you are taking is not functioning properly, thereby the need for a new type of medication is then added to the previous one that can simulate a cure. Again, though, it is a mad race to the inevitable. The black monster in this deal is the side effects. 90% of the time the side effects are worse than the original condition itself, therefore the investors are granted even more ways to accumulate wealth in this Dungeons and Dragons virtual world. Therefore, new medications are created to alleviate the problems of old medications. It is a vicious cycle, a round robin of distortion, all because people are not aware they are being controlled and manipulated. Therefore, the ancients called it witchcraft, the control of the mind without knowing it, which is the mark of the beast of illusion. Chapter 7. Debt Slaves, the People of Bondage. The world calls it responsibility, but life teaches us something totally different. We live in a world that is completely and wholly evolved around creating debt. You want to buy a home, you must go into debt. You want to buy a new car, then you must enter debt. You want to buy things you cannot afford, no problem, we have plastic to allow you to go into debt. We live in a world that revolves around the deadly debt door that swings in cycles and it never releases its victims. We are told that debt is part of responsibility, that it teaches us to be good caretakers and stewards of our finances. We learn this and are taught this in our various educations. Many college students know what it is like to borrow money to go to college and then spend the rest of their lives trying to pay it off. Debt is a deception, debt is a disease, and debt is a control factor that the dark side uses to always force one into compliance and obedience. Our lives in this world were never meant to be free. We are governed and micromanaged at levels that are so secretive that it is impossible to discover the boogeyman in the closet until it is too late. Debt is a prison of chains and balls. We don't wear it as such, because it is invisible. However, it clings to us like an invisible tick, or rampaging mosquito. Debt is designed to suck the blood out of you and then leave its mark of indifference. The world is designed around, and forced to create debt. Even our money is a debt instrument. When we buy a home, we call it a mortgage, and it literally means death contract. It comes from the root of mortuary, and in Spanish it is muertos. Debt is reconstructed from the term death. And yet we think nothing of signing our souls on the dotted line because we are told it represents responsibility, that it shows that we are progressing through the stages on the ladder of life, and yet we are being played like puppets. The problem is, mortgage represents a contract of death as noted by an old French law. Most people never pay off their mortgages, many get second and third mortgages that predetermines a fate that is worse than death, wherewith the debt is passed down to the children. You see, slaves and prisoners are not the effects of being jailed inside four walls wherewith the key is thrown away. Debt slaves and prisoners never even know they are in prison until they realize they can never come out of this control factor. Everything in their life is predetermined and qualified around debt. You work to pay off your debts. You take that extra job to pay off your debts. You sell this or that to pay off your debts. And all along you have no control of your life, all because you believed you were being responsible by creating the debt in the first place. You are now a prisoner of circumstances. The problem is, when one is only accessing enough to pay off the interest, debt is never lowered and it is never removed. In fact, interest on debt can never be repaid. More on this later. The secret of the controllers has long been to force everyone into an illusory debt by liability purchases, interest and taxation to control the masses. And when one is getting close to removing these invisible shackles, they are then enticed to create a new debt and a brand new bondage under the guise of material advancement towards success, which it is neither. It is the never-ending story, the time loop of debt cycles, or cycles of death. Again, all of this is predetermined by those who fancy themselves as gods who sit among the elite on the power pyramid. None of this is by accident. Your life, the controls over your life, your destiny and fate are painted as a precise picture from the womb, long before one ever has a clue as to what happened with their life as they approach the grave. Do you think by now that there was a reason that Christ said this is not his world nor is it the father and mother's world? It is all an illusion, a very craftily controlled illusion to create something that appears to be, but it is not there. When will it begin to sink into the mind that this world is being controlled by a darkness that is dangerously deceptive? My friends, the world we live in is under control by a demonic warlord and always has been. We are not in this situation because humans made bad choices per se. Sure, that is the result of the game plan, but overall humans are led from birth to make sure to follow only one primary path, and often if they choose to go another route they never make it, because the gatekeepers and the guards around the fences are still wielding fiery swords to protect against accessing the tree of life. We live in a world of death, debt. Everything in it is designed to control and delude one from ever discovering the satanic mystery religion. And that is, humanity is simply cattle and or sheep that are being fattened for the slaughter. Our entire life consists of bartering our efforts to serve those who rule this world. And when we have done our bleeding, we are removed from the table and then reprocessed back into the cycles of life and death called reincarnation, or the transmigration of the soul. We are then sent back into a human baby in bondage as in type wearing shackles, without memory or recollection so we can be trained to obey and follow the rituals of the world in a brand new cycle. Thus, no matter who you are unless you begin to realize the truth about this world and your connection to the divine parents, you will become farm workers on the devil's plantation. Chapter 8. The Economic Interest Masters. Back in 1913 a man named Colonel Edward Mandell House, along with people like Paul Warburg and J.P. Morgan influenced President Woodrow Wilson into subscribing to a World Bank to monopolize not only the American currency but eventually the entire world. In a secret meeting in Jekyll Island, Georgia, around Christmas time when most of the Congress and Senate were on a break, an illegal vote was taken to bring in this banking beast under their new name called the Federal Reserve Bank. Back in 1913 the national debt was about $2 billion, it had been around $1 to $2 billion in debt from about the time of the Civil War. We were a nation that believed in paying its bills and providing a secure life for the pursuit of happiness for its citizenry. A nation's economic prowess was its true moral condition and by result it created liberty and freedom. The chicanery that occurred in Jekyll Island sent this nation down into a death spiral to where today the real debt is growing into trillions and even quadrillions of dollars. As of this writing, because every day the debt expands, America is spending over $200 million every single hour of money it does not have. This nation was built on the idea that gold and silver would always remain its true currency, and that any currency printed would always amount to the gold and silver being held by the Treasury. Back when the Founding Fathers laid the foundation for this nation, interest was so taboo anyone charging interest was hanged. The founders understood what happens when nations charge interest on money, it leads them into an economic hell that is impossible to be freed. Having gold and silver as real tangible money has always been the world's foundation and monetary support staple. Gold and silver stands for real wealth. The idea was and has always been, if a nation has gold and silver they can print dollars in the form of paper and coin that is derived from how much of the metal it has on hand. If you have $1 billion in gold and silver, then you can issue notes of up to $1 billion. Anything above this would be illegal and tantamount to counterfeiting. Under the Constitution gold and silver is the only recognizable money and any currency must be based on the metal. Having metal backing or supporting the currency gives it a foundation of strength. It also keeps politicians honest as to how much money they can spend on this or that program. It keeps the country fixed upon a fiscal responsibility, in that whatever currency was printed it must be backed by the real money held in vaults. The problem is after the Civil War things began to change in the United States, and not for the good of the country. By the end of the 19th century, laws were being proposed and granted that began to deteriorate the U.S. Constitution. The federal government began to increase in power over the states and by 1891 new acts and laws were being brought in that literally began to dismantle the power of the Constitution and slowly but surely began to erode its jurisdiction, and the states were losing their rights. By 1913 the Federal Reserve was created and then all hell began to break loose to change the most important vehicle that made sure the country was sound. The creators of the FRB had one plan in mind, and that was to remove gold and silver from backing the United States dollar so they would be free to print as much debt-laden bills as they desired and then stick the debt on the American people who had no say in it. It took many years to accomplish, but each day movement was made towards this inevitable catastrophe that would eventually leave the nation covered in its own fecal matter and loss of all dignity and pride. And sadly, this same economic disease then spread to all over the globe. From 1913, this new world banking system was brought in. By 1916 the new income tax was placed as a war tax to pay back the heavy interests being created by this new banking cabal. By 1917 America was in its First World War. By 1929 the stock market crashed, and in 1933 Roosevelt continued the same path of slowly removing gold and silver as legal tender, and replacing it with a fiat dollar. A new law was then created called the War Powers Act that basically made the citizenry the enemy of the American government. That law has never been revoked. Roosevelt then made it illegal for people to own gold, and this was the first move to begin the process of removing the backing of the currency. Today one can own gold and silver, but few understand the importance of how it is real money because it is camouflaged by the fake dollar. By 1933 the U.S. debt was now $22 billion. In just 20 short years the national debt went up over 1,000%. A cancer had taken over and most were unaware of the real cause. America then entered World War II. In 1941 the national debt jumped up to $48 billion, and then by 1945 at the end of this horrific war, in just 3.5 years, the national debt grew to an unbelievable $258 billion. Does it take a genius to realize that something happened in 1913 that became a monetary cancer on this once great nation? Does one need to have it spelled out before you begin to comprehend that an evil has penetrated this country that has had in its tentacles representing a knife on the nation's throat ever since? Then lo and behold, if this was not bad enough, Richard Nixon around 71 and 72 under the control of the same wild-eyed madness of wickedness, decided to remove the dollar off gold and silver completely. A direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. The question you should all be asking yourselves is, why was there this mandate? What was the purpose of removing the real money from the currency? It was all about Lucifer getting his paws on the people of the country and then eventually the world so that he could have direct control over everyone's personal lives. Let me explain. It all came down to interest. Interest is what is placed on debt that must be repaid. The problem is, there can be no interest without creating a doomsday-type effect. Secondly, it came down to the Federal Reserve being allowed to print whatever money they wanted without being controlled by gold and silver. They can print as much money as they want out of thin air, and then sell it back to the government with interest. As an example, if the FRB creates $1,000 out of thin air and then gives this to the government, it automatically becomes a debt. Therefore, every single dollar we have is now called an instrument of debt. It is not real money, it is a note of debt. Just take out any bill and look at it for yourselves. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. The money we have is a liability, not an asset. The more you have, the greater your debt to Lucifer. You think all that cash sitting under your mattress was safe money? Think again, it is what we owe back with interest. Now the U.S. government must pay back this debt. A debt that was never created by real tangible service or goods. Now, who must repay this debt? The people do by orders of the Internal Revenue System, which is a branch of the FRB. The IRS is the collector for the FRB. It is much more horrifying than this. I am only giving you the basics. But the truth is, when money is created out of thin air, interest can never be repaid. And eventually they won't even have to charge interest anymore because the principal will have grown so large it will never be repaid anyway, and the people will eternally remain in prison until the nation is destroyed. Understand, if an entity creates the money, and then charges interest on that money, Where are the people ever going to get the money to pay back the interest when only the initial principal was created? It is a trap. The FRB does not create interest money, it creates only the principal, and the interest is a phantom ghost that cannot be seen, which is added as skull and bones, death. If the FRB creates $1,000, this is all the money in the system, so where is the interest payment going to come from? It is called never-ending story. The people must pay back the interest, which they can't. Guess what? They need to borrow more money to pay back the interest. The FRB is more than willing to print more fake money. More money printed, the more control they garner. The horror and the evil that has been orchestrated on an unsuspecting public is unconscionable. It is the devil's brew of total control. We are not talking in mere thousands of dollars. We are now talking in the trillions and above. Today the Federal Reserve is having to print massive amounts of dollars per month to give the market an appearance of stability, when in truth it is laying on more debt on top of old debt. And the people are the ones who must pay it all back, which is impossible. It can never be done in 100 billion years under this formula of treason. Lucifer created an imaginary money backed by nothing, just like his world, to control people's lives in the most detailed ways. It is all part of the mark of the beast. The United States became the ruler of the world using fake money backed by nothing. And this same money, which has created war machines, can buy as much oil as one desires. And this greenback, which is also called the world reserve currency, has made the US dollar top dog on the planet. The problem is, Lucifer's ultimate plan was not to make the United States the power of the globe. The plan was to strip them bare and destroy them, using this as one of the methods. The rest of the world is now catching on to what has happened, and are slowly awakening to the treachery that has been committed against them also. And now the rest of the world, especially China, is buying all the gold and silver to make sure they have a foundation when the US economy collapses. And when the dollar is no longer the reserve currency, which is already manifesting, then all the wealth in the world will revert to real money, and to the owners of gold and silver. And the citizens of the United States will be defaulted upon, and they will lose all appearance of wealth and instantly become a fifth world nation. As the old saying goes, he that owns the gold makes the rules. Well, the US, due to its serving the voice of the dragon, has eliminated its real wealth to play this illusory game of fake money, and soon they will own nothing, have nothing, and become completely wiped out in 1 hour's time. Just with a flick of a couple of keys on the computer, the United States could now be wiped out forever. Why is this happening? How did this occur to the greatest nation on earth? How did we allow these evil, sick, perverted powers to infiltrate and take over and lead us down into a hell that is worse than anything anyone could imagine? The answer lies in the fact that this was all planned. All of it, from even before this nation's creation. It is time that one begins to awaken to understand who the gods of this world really are, and how they play both roles of good and evil to establish confusion and to set up their pre-existing kingdom of a perpetual everlasting rule using the rod of iron. It is now time that I take you into completely direction, as we have seen how our individual lives are being controlled. Now it is time to learn how a plan is in motion that was set up by the God of this world, which controls the function of our illusory reality. This is the part of the book that is going to reveal a hidden agenda that is mind-boggling. To believe our world is being controlled at this level, makes one realize that we as an individual human have little to no control of our surroundings. We can only control ourselves within an extreme limited scope. It is time to unravel this demonic project that rules the world from behind the scenes with great accuracy via an ancient plan that the Father revealed to me in parts and pieces. From over 40 years of dedicated research, study and inspiration, until I could unravel the master code. The following is a step-by-step revelation of this world-controlled manifesto. Chapter 9. Transformation of God's Wife. Ezekiel 16:10-14. I clothed thee also with broidered work, and shod thee with badger's skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk. I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thy hands, and a chain on thy neck. And I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thine head. Thou wert decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen, and silk, and broidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour, and honey, and oil, and thou was exceedingly beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. The verses above reveal how the Lord God YHVH clothed his wife, Israel, and she became a queen by virtue of the marriage covenant. She was given a crown to wear on her head, and she became a great kingdom. Now notice very closely to the description of the great whore in Revelation 17. Revelation 17:44. Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sits upon many waters. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet, and gilded with gold, and precious stones, and pearls, and had a cup of gold in her hand full of abomination, and filthiness of her fornication. Purple represents royalty. This woman was a queen, and scarlet denotes that she began to whore around. Having a cup of gold represents how she became rich by selling her goods to all suitors at her desire by betraying her own. And in her forehead was a name written, a mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of whoredoms, and abominations of the earth. Something was engraved upon her forehead that was likened unto a mystery. Something about this woman didn't make any sense on the surface, but it was surely familiar. Back in the description of God's wife, Israel, he placed a jewel in her forehead. Revelation reveals the woman represents Mystery Babylon, and she was the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. It speaks of a woman in Revelation 18, giving even more descriptive elements about who this woman really is, and from the text it shows that she developed into a nation and a kingdom, as was revealed, and it defines even more of the clothing she wore. Revelation 18:12. Aware of gold, and silver, and of precious stones, and of pearls, and of fine linen, and of purple, and of silk. What did God clothe Israel in? Thus thou wert decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen, and silk, and broidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour, and honey, and oil, and thou was exceedingly beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. It also spoke of a woman sitting upon many waters. Whereas Revelation 17:15 reveals what the waters are, and he said unto me, the waters which thou saw, where the whore sits, are peoples, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues. Just who is this woman? The term being used here for woman is gain. It refers to this woman being betrothed to someone, and it means she was someone's wife. Thus the outcry that she has now become an adulterer. The other representation uses this term to mean a virgin. Obviously, this woman is not a virgin if she is whoring around. She is most likely committing adultery against her husband, and that is why he is angry, because of her infidelity. It also states that she has come under judgment, which means she contravened a covenant or a law. If this was just any old woman, there would not be this outcry and call to bring her unto judgment. But this woman is a mystery. In her forehead it reveals the mystery. She has taken great power unto herself and has used it to whore with all the kings of the earth. This was not just any old woman. This woman was a queen. She was royalty. The jewel in her forehead represented the royal jewels in a crown. However, the jewel in her forehead has become a mystery, because no one has been able to identify who she really is or where she came from and what that is in her forehead. The jewel in the forehead, as it still represents in places like India, represents the third eye. It is the symbolic all-seeing eye to enable one to become aware of the realm beyond. It is from the back center of the brain, from a place called the pineal gland. And what is the pineal gland? It is a small tiny grain of a rice-sized object that connects into the fourth dimension. This pineal gland is in everyone from birth, but it is usually not turned on for everyone. Lucifer opened the pineal gland for him to be personally connected to his wife. In other words, the pineal gland is a transceiver device like a bug, or a probe that keeps Lucifer connected to a certain group of humans based on the more purer bloodlines. If you are not of this group, chances are your transceiver is shut off or it has been calcified over time without use. This jewel is a wireless communication device into the fourth dimension. The woman is then referred to as Babylon the Great, mother of harlots. We have learned that Babylon represents confusion. Obviously, this is not referring to the kingdom of Babylon, for it has long passed into the ethers of time. Some believe she represents Rome as being in type of Babylon. Again, this belief was garnered in the Middle Ages during the Holy Roman Empire, and the people during that time believed, due to the heavy persecution from the church at Rome, that the church may be the enigma solved as to who this woman is. Again, wrong. What I will reveal to you in these final chapters is that this belief was not accurate at all. Just like many in our day and age always tend to believe when something happens in a contemporary setting they think it is fulfilling some prophecy, and yet so often they have misinterpreted the forecast and thereby created their own theory that lacks any solid substance. I assure you that the mystery was not about this woman being a church, the mystery was that she was royalty and she was married to someone very important. The church, whether a true church or a false church, is not married to anyone. At best she is a bride in waiting for her groom. Some believe the church is married to Christ, but this is also not accurate. The wedding has not yet been fulfilled for Christ to marry his bride-to-be. Christ even reveals this in the parable of the 10 virgins awaiting the call to present themselves unto their bridegroom. This event comes at the end days when Christ gathers his bride from around the world. This is known as the harvest. The church is not the woman in this story. This woman belonged to someone else and now she is whoring and becoming Mystery Babylon. And what is Mystery Babylon? It is the rejection of the God of Israel to begin to follow another. This woman is going to jump aboard the beastly kingdoms that I will soon identify, and begin whoring with them likened unto a person riding a horse. She is going to jump on this beast and begin to control it with power and authority. What you are about to learn is that the woman that was decorated with gold, and silver, and of precious stones, and of pearls, and of fine linen, and of purple, and of silk, was God's wife, and she was called Israel. This was the wife or contractual agreement between the people of the pledge and their Lord God, YHVH. However, there is a great mystery. Something happened. God divorced his wife long ago because of their unfaithfulness and their whoring around with other suitors. God had set up, as we shall see, another contract with Israel again in the future, knowing full well they would rebel and reject their God and bring upon them unspeakable punishments. When Israel is spoken of in the Old Testament there are 2 different timelines. One which speaks of the ancient Israelites and Judah, who were married to God, however he divorced both. And the other is the futuristic coded Israel. It reveals what is going to happen to them while coming under a great punishment and judgment being brought on them because once again, they whored around. Part of the mystery is, the Israelites are not Israel of the future, but the futuristic Israel is somehow connected to the Israelites of old. It is all code. Chapter 10. The Son of Perdition. It is imperative that you begin to understand the secret behind Mystery Babylon. Next, it is crucial that you understand that Jesus spoke of all these things in code. The night Jesus was betrayed was all relayed in code. Judas Iscariot, who played the son of perdition, meaning he represented the betrayer, was not the son of perdition. We were told that Judas was used to fulfill scripture of the son of perdition, to betray the Christ. Now why was this so important? You mean someone loses their eternal life just to fulfill scripture? Very odd unless you have the code. We have been told that Christ was betrayed in the evening, in a garden. He was betrayed by one of his own. And because of this betrayal, he was sent to his death. Yet strangely enough, as most Christians believe, Christ had to die or else no one could be saved by his blood, right? So, if Judas did accomplish this and became the one of perdition due to fulfilling the scripture by rote, then didn't he do everyone a favor? So why would he be condemned? We were told Judas was a bad guy in this deal. He betrayed his Lord and that made him the son of perdition, or the child of hell. Christ even said, "All that the Father had given him he kept, except the son of perdition, so the scriptures could be fulfilled." This sounds more like an allegory than a true story. Now what is wrong with this story? The problem is there is nowhere in the Old Testament that reveals a man called the son of perdition, nor does it refer to one that is the son of perdition to come, other than Daniel revealing about the abomination that is to make desolate, but this event wouldn't materialize until long after Christ was here, based on what Daniel revealed. The closest thing from Daniel may have been the abomination that makes desolate that was set up in the temple before Christ was ever here, but that is also doubtful. However, there are scriptures in the Old Testament where Christ was prophesied to come and then die in a brutal way. If the scriptures had to be fulfilled, then Judas or someone had to betray Christ to fulfill the scriptures of him being put to death. This event had to happen. Judas' betrayal was an act of fulfilling the scriptures. If he didn't do it, then they would not have been fulfilled. Now the book of Thessalonians reveals about the coming of an evil man, known as the man of sin. Yet this seems awfully strange since Christ referred to Judas as being the son of perdition, the one that had fulfilled the scriptures of the books of 70, which happened to be the scriptures they had access to in their day. So, what was Christ talking about? And if Judas was the son of perdition, then what was Thessalonians revealing? How many sons of perdition are there? And if the son of perdition was fulfilled with Judas, then there would be no others to come, correct? Because only the one was needed to fulfill the plan. So how did Judas fulfill the scriptures? And why would the Father give to Christ a soul that was preordained to be damned? Let me tell you a little secret about Jesus and the things he did. He revealed mysteries to his followers as they could decipher them. In so doing he would devise plans to teach secrets using parables. Jesus was the teacher, and he used opportunities to reveal hidden secrets via mystical apparatuses. He didn't just come right out and reveal things, he let the student figure it out so they could internalize the mystery. The question is, was Judas the son of perdition or was Christ revealing a hidden mystery for those in the future? And was Judas just playing a role to help fulfill whatever it was in the written scriptures so that it could be revealed down the line? Christ begins the operation by taking his disciples into a garden where the betrayal is going to manifest. My readers of the Divine Secret Garden series know already that the garden is the place where the seeds were planted. The seeds were the children of the father and mother and the seeds of the fallen angel and his children. Plus, it was the seeds of the true word versus the seeds of the false word, all mixed together until the time of the harvest, and these seeds or words were planted in what was called the Biblos, Babel, or Bible. As the mystery unfolds we begin to see the keys that were given. The betrayal in the garden where Jesus took his disciples represented an event that predated this world, a place called the Garden of Eden. Judas was given the task to play the role of Satan. Jesus was Adam. Therefore, we have Satan betraying the Christ in the garden. However, as I revealed in Book 2, it had to happen. In fact, Christ was even there on the tree so that it would occur and the plan could be fulfilled. Satan betrayed Adam and Eve in the garden. And as my readers have learned, Jesus was Adam in his first incarnation of this earth to set the path and the way for all the true seeds to follow, until the change. But notice the mystery as it unfolds even more. Judas was among the faithful disciples, he was a chosen one. And if Judas was among the disciples as one of the chosen ones, then Satan must have been among the other gods as one of the Elohim. And just like Satan was chosen among the gods to play the devil's advocate, Judas was chosen among the disciples to do the very same thing. Jesus had to be very careful in how he presented the truth. Even with his disciples he knew they were not yet spiritually in tune enough to be able to handle some of the knowledge, so he revealed things in mystery to be decoded from within the mind of the awakened soul. For some reason, he chose Judas to play this role and keep it away from the others so that this mystery, even though it was not understood at the time by the rest of the disciples, would be revealed later in the future. As Thessalonians revealed, the mystery of iniquity doth already abound. All of this was a mystery being revealed to those who one day will become awakened. What we know now is Adam and Eve, the representation of the father and mother of all the chosen seeds, were betrayed in the garden. I want you to understand this: Adam and Eve were not deceived as we might ascertain, they were betrayed. But how could they have been betrayed? Because one of Lords, of the Elohim, who they knew as one of the gods, betrayed Adam and Eve and sent them to their demise. In retrospect, they were betrayed by their very own God. The son of perdition is Satan, acting as the Son of God, who in turn was also in type, Lucifer. What Christ was attempting to do, using a period in his life that was the most crucial. He was trying to leave a mystery behind, as he always did prior, but this mystery would not be understood until the end of time or the last days before the reset. Chapter 11. The Lawless One and the Coming Betrayal. I have been trying to share this mystery throughout my books in the Divine Secret Garden series. But this mystery is not going to go over well because too many have been compromised in spirit. 2 Thessalonians 2:7-9. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, only he who now lets will let, until he be taken out of the way. What is the mystery of iniquity? Iniquity means sin, or lawlessness. But how is that a mystery? Secondly, it states, only he who now lets will let. This is a terrible rendition of the actual Greek terminology. This term comes from the Greek word kacho. It means to hold back or to restrain. And then the verse finishes with, until he be taken out of the way. Again, a horrible translation. These verses were written to reveal a progression of events that were to take place before the great and dreadful day of the Lord's coming. The progression begins when it revealed there were steps that were to occur, and after all these steps are revealed, then the end will come. The steps first begin with a great apostasy that is unfolding. This is the first event that would happen in a sequence of events. And what is an apostasy? It is when people reject their inner core guidance and reject all that is proper and true, and begin to follow their brute lusts of a fallen nature. It is when many people begin to reject the higher power and start living like animals without reason, nor do they follow law. They become the lawless ones. As this event rises from the depth of darkness, another event immediately takes place. It is when the lawless one appears. To understand this better, these things are happening within the true nation of Israel in the last day, more to come. The lawless one then enters the scene, because the people have become so mired in deception and lies they will now easily accept the lawless one to lead them. And this is what happens. The lawless one enters and sits in the temple of God and begins to show that he is God. This is step 2. Now we enter step 3. 2 Thessalonians 2:7-9. For the mystery of iniquity doth already work, only he who now lets will let, until he be taken out of the way. This verse is translated improperly, and because of this most are unable to understand. The term, let in our vernacular seems to imply one that is allowing something. However, this term is not correctly translated from the Greek. It means, to restrain, block, or hinder. It is saying someone comes on the scene and stops the man of sin, and this individual takes over for a time to put a stop to the workings of the man of sin. This occurs simultaneously with several other events revealed in the Bible. They are not simultaneous with these other events, they are the same event exposed in multiple ways. I will get to this soon. What this is revealing is another man comes on the scene and removes the man of sin out of the temple of God, and he restrains the operation of the man of sin for a time, times and a half of time. After this event occurs, then the following is what happens. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. This term iniquity comes from the Greek, anomia, and the term wicked is from the Greek, animos. Both represent being without law. Again, I ask, what is the mystery of lawlessness? The mystery is not about lawlessness, it is about how it is being used to deceive the masses to enter lawlessness. What we know is this mystery has always been there from the very beginning. It is not new, it doesn't just pop up on the scene. It has been there from the Garden of Eden. If you are paying attention, you should already understand some of the basics. Now let's return to the next verse again. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Someone is coming that will destroy this wicked one who has now been revealed, when he comes in brightness. What this is referring to when you add it all up is the one that is here creating lawlessness, is Satan the adversary, the god of this world from below, while possessing the man of sin. He was also the one who was in the garden who tempted the male and female, and now as we have learned he was also the one that betrayed Adam and Eve. However, someone is going to come in great brightness, and he is going to destroy Satan. Now this where I need to stop and explain something. The terms being used in the above verse, consume and destroy, do not mean to annihilate, nor does it mean murder, kill or end a life. The term destroy comes from the Greek word katargio. And the term consume comes from the Greek word, anglisko. What I am about to reveal is going to make a lot of people angry. In Book 2 I revealed that God and the devil were working together in the garden to enslave humanity to become servants in bondage to the alien Elohim. The serpent's role was simply to fulfill the will of YHVH. This, I have proven time and time again, and I will continue to do so with even more proof. Now here we see that Satan is going to be dealt with once this mystery and the man of sin are revealed. But what is the mystery? Chapter 11 continue. It states that the coming of the Lord, which is translated into Kyrios, will consume and destroy Satan with the brightness of his coming. Of course, we already know the definition of the Hebrew term for Lord, it is YHVH. So far it seems to be self-explanatory. Obviously, any Christian will tell you this means when Christ returns to take over the power of his kingdom on earth, that he is going to get rid of Satan and become king of the world. Hold on, not so fast. How many times have I explained Christ is not coming back to take over anything in this world because it is not his world and never has been. Therefore, who is it that is coming then? It is time you understand what it means to consume and destroy. Consume means to expend, as if to spend money to pay up or pay off, as if some sort of transaction is occurring, like a bribe. Which leads to the word for destroy. It means render unemployed, to become idle, to no longer have the job or the power. In basic terms, someone is being paid off for a job that they have been doing, and they have been excused so that someone else can come on the scene and take over. We know the mystery has always been here from the beginning. But now someone is coming to expose the mystery and to make themselves Lord and King of the world while removing the one who has been portraying Satan. Therefore, Christ, while in the garden, chose to reveal this scheme and mystery by letting it play out as if by using a teacher's method of training. So, who is it that is coming to replace, or cast out Satan? Even him, whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. Wait a minute. Stop the presses. The Lord that is coming is also using the power of Satan, with all power, signs and lying wonders? Remember, the mystery of iniquity is not coming, nor is Satan coming, or the man of sin. These are all past at this point, these have already been revealed. My friends, we have been betrayed, we have been lied to, we have been deceived. We have been led astray. If this was Satan as the man of sin being reduplicated in Scripture, then, why is it saying, even him whose coming is after the power of Satan? That doesn't make any sense, unless the one that is coming is also affiliated with dark power, but he is different somehow. What does it say about the God of this world? It says, 2 Corinthians 4:4, the God of this world has blinded them which believe not. The God of this world has purposefully deceived everyone while blinding them to make sure they cannot recognize the true mystery. 2 Thessalonians 2:11 reveals, and for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie. Here it is again, God will send strong delusion to believe a lie. Identity resolved. The God of this world hath blinded them which believe not, or better understood, which do not understand the true mystery. Lord God, the one that is coming, makes sure that humanity continues to remain ignorant. He doesn't want you figuring out that he works side by side with his polar identity as Satan, as is the knowledge of good and evil. He doesn't want you to recognize that the one coming in brightness is Lucifer, the bright and morning star. Thus, he comes in brightness to destroy or pay off Satan for a job well done, and now it is his turn to take over, and he does so after the working of Satan, with all the same power, signs, and lying wonders. You see, everything that occurs here that seems like a miracle beyond what the father and mother can do, is simply part of the virtual reality artificial simulation. And thus, it is called power, signs, and lying wonders. Meaning, it is all fabricated. Christ was revealing that in the garden, the gods were being portrayed unto Adam and Eve as their benefactors. The Elohim were all disciples of one Superlord. Adam and Eve were aware of all the gods, just like the disciples were all aware of one another. However, they thought they were all on the same team. I mean, they were all at the Passover fraternizing with one another. It never dawned on them that one of them was going to betray Jesus, and when Jesus hinted at this, they were all confused. This proves there was more than likely 12 powerful lords in the garden that Adam and Eve had met, and Satan was among them. Now let's review the verse of the restrainer. Only he who will now restrain will continue until he is taken out of the way. The term taken out of the way in the Greek means to being removed from among them. Whoever this man that is resisting or restraining the man of sin, he will push back the man of sin, until he also must be removed. The restrainer is like a jailer, or a guard of a prisoner. But this is not someone that is outside the gates, so to speak. This is a man who comes on the scene right from the midst of everyone else, including the man of sin. Who is he? Chapter 12. Joshua the Restrainer. Let's begin this story with Joshua. Zechariah 3:1-3. And he showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to resist him. And the Lord said unto Satan, The Lord rebuke thee, O Satan. Even the Lord that hath chosen Jerusalem rebuke thee. Is not this a brand plucked out of the fire? Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments, and stood before the angel. And he answered and spoke unto those that stood before him, saying, Take away the filthy garments from him. And unto him he said, Behold, I have caused thine iniquity to pass from thee, and I will clothe thee with change of raiment. What we are witnessing is a man standing at the end of days who Satan was controlling. He was part of the satanic in crowd, as one of the wealthy elite. But then he was plucked out of the fire. It says his garments were filthy, representing his actions were not righteous. This is because he was acting in the way of the world, doing things that were not proper. And then an angel stood before him, and said, Remove the filthy garments from him and cause his sins to pass from him, and he was given a change of garments. Let's continue. Zechariah 3:5-8. And I said, Let them set a fair mitre upon his head. So they set a fair mitre upon his head, and clothed him with garments. And the angel of the Lord stood by. And the angel of the Lord protested unto Joshua, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, If thou wilt walk in my ways, and if thou wilt keep my charge, then thou shalt also judge my house, and shalt also keep my courts, and I will give thee places to walk among these that stand by. Hear now, O Joshua the high priest, thou, and thy fellows that sit before thee, for they are men wondered at, for, behold, I will bring forth my servant the branch. After this man was clean, so to speak, he was given a fair mitre. This is tantamount in saying he was anointed to be a king of Israel. This man will be linked to the Jewish kingdom from either Britain or Scotland. He was then told, If you will follow in my ways and keep my charge and judge my house and keep my courts, then I will give you places to walk among these that stand by. Remember what it said about the restrainer. He will come from within or the midst of. He has been surrounded by people of intrigue, people who had power and control. This is also where the man of sin originated. And now we are witnessing one of their own being plucked out of the fire, so to speak, and then take over Israel as a judge and king. Now the branch is the root-talkingly line of David which ushers in the false Christ, as I have explained in my writings. Joshua is being changed and is being told he must stand up in the house of Israel, which is the temple of God, and begin to clean house. It is revealing he will rise among those who stand by, meaning those who have been in control, the elite who worship Satan, and not even they will be able to stop Joshua as he continues to grow in stature, power and strength. It then reveals what Joshua is going to do once he takes the mantle and become the judge. Zechariah 3:9-10 For behold, the stone that I have laid before Joshua, upon one stone shall be 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave the graving thereof, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. In that day, saith the Lord of hosts, shall ye call every man his neighbor under the vine and under the fig tree. The stone laid before Joshua is obviously Jacob's pillar stone, representing the false lineage of the scepter holders. It represents that Joshua is being given great power and authority to rule over the nation, and the stone will cause the sin of an entire nation to be removed, and everyone shall be a neighbor and shall dwell together. Just like the story of Elijah, which is the same event written another way, where he turns the hearts of the fathers back unto the children, and the children back unto the hearts of the fathers, or turning the millennial's heart back to the elderly and vice versa. Zechariah 4:1-5 And the angel that talked with me came again, and awakened me, as a man that is wakened out of his sleep, and said unto me, What did you see? And I said, I have looked, and behold a candlestick all of gold, with a bowl upon the top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon, and 7 pipes to the 7 lamps, which are upon the top thereof. And 2 olive trees by it, one upon the right side of the bowl, and the other upon the left side thereof. So I answered and spoke to the angel that talked with me, saying, What are these, my Lord? Then the angel that talked with me answered and said unto me, Knowest thou not what these be? And I said, No, my Lord. We just learned what happened with Joshua, who had become this candlestick. He was removed from Satan's group so that he could then judge the house of Israel, which had fallen unto ill repute. This occurred because of the great apostasy, as well as the man of sin that had been sitting in the temple prior, before he is to be revealed. We learned that Joshua was given the stone that had 7 eyes upon it. These are the watcher angels who are guiding Joshua, who has now changed. These are aliens sent from Lucifer, protecting and guiding Joshua, and giving him great power. Now we are reading again about this candlestick, but now there are 2 olive trees standing on each side of it. It won't just be one man who comes in to make the change. A second man will assist the one, like Elijah and Elisha. The candlestick represents the past story of the prophet Joshua, who had been changed and returned to what he was before he fell. And now he is being given the name of his glory, which extended back to the beginning of this house of Israel. Zechariah 4:6-10 Then he answered and spoke unto me, saying, This is the word of the Lord unto Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts. Who art thou, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel thou shalt become a plain, and he shall bring forth the headstone thereof with shouting, crying, Grace, grace unto it. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, The hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. His hands shall also finish it, and thou shalt know that the Lord of hosts hath sent me unto you. For who hath despised the day of small things? For they shall rejoice, and shall see the plummet in the hand of Zerubbabel with those 7, they are the eyes of the Lord, which run to and fro through the whole earth. Now we learn the name of Joshua before he entered sin and began to fellowship with those of Satan, when Joshua had fallen. His name was Zerubbabel, which means someone coming from or born out of confusion, as Babel. Notice Zerubbabel has the headstone now that was given to Joshua, proving it is the same entity. This headstone is the forgiveness stone being granted to Israel to allow their sins to be forgiven for a time and season. It states that Zerubbabel laid the foundation of this house, and his hands shall also finish it. When it says, this house, it is referring to the end days of the true nation of Israel, and the ones who established the covenant with Israel in the last days. It said, his hands set up the foundation of this house, and it says his hands will also finish it. So, the one coming to fulfill this role had also been one of the founding fathers of the last house of Israel. Zerubbabel was one of the founding fathers who laid the stone from the beginning and is also going to finish it as the reincarnated Elijah, Joshua. Zerubbabel is an individual who will complete the task and finish the project. But what is the project? It is the cornerstone setting upon the pyramid, the capstone. It represents world government for Lucifer, that which is being removed from Satan. Thus, it is in type like the true Christ, whose name is Joshua or Jeshua, who was then taken before Satan as Satan resisted him and had him killed. However, through this change in becoming the Christ, all sins were forgiven. So, this story is a replica or replacement story of another man who, like Jeshua, who became the Christ again to fulfill the project. But this is not the true Christ, it is Lucifer's prophet Elijah/Jeshua/Zerubbabel/Joshua. Zerubbabel is Elijah, the one who is to come back at the end of days to restore Israel. However, what does this mean, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel thou shalt become a plain. It is speaking of the end days when Satan was just about to establish his global new world order, which is identified as a mountain in the Bible, but before the new and revised Joshua, it will become a plain, like a wilderness. It will completely collapse. Joshua, Elijah, will destroy the new world order. This man will come on the scene in the last days, and have a power of a spirit that leads him, and nothing will be able to stop him. No matter what they try to do to stop this man, he will win, and win big. It is the fall of Satan again, and all Satan's followers will come crashing down. And the two men that will rise, who are identified as the two olive trees, were in type, Elijah and Elisha, or Joshua and Zerubbabel, attempting to bring Israel back to its foundations, and bring peace to the nation and the world, but they will be hated, because he will judge them and reveal all their lawlessness. After the man of sin is removed from the temple of God for a time and season, Joshua will then sit in the temple of God as the replacement. This restrainer comes on the scene to betray his own, of the evil ones. In a mystifying sense, one among the evil ones betrays their own as this one comes from the good ones, but had to be reminded. Remember, they are all the same tree. The son of perdition and the man of sin is of Satan, and the son of Lucifer is the polar opposite. What I am trying to say is Lucifer plays the good God, and Satan plays the evil God. Among them they both have certain followers. Satan's followers aspire to evil, and they work from below on earth. And Lucifer's followers aspire to the good part of the tree, who work from above, in space. Therefore, the man of sin is of Satan, and the one who restrains comes from Lucifer. And when the game is over, Lucifer, the bright and morning star, will enter and remove Satan, paying him off for a job well done, and then he will take back his rule as Lord and God of this world and reign bitterly with a rod of iron for 1,000 years. Chapter 13. Jacob's betrayal of Esau. There was another twofold meaning as to why Christ was revealing this mystery in this way, while taking his disciples into the garden at the night of his betrayal. We must look back in time to when Jacob stole the rightful heir away from Esau, which was being represented by Judas taking it away from Jesus. Jacob's betrayal of Esau and stealing the rightful heir and promise, as the firstborn, had become the royal line through his offspring of Judah that is leading to the false Christ that is coming to take over this world. It is the same story, just being identified in different format. Jacob went on to further a people that became the Israelites of those who came under the covenant marriage of Yhvh, and Israel and Judah became in type, his wife. Later among this people a section of them were identified only by the name of Israel that the Lord Yhvh would marry by coming into another contractual agreement with them in the future. I want to make something clear. Most people believe in discussing Israel that one is speaking of the Jews. This is a lie based on purposeful misrepresentation. It was all part of the confusion that Satan brought to this world to get people to focus on non-important matters while his right hand is doing something else. He is a magician and serpent. The Jews come from their father Judah. He was only one of the 12 sons of Jacob. The Jews today do not represent all 12 tribes, they are a single tribe, period, and most today claiming to be Jews are not even Jews. The 12 sons of Jacob represent the 12 levels of Lucifer's government as the betrayer or supplanter, as well as the 12 lords who rule with Lucifer. Judas represented Jacob, the betrayer of Esau's Jesus. Because of this betrayal, the rightful lineage switched from Esau to Jacob. And it was through Judah, where the false scepter lineage came into being. And then through Joseph is where the newly coded Israel would come from the future. Jesus was trying to reveal this hidden knowledge using a man named Judas, which is the correct translation for Judah. Why would he do this? Because Jesus was trying to reveal that some in the lineage of Judah were of a false lineage that will lead to a false Christ. He even said, "Beware of false Christs." But Jesus was trying to reveal that his betrayal was much more than Judas betraying him. It was fulfilling the scriptures that revealed a false Christ was being set up due to the treachery of Jacob and his deception. It is quite interesting when one understands that when Jesus was betrayed, he made sure the betrayal occurred in a garden. For it is in the garden that we have all been sacrificed to fulfill the plan. John 18:1. When Jesus had spoken these things, he went forth with his disciples over the brook Kidron, where there was a garden, into which he entered, with his disciples. Remember, this is all part of the code he was revealing. That there were 2 different seeds planted in the same garden. The use of the word Kidron represented by the Old Testament, brook of Kidron, represents a place of darkness from its root meaning, to mourn, to be dark. Jesus took his disciples into the garden where it was corrupted. I have explained that the garden is the earth, and we have been cast to the earth program as if being buried in the earth, where it is dark and morbid, representing death. Jesus was teaching his disciples in code that one among them would portray the fact that 2 seeds were planted together in the same garden. Judas was among the original disciples. He was planted in the same garden, but Judas was betraying his brother Jesus. Remember, originally, it was revealed in the Divine Secret Garden Book 1, how the parable of the seeds were to reveal that the father and mother planted their children here, and then alongside their children, the enemy planted their children also. It is being played out that within the disciples that one was the enemy planted among them. This is what the son of perdition means. It means it is a child of Satan or the son of hell, which is revealing the place where we exist at present, the garden. Earth equals hell, death. Chapter 13 continued. I use the word portray because Judas was not the son of perdition. He just played the troll to reveal what happened before the world was, as well as what occurred in the Garden of Eden. And most of all, it was about what Jacob did through Judah to bring on a false lineage, to bring about a false Christ or Antichrist system that leads one into perdition. And this is exactly what Jacob did to Esau. He betrayed Esau to steal away what was rightfully his. And yet many in the religious world look upon this betrayal and thievery as all being quite fine, and they ignore how deceitful and treacherous it all was. And both seeds represent the outgrowth of a lineage of people who would later be born or seeded in this earth, as the process of death until life continues. Chapter 14. The 2 nations of Israel. A false lineage was seeded into this earth, called Israel. The key now is to learn who and what Israel really is. I will reveal much more detail in a futuristic book called The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods. It will blow your mind. For right now, I will begin this by revealing the secret code, that Jacob's name was changed to Israel. 2 nations would come out of Jacob with the identifying birthmark of the supplanter, and take upon Jacob's new name, Israel. None of the other children would take upon this name. Instead they would take upon the name of their fathers. As an example, Judah's children were Jews, or slang for Judah's sons. Another would be Dan, who was also of the 12. Dan's name was marked upon his children's children as a waymark wherever they traveled, such as Denmark, as being Dan's mark. But only 2 sons by contract decree would carry the name Israel. The name Israel represents a covenant, a type of marriage. The children of Jacob will always be known as the Israelites, because they are the children of Jacob or sons of Israel. Jacob's name was changed to Israel by YHVH for this very reason. Genesis 32:28 And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. Notice how the term prince is used in conjunction with Jacob becoming Israel. What YVHV tells him reveals the true name of Israel, the evil god Ra ruling over man. Even though Jacob was of royalty as a prince, it also reveals the prince of this world, which many times is identified as Satan in the Bible. Jacob represents Satan as the betrayer, the adversary, enemy, and supplanter, having power with both God and men, thus the name Israel. Notice closely that it states, having power with both God and men. Now this is the supposed definition, but it is confusion using the context improperly. The deception is, it is having power as God ruling over humanity. It continues. Power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. The term prevailed means conquered, and lords over. So, the context is scrambled. It should say, Israel now has the power as God and shall lord over humanity. Obviously if Israel was God's wife, then she would also have the power of her husband, as God. Now when the name Israel is defined in the future it becomes even more discombobulated. Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, SEC, states that Israel means God prevails over man, which is a better translation, at least a better definition than what the Bible referenced it as, having power with God and man to prevail. It should have stated that Israel as having power as a god was to rule over humanity. Just a tiny little change reveals a ton of reality. However, the biggest problem is, there is no notation that the word ish is separated from the term Ra. But more importantly, the term Ra is completely ignored in the definition. My friends, this is not some little mistake. This is huge. Now why would you think that would be the case? It goes out of its way to define God, obviously as El. It implies that ish is man, because it states God and man or God over man, but what about Ra? Why leave the most important word of all in this sequence of Hebraic expression out of the definition, the very name of this God? Did you know that the tree of good and evil found in the Hebrew is called Tob and Ra? Do you really think this is a coincidence? Good and evil? It has long been known that Ra was the Egyptian sun god or the solar deity. His representation in the hieroglyphics is, Ra, god of the sun, having the head of a falcon and the sun disk resting on his head. Now everything is starting to become much clearer. Jacob was given his new name to represent his god Ra or the good and evil one. Thus, Ra means, evil son, Ish means man in the garden or man in the earth. And El means God or good ruling over man. Thus, we have man in the garden with the tree of good and evil. Lucifer, God and Satan are ruling together over humanity, using their offspring. Chapter 15. Women clothed with the sun. Revelation 12:1 And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. In Revelation 12 it reveals a woman, which I will reveal much more about later, and she is clothed with the sun. This woman is Israel, or Israel. Now why would she be clothed with the sun along with the moon under her feet? Simply because her god is Ra the sun god and he was married to her and Ra also clothed her. He wrapped himself around her as a covenant marriage through spiritual intercourse. And out of her came a false Christ as the little child to be the antithesis of the real Christ, or the Antichrist. The real Christ came out of the bloodline of Esau. So, Revelation 12 is dual, representing the false Christ and the true Christ. However, it says that this child was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, identity solved again. But before that it states that this child is taken back to God sitting with him at his throne. Sounds a lot like Jesus returning to the Father, doesn't it? However, let's unscramble this message. Do you still need more proof that the one who rules this cosmos is not the Father, but Lucifer, and it is his throne which represents his power of rule over this world from the heavens, or in space? Now the moon under her feet is Satan. This is the polar extreme of Ra the sun. To make the plan work, Satan must tend to the picture and go after this woman to have her destroyed, which was the plan from the beginning. All of this will be revealed shortly. But Satan, the moon god named Sin, and Lucifer the sun, are all one and the same family playing different roles for the game. It also reveals that she had a crown on her head made of 12 stars. Obviously, it represents in the overall picture the constellations. The constellations are above the sun. Nevertheless, the true meaning is, the 12 tribes of Israel. Just like Ra is identified as the solar disk, which was upon his head, it revealed his identity that he is the sun god. This woman having 12 stars on her head exposes her identity. The 12 stars are Jacob's 12 sons. And the stars represent the sons of God, and God is Lucifer, that is Ra, which is married to this woman, likened unto a cloak being worn around her representing the marriage covenant. This woman is clothed with the sun, she is married to Ra. Revelation 12 reveals a ton of information once you understand the code. One of the historical attributes about Ra is he was merged into also being like Horus. Now when you study the myth of Horus you will soon discover that he represents a copy of Christ. I don't have time to get into that here. But Lucifer is merging into both the Father and the Christ to continue with a massive deception. This is the basis of the mystery Babylon and its religion, which came through the Bible, Babel, which is confusion to those that do not sort through it properly. Now let us get into the hidden mysteries as to what is unfolding on this planet and why. As we have learned, Jacob, who was named Israel, had 12 sons. 10 of these sons were to go on to become nations as their seed carried unto the 4 corners of the earth. Out of these children, a single part of the lineage of Judah would go on to rule the earth, as royalty, kings, and queens, as the one that carries the scepter. This is the meaning of the word prevail or rule over, which was given to Jacob. Scepter, a ceremonial staff, rod, or wand used as an emblem of a monarch's authority. Judah's children of one specific lineage would sit upon thrones over the world, but would still not be the coded Israel. This scepter does not apply to all of Judah's sons, only a fraction of them, a single lineage only. The rest of the Judah's sons or Jews are like everyone else as seeds dispersed into the 4 winds, being mixing together as both good and evil as is every tribe on earth. From the lineage of Levi these would become the priesthood, one might say the secret societies and the religious aspect of the cult of this paradigm. The other sons would become nations, as noted above, like Dan placed his mark wherever he landed, and therefore places like Denmark are revealing where Dan and his children ended up. Ireland is one location of the children of Dan. Now it is important that you do not look at these nations as undefiled, as if the people remained purer-blooded. This is not so. Their blood has been mixed all over the earth, although the societal cultures are somewhat purer. The only revelatory area of great importance to this thesis is the single lineage that is important for blood rule. Other than that, all blood has been mixed now. Therefore, racial discrimination is not an option. Only Satan desires and attempts to throw enmity into the flames to create racial hatred. This is not about races per se, but carrier hosts. It is so very critical that you comprehend that race, creed and color is only important to Lucifer and Satan. The father and mother love all their children the same, and it doesn't matter what avatar your soul is camouflaged under. Your soul within is all that matters. Anyone getting stirred up with racial hatred and cultural biases are completely missing the mark. Culture and race are nothing more than the programmed matrix to mislead. Whether you are black, Jewish, Caucasian, Oriental or Indian, all vessel avatars hold either the seed of darkness or the seed of light. Your only discrimination are the fruits of the Spirit. Through these fruits one shall know the inner purity of its divine origin or the lack thereof. When Jacob's name changed to Israel, which means those who follow the god Ra, or the sun god worshippers or the followers of Lucifer, it had a very important meaning. Israel became a code for the future. It has nothing to do with the name of a race of people. And that will become obvious because the true future Israel is a mixture of every race, creed and color on earth. Jacob, Israel did not pass the name Israel unto his 12 sons. Therefore neither Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph or Benjamin carried the name of Israel. These things are all revealed in the Bible but are overlooked because people do not understand the code. It should be obvious by now that there are and always has been 2 codes in the Bible. The one is the code that is referenced by Christ through his mysteries, as the good word planted in the earth. The other is the mystery Babylon code of Lucifer, which was also planted side by side with the true code. Mr. Phelps, your job is to separate the 2 codes before the tape ends. The tape will self-destruct momentarily. For those of you that do not remember, this was from the show, Mission Impossible television series between 1966 through 1973. The Jews are not Israel, Reuben is not Israel. Not even Joseph is Israel, although he is called the Stone of Israel because he is the father to those who will take upon Jacob's new name of Israel, as well as he is Jacob's birthright son of the promise. Jacob never handed the name Israel over to his sons. This is important to understand the code of Mystery Babylon. Chapter 16. Joseph the father to Israel. Although Judah was the lawgiver and held the scepter, and Levi was the high priesthood, when Jacob did finally pass his name, Israel, it went to his Sumerian, Egyptian, Hebrew grandsons. The lineage of Joseph is one of great import. Most know the story of Joseph and the coat of many colors. Also, how Joseph was sold into slavery and left for dead by his 11 sibling brothers. It is in type like that of the 12 disciples, how the one sibling brother Judas was considered dead among the 12, but he was playing a very important role to further represent the code. I believe this reveals that Judah was only playing his part in a role to betray Christ, so the code key would be given to understand it was referring to Jacob's betrayal of Esau. In some lost documents supposedly written by Judas, he revealed this very thing, that he was working with Jesus to play this role to fulfill Scripture, but few ever understood what this meant. He wasn't fulfilling it so he could become the son of perdition. He was fulfilling Scripture to prove who Jacob was and the resulting Judah lineage that brought in a false Christ. Now Joseph was Jacob's favorite. And when he learned the news that Joseph had been killed by a wild animal, which was the lie his brothers concocted, they showed Jacob the coat that he was given by Jacob, and it was tattered, torn and filled with animal blood. The story played out that Joseph was sold into slavery into Egypt. Now while I cannot spend a lot of time on this area, Joseph would become very powerful in Egypt because of his dream interpretations, or at least that is what the editors wanted us to believe. Eventually, Joseph became second in command of all Egypt under one of the ruling pharaohs. What the Bible doesn't reveal but Egyptian records seems to indicate that Joseph, that is Yosef or Imhotep, came from a line of pharaohs himself stemming from before and through the lineage of Abraham his great-grandfather. More on this in their forbidden legacy of the gods. These were called the shepherd kings and were a diverse group from the original pharaohs. And these shepherd kings ruled from another area in Egypt as 2 pharaohs ruled over both parts of the lower and upper ancient city. The shepherd kings ruled side by side with the other rulers of this earth. It doesn't mean they were of the dark seed, but they were mixed in the world. Remember, after the flood the seeds were all mixed. Joseph was in a lineage of pharaohs of the shepherd kings. And it was his two sons Ephraim and Manasseh born unto him via his Egyptian wife that eventually had the code name, Israel, given unto them. Now why is this important? And how could Israel come from Egyptian blood if this is the Hebrew race of people? The term here differentiates between the children of Israel known as Israelites versus the code name of Israel, which was handed down to Joseph's children to represent who they would eventually become by plan. Now, you need to read the story how this blessing, cursing came about for yourself. Genesis 48 1-22. And it came to pass after these things, that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick, and he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob, and said, Behold, thy son Joseph comes unto thee, and Israel strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. At this point in time Jacob was very old and near death, and he was only known as Israel. This was now his name that he went by. And Israel said unto Joseph, God Almighty, YHVH, appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me. And said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of nations, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. Many become trapped here thinking that they were to only get the land of Canaan, since that is where it states these people were. You will eventually come to realize much of this was a deception to throw of the magnitude of how great these people would become. It was not just Canaan they would rule over, but the entire world. However, to note, the fact that it states that their seed will become a multitude of nations, obviously pertains to much more than Canaan. Continuing. And now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, They are my sons, whom God hath given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and, lo, God hath showed me also thy seed. Now remember, Joseph's wife was Egyptian, and if the Egyptians were not already connected via blood to the Hebrews, then this could not be Jacob's seed, but as you now realize from this event, they truly are his seed whether they are part Egyptian or not. It is because of the secondary bloodline that ran through Egypt via the shepherd kings. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Israel stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. Here is the big switch. And he blessed Joseph, and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day. The angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them. Here we recognize that Jacob is giving his name Israel to these two sons only, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. Seeded throughout the world? Abraham and Isaac were also the fathers to the seed. This is where you come to learn about Isaac's sons. In history, they were known as the Saxons. Notice also Jacob claims he was blessed by an angel and forgiven from all evil. This was added to make people believe that the trick he played on Isaac was forgiven. However, angels cannot forgive or redeem unless it is a fallen angel doing it. And thus, his thievery of the rightful heir's promise was simply swept under the rug. Well, we know different now, don't we? And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand, to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for Manasseh is the firstborn, put thy right hand upon his head. And his father refused, and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a nation, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude, commonwealth, of nations. And kings shall come out of thy loins. It is Judah that holds the royal scepter. Genesis 49:10 The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Many believe this Shiloh is Christ. I say it has a dual meaning, one representing the true Christ, the other representing the false Christ. However, if you look closely and realize words were subtly changed to change the meaning, Shiloh comes from a word of no meaning based in something that belongs to one, like a people belonging to someone, like the Israelites belonging to their God. The name is supposed to represent a place of peace, not necessarily as person. Chapter 16 continued. It is also possible Shiloh was misspelled purposefully. It might have been Sheol or Sheol, which is the place of Abaddon, Satan in hell. Its pronunciation is Shemidl.lo. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see it might have been a play on words, as Shiloh. Now Sheol also represents where people go after they die. It represents the shadow people or shadow lords who take the soul into the darkness to enter the tunnel of light to be replanted again. The royal scepter of bloodlines in this world is of the devil, not the Father. Again, I repeat, this world nor its kingdoms are of the father and mother. And he blessed them that day, saying, In thee shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. Ephraim throughout the future from this time will receive his birthright promise first, and being it is the firstborn blessing, it will always be a greater blessing than even what his brother Manasseh was given, even if Manasseh becomes more powerful. Manasseh will only receive a secondary blessing, that is sloppy seconds. Chapter 17. The Covenant Sons, USA and the British. The two sons of Joseph would become known as the Covenant Sons. In Genesis 49, Israel begins to explain what blessings or curses would be bestowed upon his 12 sons. But it was through Joseph that was called the stone of Israel that would eventually receive the blessing and the name Israel placed upon his 2 sons. This is the code. Now per the blessing, Ephraim was to become a multitude of nations, where kings and queens would also rule from within his land, and his seed would spread all over the earth. This is the mixing of the seeds altogether upon the face of the planet. Also, the scepter would be found in Ephraim, meaning a special lineage of Judah who is the son that carries the scepter, would take their role of royalty living inside the realm of Ephraim. The contract that was passed down to Ephraim was simply known as the covenant, passed down from the fathers unto their children from Abraham on down to Ephraim. It was known as the Sons' Covenant. These were children of the covenant, or men of the covenant. In the ancient Hebrew, they were known as Berithish, meaning covenant man. The term covenant is written in Hebrew like this, Berith or Barieth. And the word man/son appears like this, Eshor, Esh. This is in contrast to a woman or female. Originally man was simply Adam, and Adam was both male and female, but Ish represents the male versus the female. It is a male bloodline. Therefore, the name of the covenant son is Berithish. As you pronounce the term, Berithish, it is obvious how it compares phonetically to another name we use often in this world called British. As vowels were added much later, both these terms come from the RTSH. Do you really believe this was a coincidence that a name revealed in Hebrew as the covenant son, which is the code name Israel, would later turn up as the British many centuries into the future after this covenant was made? It is interesting that there is no real definition for either the words British or Britain, other than it is the islands that comprise the United Kingdom or the people living there, or the sons of Britain. I find it nefariously odd how the true definition of where the term British comes from is all but buried to hide the secret of who they really are. I don't know how much more proof one would need than to comprehend Britain is the modern-day Ephraim. At one time the sun never set on the British flag because of its government and monarch authoritative rule outside of its boundary, ruling over many nations of the planet. Britain ruled the entire world and occupied and owned lands, and they were the sovereign government of the people from all tongues, which represent the waters. And it was called the Commonwealth of Nations. The monarch in Britain, the reigning kings and queens who are related to almost all thrones on earth, are the scepter ruling over many nations, in so much so these other nations looked to the king and queen as their own, even as still today, that is Canada, Australia, and even before the change, Hong Kong, etc. Britain as the Berethish is the famed Ephraim that was long ago predicted to rule a great portion of this earth, but its real name is the coded Israel from Jacob the usurper. And yet it doesn't stop there. Manasseh was also predicted to become a single great nation after Ephraim, and Manasseh would also gain its blessing as a powerful kingdom, but it will be governed internally. Many states within itself. It will not have nearly as much sovereign rule over other nations beyond its kingdom, unless it is a military or an economic intrusion over other territories. What single nation that came after the British Empire went on to become a powerful people and nation? Obviously, it is the United States of America. America was born out of Britain from its inception via the Mayflower, when Protestant Christians who were breaking away from the crown seeking a land of their own, journeyed across the Atlantic to practice their new faith as they left the Isle Kingdoms and came over to the New World in about 1620 AD. Jamestown was eventually founded, and then the American colonies slowly began to evolve within their own right as they separated from the authority of the United Kingdom, until the Great Revolution, where America finally became that single great nation under the new covenant, as the blessing of the second son named Manasseh Israel. However, America never separated, it just became the secondary Israel where Ephraim, Great Britain, would still be connected in secret and even reaping America's prosperity and benefits by fiat. And although America is much more modern in the sense of technology as well as military power, the wealth of the nation is still on loan from Britain, as the monetary power system still hails from their City of London, and not the USA as most believe. The name Israel belongs to Great Britain and the United States of America, and not to the tiny little piece of land in the Middle East. That is not now, nor has it ever been, Israel. It is, however, Zion, a secret society code of Satan's headquarters. Chapter 18. Zionism. It is extremely important that you keep in mind, Zionists are not Jews. Back about 1,000 years ago, a group had taken over Jewish customs and even integrated their beliefs along with language from an area called Khazaria of the Ukraine. During this time, the Khazarians conquered the Jews, raped and pillaged the people, and integrated within their customs and their beliefs, and simply became the wolf in sheep's clothing. I want you to really grasp this, that Satan entered the Jewish system to play a role as an Azazel scapegoat. In Revelation 3:9 this scenario is revealed: Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Now notice this all began about 1,000 years ago, when the Zionist takeover occurred. The establishment of Satan's system on earth known as Zionism began about the 10th century as a tiny fledgling group. From there, very slowly and methodically, Zionists eventually infiltrated the world and set up the fake homeland in Israel of the Middle East to become the home of the misplaced Jewish people who had been scattered upon the face of the earth. But this was not the true homeland, it was all a facade. The world has been led to believe that this is God's chosen people who have returned home. The fact is, the Jews are from their father Judah. They were scattered all over the face of the earth. They were never supposed to return home again because they are not Israel, they are Judah. Genesis 49:8 Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise, Judah's brothers will praise him, Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. This is showing a forcible power over other nation tribes. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Again, his brothers will bow before Judah like and unto royalty. The Jewish people have been conned like every other race on earth, and now a fraud has taken them over and are attempting to imitate them to deceive the world. However, there is one lone Jewish lineage that still exists in blood. They are the blue blood royals. Zion represents a great mountain growing on the earth, as a kingdom to Satan or the code people called Zionists. And it all began on Q just about 1,000 years ago. This is another key to understand the trap we have been suckered into. A 1,000-year perpetual kingdom without end. The Zionist goal is to establish a global worldwide kingdom, but it never happens, because the world or the program always comes to an end and then reverts. Thereby Satan always loses his authority over to Lucifer at the end of the days as part of the script, representing the great war in heaven, where Lucifer is set up as king of the world through a man. And Satan appears to be banished again for another 1,000 years, until he is loosed again to create worldwide havoc. All of this is a code. This is part of the grand deception creating by religions and secret societies to keep the people away from learning the secret of the Babylonian mystery religion. So as stated earlier, when YVHV remarried Israel, he married the code name Israel, not the Israelites. And the coded Israel is now the Covenant Sons, while most of the rest of the Israelites are blended within Europe, known as Saxons, Celts, Scots, Irish, Welsh and many more. YHVH already divorced the Israelites as well as Judah long ago. However, this new marriage, or new covenant, Berethish, was brought about on a different people, but still connected to the original promise of Jacob, Israel through the two sons of Joseph's blessings, revealing that their seed would infiltrate the whole world. Jeremiah 3:8 And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery I had put her away, and given her a bill of divorce, yet her treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also. Therefore, when speaking of Israel of today, it is not affiliated by blood of the ancient Israelites. It is now a new covenant and a new people with the seeds spread all over the world mixing into other seeds. This is why Revelation 17 revealed that the waters the whore sits upon are peoples, and multitudes, and nations, and tongues. The Commonwealth. It was YHVH that blessed these two nations to become great and powerful empires. And it was all done to set up what would end up being the kingdom of YHVH/Lucifer upon this earth after the tragic and horrible events take place where the coded Israel will be burned with fire and destroyed, and then it will all restart again. All of it was planned long in advance, but not for any benevolent reason. It was extremely malevolent. Chapter 19. The Fallen Israel and the Reboot. As we move forward there are prophecies that reveal that the new Israel will be punished greatly. These prophecies of Israel all referred to the coded Israel of the future, that is now. And it is mostly referring to the United States since they are the last power on earth before the grand event. However, as stated earlier, something will occur that will change the course America has been on. A man will rise to restore America and its laws as the judge of Israel for a short period. More later. My people are destroyed from a lack of knowledge. What you are learning here is a duplicate of the prophecy in Revelation 18 where the woman is called Babylon and she is utterly punished and destroyed. You are going to learn this secret message has caused the entire world to believe in a lie that is so megalithic it will be nearly impossible to break free from. Israel, Great Britain and the United States are going to become the great whore spoken of in Revelation 17 and 18 as part of the plan not only to punish them but to set up a one-world ruling government by using these two nations as benefactors at their own citizens' expense. However, it is convoluted so stay with me as I explain this in detail. The United States as of this point in time has become a Roman Senate type of government and the money system is wholly Babylon, which is issued out of the Bank of England, which overlooks the Federal Reserve. But all of it is based on secret society creations under the pyramidal structure of Lucifer to control this world and lead it into a one-world government that takes us back 1,000 years, where the dual Rome, that is Turkey and Italy, were part of the Holy Roman Empire, where Lucifer will rule his kingdom again, with a rod of iron. This is the true global order, not the New World Order, because that will never happen. We cannot advance any further into the future. And when we go back 1,000 years during the time loop, or the reset, Satan, through the Church at Rome, will once again be reshaping world events subtly, behind the scenes, while Lucifer is ruling the world, until Satan is then released upon the world 1,000 years later, which is now our time. And then Satan attaches himself to the governments of the world via the Great Whore. It is all a repetitive program. The problem is the kingdom of Lucifer is to be established to reign over the world of the past, not the future. And its reign will last for 1,000 years until Satan is loosed again for a short season. Satan will be given free reign again, since he has been mostly underground and working through the Church at Rome, where he then begins the destruction of the coded Israel via infiltration, to repeat the process in this never-ending diabolical story. As it was stated, there is nothing new under the sun, it is all a repetitive program. This is what the book of Revelation was teaching, that after the 1,000-year kingdom, Satan is then released a short time to once again deceive the whole world. Many believe within the Christian world that it is Jesus reigning in his kingdom for 1,000 years, and then at the end of this 1,000 years of utopia, Satan is released again to screw everything up, to find out how many people can be tempted to follow Satan again. Are you not scratching your head? Why would Jesus ever release Satan again, to deceive the entire world after he spent all that time cleaning it up, per se, as Lord and ruler of the planet? If Christ is now Lord and ruler during this period, then anything that allows Satan to return is because Christ allowed it, or even authored it. Why would Christ, who is the epitome of incorruption, allow corruption of confusion, which is Antichrist, to return in his kingdom? Something is very wrong with this picture, isn't it? It is all being purposefully misrepresented. Remember, the Father tempts no man with evil, nor does he use evil in any form. So, allowing Satan to be released after the supposed true Christ has been in total control, doesn't bode well as to who this Christ really is. Obviously, this reveals that something very different is occurring than what many have been told. In the description in Revelation it states that after the 1,000 years, and then after Satan is loosed for a short time deceiving the whole world, then the Father will come to earth to reign forever. Why would the Father come to a tiny little speck of dust as a planet to reign from? He rules the entire spiritual universe as an internal spirit, not a being of external form. And why does it say the Father comes to earth to sit on the throne and to rule forever, but then it says, there will be new heavens and new earth? Excuse me? We are obviously not talking about this earth, are we? Or are we? Confused yet? It then says there will be no sun, for the light of the Father will give light to the world. Obviously, there is something strange about this entire description. And remember, it also said that when Christ returned that this earth would be his kingdom forever and ever. Yet for some reason it is turned back over to the Father after a mere 1,000 years. My friends, what you are reading is a dual description of the truth mixed with the lie. It is the cunning art of deception being fostered off by Lucifer, as he mixes the true realm of the Father with his fallen realm, while he desperately tries to imitate the Father and the Christ. Lucifer is the god of this world, and he rules from space as from the heavens. He rules this world in a perpetual 1,000-year kingdom. And at the end of this 1,000 years, he then allows Satan to deceive the whole world, and then Lucifer appears to clean it all up as the father of this world, and then he starts the process all over again. This is mindlessness. This is all part of the Mystery Babylon religion, where the coded Israel links with the Bible, able to produce a mystery religion of good and evil, and it gets worse from here on out. What you are about to learn is the blueprints for this takeover being revealed, and it is stunning and alarming once you realize the truth. Now that you understand who the real Israel is and how all of this was set up, it is time to understand the real meaning of prophecy and the time loop. Chapter 20. What is prophecy? Now let us begin to understand what prophecy truly is and why it has been given to the world. If one can see into the future, that means it is already happened. There is no such thing as actual prophetic insight of a time period that has not yet existed. Either the events of the future have already played out, or there is no way to see into the future. The fact is, if anyone could see the events of the future, whether seer, angel or God, then that means the future is already extant and set in stone. Do not complicate this any more than you should. The idea that a future exists that has not happened yet is pure nonsense. Anyone able to access the future in any way, shape or form is verifying that it already exists. Just like a movie on a DVD, the entire movie already exists. Whether you are watching the beginning, the middle or the end, it is already completed, and as time moves forward, eventually everyone that watches the movie will recognize the same ending that is there for everyone to witness, continually. Now some would lay doubt to this notion, saying, it is a projected future. It does not mean it has already existed, it simply means based on what is occurring at present, that these are the best odds for the fulfillment of said event. Again, complete absurdity. Based on micro and macro decisions from every living source every second of each day, there is no possible way to know what the future holds based on the law of free choice unless it already has occurred. Every generation brings on new developments, some that could be predicted, most that cannot. Each development or enhancement via time changes the world's complexity by odds that are beyond assimilation. No one even at the turn of the 20th century could have envisioned an exactness to the world we live in today unless they had prior knowledge of its existence. And this is the key: prophecy or prophetic insight is not brought about by some inordinate ability to see into a future that has not yet existed. One might be able to guess at certain elements or even certain natures due to pre-existing issues, yet the preciseness of it all would be greatly lacking. If prophecy was in fact a reality, then free choice would be out the window and the people of the world would be nothing more than a BORG, that is biological robotic organism. We would simply be static players in a game that has already been pre-designed, instead of interactive players. We must have free choice due to a central law of this realm. This brings us to the logical rational fact that the only way one can see a future is because it already happened. We have already made our choices and decisions. Even the Bible reveals this, and yet few if any have ever recognized it before. I will admit, the prophetic utterances of the past have an uncanny way of coming true across the board. And whether you believe in them or not, events that were prophesied from a myriad of differing cultures seem to always occur once understood, and are being fulfilled right on cue throughout the generations. The real question is, how can we have free will choice, yet for some mysterious reason we keep playing out the same or near same scenario of the world from beginning to end? This is the most frightening part of all. We are sleeping and our soul is being dragged through life where most never attempt to change where their life is being directed, until they are awakened. If you cannot rightly discern how prophecy comes about, then you will never have the answers you desire. Solomon gave us the reason why prophecy is always fulfilled, and it is not due to any divine future magnification of some righteous judgment, but in fact a repetitive anomaly that occurs repeatedly in the Earth's cycle. The answer is obvious, once you understand the real interpretation of this so-called injustice. The idea that any divine entity could accurately reveal a future and along with it could already make a judgment on the participants of said play, is not coming from a righteous deity but a corrupt ruling tyrant manifesting their intentions of the program. As with any loving parent, If you could see the future and recognize in advance the downfall of your own children, you would not be forecasting judgment upon them, you would be making sure your children are protected. Unless prophecy and its warnings are for a nefarious purpose, unknown to most. The reality is, not everyone here is of the father and mother. The Father has outflowing love, unconditional love. His love radiates beyond him unto all that are his. The God of the Bible is all about self-interest. The love is inflowing, coming to him, worshipping him, seeking attentiveness in all things towards him. To find a culprit you must understand the source. There is no advantage to a loving benevolent source to predict a damning fate upon anyone prior to it occurring. Because if they can see it, then they could prevent it, if they so desired. And if what some believe is accurate, their prophecy is a warning to allow for time to make a change, then that alone predetermines prophecy is a bunch of bunk. If we had changed it, then it wouldn't have been prophesied, would it? For the seer would have seen a different outcome. If we could have ever changed it throughout the centuries, then obviously, the outcome would differ greatly than what was seen in the future. And thus, revealing it was never the true future anyway, but sadly prophecy simply being fulfilled. I am not saying it is impossible for any one of us to make changes in our own life. I am saying that a set course of events has already been revealed to occur since the same pattern has already previously occurred. So, in that vein we truly are simply living out a programmed protocol to make happen what has already occurred, as a trap for the soul, unless we awaken to make personal changes. Remember the adage, if you do not know your history you are doomed to repeat it? Well, if you can't remember that you have done this before, and are unable to recognize a programmed plot in this world, then it appears to me that it is going to be a do-over, a recurrence or a repetition. We are captivated in a program that keeps repeating itself because we fail to remember the past or the future, and the controllers are making sure it is always validated as it was seen, that is predicted/prophesied. Remember, if you can see the future then it already happened or it was never the future anyway. However, real change never does seem to occur within the whole of humanity. It always seems to accurately, like clockwork, come about as revealed in one form or the other, as prophesied with few exceptions. The question is, why is that? Remember, wide is the road that leads to destruction and many follow that way, but narrow is the path that leads to life eternal, and only a few discover it. Add it all up, most people follow the program, only the few ever make changes. The only advantage of prophecy would be to a malevolent force that desires said outcome. Therefore, prophecy takes on a whole different light. That it was never intended to cause people to change, but to propel them into a belief, to make sure they don't change. Religions, groups, sects, parties, government control, media, etc. were all created to become a vast regulator over the people, as the guardians of the pyramidal structure. This is the only reason that any prophecy can be uttered with even a tad amount of accuracy, and seemingly never changing the results. It is because most people who are supposed to be making the changes, desire the prophesied outcome. You shall know them by their fruits. If one believes they are saved or protected and everyone else be damned, then they are fueling the fire right alongside a malevolent force that desires and demands that these destructive events to occur. Once again, if a loving parent, or even a friend knew of any potential harm to any of their loved ones down the line or in the future, they would do all they could to avert said situation. They wouldn't sit back and laugh and proclaim, "Well, I told you so, now you must suffer my wrath because you would not listen to me." Signed Seer. P.S. And by the way, be damned to all who would not adhere to my greatness. Again, I repeat, are these the fruits of a loving spirit of empathy and compassion, or are these the fruits of jealousy and wrath saying, "I told you so and now I will show you the force of my anger. Damn you." When it finally dawns upon humanity that a dark force rules this cosmos, and it is not the benevolent force that you may have desired, but a tyrannical wicked evil force, and it is not only revealing prophecy for the future, but it is damn set on making sure it happens precisely the way it was revealed. Then and only then will you begin to understand. But the question is, if these forces are trying to shove their agenda to verify their script down our throats, then does this mean we can't make changes? Any one of the true children can break free from the programmed events and your part in this play, by returning to the father and mother and placing your entire life in their hands to lead you towards the transformation, but you cannot change the world or the future. You can only change your part in it, and the rest will adapt around you to continue its deception. You can assist and help others along the way, but the majority in the world will still follow the same pattern. However, if you do break away, rest assured, it will not be easy on you. Once you make the choice not to follow the program, you will be attacked. Who is it that is behind fulfilling prophecy? Look around the world, look at the entities who are involved in making sure these prophetic events occur, such as in Revelation during the infamous Armageddon. The Dark Lords have already created a dam for the Euphrates River, so that it will dry up on cue for the armies of the East to invade. There is no need for some angelic interference to cause this to occur, as it was implied. These are not benevolent entities who desire prophecy to be fulfilled. Once you become aware of this, then you will rightly divine the true source of most prophetic warnings. Chapter 21. Nothing new under the sun, the time loop. And this brings us back to Solomon, who revealed why it is that prophecy is being fulfilled, and how it is that a prophet, having special insight, can see into the future and rightly divine its outcome. Ecclesiastes 1:9-11. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, See, this is new? It hath been already of old time, which was before us. Ask yourself while considering this gnosis. Am I new to this world? Have I ever been here before with this name, body, family and personality? Solomon says, yes, you have been here before. Nothing is new, it all happened once upon a time. There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. As I have said so often, when we came here we were placed under a trance cursed to forget everything about who we are, where we came from and why. And this lack of memory continues even past death and rebirth. Solomon spilled the beans, and yet nary a soul can figure out what he meant by this strange jargon. Solomon knew that our world and everything in it is staged within time loop cycles, like a world that is time traveling back and forth, and the same general events just keep reoccurring. From the leaves on a tree, to the planets and stars in the heavens, all is in a cycle, that is including humanity. Has it ever occurred to you why we awaken every day to a new day, but then each day comes back around again every week? Everything that exists in the matter world is in cycles. Humanity exists in cycles. If you are here today, you were here before. If you are here before, you most likely will be here in the future, unless you are one of the few in this cycle who transforms. Deja vu, anyone? This was the real message Christ was bringing to the world until it was corrupted and a false Christ and false message were added. He spoke in parables to reveal the true knowledge and the mystery of the cycles by using agriculture and sowing seeds and reaping the yield. As a blade of grass in the field dies in one cycle, it returns in another, having no memory of it being here before. Everyone has read or heard what Solomon stated, that there is nothing new under the sun. People can quote this until they are blue in the face. Yet few, if any, have truly understood, because they fail to read on to bring symmetry into the text. He goes on to say in paraphrase, is there anything in our world that we can say, hey, this is new? He responds by saying, sorry, it has already happened before in the days prior to us being born. Solomon goes on even further, just in case you are one of those who still do not get it. He said, there is no remembrance of the former things. Again, no doubt people will say, that is because our history has changed so much that we do not have the correct information, and based on their thinking, it doesn't mean anything else. Au contraire, ami. What he said is, there is no remembrance of things prior. Well, unless Solomon was smoking some wacky weed, how could any of us remember the historical past unless we were there and forgot? No one can recollect something that they had no part in, unless they have some historical knowledge, but then they would not have lost memory of this, would they? It is not speaking of a lost history, it is speaking of our lost memory. Solomon doesn't stop there. If that is all there was to it, then maybe a debate could ensue. However, he goes on to reveal the smoking gun. He says, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. What? Is this guy loony? Come on, how could any one of us ever have memory of what is to happen in the future unless we have already lived it? Prophecy? Anyone? How could it be possible to have memory to know that which will occur in the future, unless we are also the ones that come after and we're already there to witness said future, but like always we forgot when we entered the time loop. Now for the greatest secret to unfold. Do you know why ancient clairvoyants, mystics, spiritualists, diviners, psychics and seers can see into the future? Because many times they themselves are already in the future, and somehow the events in the future are being passed back down via their consciousness awareness to when said seer existed during the time of their insight. Remember Ole Nostradamus, he could peer into the future using odd devices and what not? However, what he was really doing was passing information back to himself from the future that he already witnessed while being existing in other future periods, due to the transmigration of the soul. Our future souls can relay past information and vice versa. Just like the prophecies that we have spent so much time on during Daniel's life and as well the author of Revelation. Both men existed in the future and they are simply passing down that information through trances, dreams and other mediums to unveil its authenticity. And like the leaf falling in the fall and the blade of grass being restored in the spring, we are the ones who have lived in the future as well as the past, but we do not have any memory or recall of it, unless we transcend time, to recover the information of the future and bring it back to our past awareness. We are those that were of the good tree and we were purged, because we failed to love the truth and instead agreed with the megalithic deception, so we were cut off having to return. We are living inside a perpetual everlasting hell of repeating our history as well as the future. And until we recognize what has happened to us and learn how to break free, we will forever be locked inside the prison of a perpetual everlasting torment of having no memory or recall that all things have already occurred. And like rats caught in a trap, we are still here running through the maze scraping for a piece of cheese, no matter what anyone believes about heaven or hell. What about differing timelines and or what some call multiple dimensions? How is it that we seem to be existing in many different timelines at the same time? Let me take a little time to reveal something here. It is true that our timelines have some odd aspect to them. As an example, an author of science fiction named Philip K. Dick reported something odd in his personal experiences of life. He said that it may be that we are living in a virtual reality simulation. He went on to reveal that certain events that he had very good recall of had changed, and it wasn't a change due to someone editing events, it was a change that appeared to be something that it had always been, yet he knew differently. I have also experienced this very many times, where I remember an event, a place, or a thing that changed, that it was not like how I remembered it. Now of course some may contend it was faulty memory, but I knew better. Because I had the details as well as it was confirmed by many others. So, the question is, how can we be experiencing the same events if events are changing inside our own timeline? This is a great question and my answer will begin to explain it. First, these changes are not changing the outcome of our world in general, the world continues to follow the basic same path. Secondly, humanity does have the option of free will choice. This allows for small changes to occur at individual levels, but the overall program is still set. However, how the program ends may appear to have been changed multiple times. The end of the world has often concluded by differing events. The original world ended by a great flood. What most do not understand is when the original world ended, it also went back into a time loop. It left its original timeline and went back to a new time. However, the time loop back in those days was different. Read my Time Loop Chronicles books. The original time loop works as the 12 constellations moving from one to another until it begins again. The original time loop left Pisces and entered Aquarius. The Earth itself wasn't destroyed, it simply moved back into the first stage, starting all over again. The world has never ended by a global flood again. It was changed by Lucifer wherewith he gave us the sign of the rainbow. It was then Lucifer changed the program and took us from the 26,000 years of the ages, and set us into a 1,000-year time loop, where we never again enter Aquarius. We always come to the end of Pisces and then return into an early time of Pisces. This new time loop is the beginning of the simulation. Since this change, in other timelines the world has ended by fire. Sometimes it ended by a great nuclear war. This also was changed. In fact, Malachi, the last book of the Old Testament, gives a great warning, that if Elijah does not return at the end time, the world would end in utter destruction. He was not prophesying a possibility, he was revealing how the world did end. The world ended in nuclear war until it was decided to send Elijah to stop this. However, just like Malachi forewarned about the utter destruction that came about when the time loop changed, where Elijah the prophet had to be sent or else the demons of darkness would bring nuclear war. Even Christ revealed that if the Father did not cut time short, then no flesh would be saved alive. He is not saying the end of planet Earth, he is saying that humanity ended where humans were obliterated by fire. So, this had to stop. Lucifer's hand was forced, in that the end had to occur a certain way. The reason the Father had to stop this was because these events were designed to harm the great harvest. Satan did everything he could to stop the end of the world harvest from taking place. This is when Christ gathers those who are ready into the barn. Now understand the mystery. The original earth starting with Adam and Eve unto Noah and the flood was not this earth. That earth was destroyed in the war in heaven. In fact, Genesis reveals this by saying, the earth became without form and was sent into the void. This was pre-simulation. Remember I said, the world of Adam and Eve began pre-simulation, the Garden of Eden occurred somewhere else and in another time, and when they fell, their curse was to be placed into this simulation. The story we have now about the ancients is a reduplicated event added into the virtual reality. It is the same earth, same events, but only as a copy, or a simulation. And in the copy, the world now ends differently. The world ends in destruction due to a rogue planet that returns in its cycle that was added by Lucifer, called the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. It was also called, the thief that comes in the night, as well as, the Lord who comes with the clouds that every eye shall see. I explain this in more detail in my other works. However, this does not occur until shortly after the harvest. What you need to understand is, the plot always remains the same, even if some have changed bits and pieces along the way due to free will choice. However, there is one other event that occurs. Humanity begins to learn how the simulation works. Scientists begin to understand how to remotely create timelines and dimensional shifts. Some of them begin to use these sciences in an attempt to make changes, and some of these changes go into effect, but Lucifer continues to block any major changes. Chapter 21 continued. The reality of it is, at the end of days, we always come to the time when humanity begins to learn these ancient sciences, and why not? This is how we got stuck in a virtual reality in the first place. My Time Loop Chronicles books will go over this in more detail. For right now, just understand, Each dimension, each timeline was created by the time loop with some variant differences brought about by free choice. However, the picture itself remains basically the same now. Any memory of odd or strange events that reveals different worlds, or even a different future, and events that are in total contrast to our world now, is sole memory of the pre-world before the simulation. Even the top rulers of this world know exactly what I am telling you. Notice a tarot card from an Illuminati game called Tape Runs Out. Notice the Earth in the image below is coming to its internal end, meaning the end of the program, split in two by a great and ravenous fire. It also speaks of the rapture, but notice what it says. It reveals, "I'll make 'em wait." Meaning you are not going to be part of any said rapture, and instead it reveals, "They'll never clean my cage." This is revealing that no one is going to leave this prison if Lucifer can help it. You won't flee from the cage of bondage or this trap. It then makes mockery of anyone believing in the rapture, saying goodbye. Too bad something went wrong. That something that has gone wrong is when one is replanted back in time without memory, yet they believed they were to be saved. Notice the picture. It is revealing the destruction of this earth by fire as well as also being split in two. This is the end time so-called Day of the Lord, where all the elements melt with fervent heat and the heavens and earth are destroyed. But do not fear, there will be new heavens and a new earth. It is called the Infinity Loop or the Time Loop Chronicles. This is the bitter end to the program. The tape must now be rewound. Therefore, you are witnessing a tape reel. It is showing it is a program, it is not real. And the movie has come to its end and is now about to start over in a reset. However, do not be mocked, it is not really the end of anything. Notice the tape is structured in an infinity loop, stretching from one part of the world to another. It is revealing everything is being reset back in time to do all over again, as a process that lasts forever. This is the infinity loop, and as you can see, it is also mystically revealing a rogue planet in its orbit. And as it passes the Earth, it doesn't hit the Earth, but it passes very close. In my other works, I explain just how close it really does come, which causes the Earth to split in two, and burn with a great fire. It reveals that you didn't flee the cage, you have been forced to return in time to a place and a world that you will know so little about, and yet you may have lived it so many times before. As Solomon said, you will not remember the former things. And yet sadly it's a never-ending perpetual kingdom in hell until the cycle of infinity through Pisces can be broken. When one's memory has been aborted, everything about that soul is lost. Our entire cosmos is under the control of entities who take pleasure in our ignorance. We are the planted first fruits of the spring. This is when we return to the past in the cycles as the newly planted seed, but sadly the majority are never harvested come fall. Many are instead toiled back under to be reseeded again. And the field, the heavens and earth, are burned up to a crisp to do it all over, once the field has been purified. This is because we failed to understand and produce the fruits necessary, so the garden is burned with fire to restore it, and then the seeds are replanted. Many follow the wide road that leads to destruction, and few find the small path that leads to life. Yet everyone is recycled until those seeds of the true Creator are removed from this eternal path of death, hell and cycles, and restored to eternal life. We are at the time of the full harvest, and yet few understand what is about to happen, and most importantly why. Our world is not what you think it is, and those who rule over this cosmos, or the cosmocrators, creators of the universe, are not who you think they are. And instead of simply progressing through the cycles into future incarnations, the time we are at now is vastly different, as it no longer takes one into the future, but instead back into the past, 1,000 years prior. The end-time events that were prophesied are not a single event which saves a few while most are damned. It is a recycling of all who continue to live the lie in believing that a benevolent force wants to destroy the wicked while saving the righteous when there is no living righteous here. And yet they have no idea they are pronouncing their own eternal damnation, because the matter three-dimensional worlds are existing in death perpetually as a program, recycling ignorant souls who dare to question the true Creator as anything but love and compassion. And instead they have damned themselves by believing they somehow are more special, while everyone else deserves a fate worse than death. So, in retrospect, many are being damned, but not the way you have been led to believe. This is a damnation that even the most inordinate can be restored at another time, because that is the true love of a father and mother, never giving up on any soul that belongs to them. If this same love is not in you, you shall not advance beyond hell until you have been restored. Thereby, judge not that you be not judged, for whatever judgment you bring upon another, that same judgment is bound unto you. Thus, grace is not some candy cane you give to someone that thinks they are forgiven while most everyone else is damned. Grace is simply giving one more time, that is, unmerited pardon or unworthy parole, as being chained back in the cycles of bondage and death, so that one can learn mercy as a fruit of the Creator, wherewith then you can be shown mercy. And then and only then can anyone escape this everlasting torment of death. And what exactly is hell? It is the fiery torment of one's shame as an everlasting protocol unto their ignorance, being a repetition of the same events repeatedly, as Solomon revealed, yet having no memory of said events. Same suffering, same ignominy, same demise, and often the same deaths continuously, until one changes their heart not only about themselves, but one's condemnation of others that resulted in their own return trips. If this change does not occur, I don't care what your faith is or beliefs are, I don't care how prophetic you may seem to be. Whatsoever you judge, that same judgment must be meted out unto you again. As it said, in The Tape Runs Out, the enemy will not let anyone clean their cage, to remove anyone from this hell. Sorry, what you had hoped for, didn't happen, something went wrong, didn't it? There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. If you have used prophecy of the future as a form of judgment upon the past, know this truth, it is because you helped complete it and thereby must fulfill its injunction. And at death you will be met by deceivers who will trick you and bind you, as they are the enemy and controllers of this illusory realm, and they will lead you back into the chains of bondage, that is the human veil, to continue in the ignorance of an everlasting perpetual 1,000-year kingdom of darkness, being ruled with a rod of iron, likened unto the Inquisition. Prophecy is real. Prophets really can see into the future because the future has already happened, you just don't remember it. It is called The Time Loop Chronicles. Check out my books today. Now we must tend to the cyclical plan that has controlled the entire world. This is what keeps the program operating at a blueprint level. It is diabolical, stunning, and extremely powerful when you begin to understand how we are all being controlled. Chapter 22. The Ancient of Days. Now let us begin to unravel the code of the Son of Man written in Daniel. What is strange about this verse? It says, that this one is likened unto the Son of Man, and he will be brought before the Ancient of Days. Is this the true Christ coming to this earth? Then why is he being brought before anyone else? Many have spoken of what is called the Blue Beam Project. It is a technology that the military has that can create the holographic illusion of Christ returning to this earth. Imagine that. The military has a science that can create a holographic illusion. In the New Testament, there is great confusion as whether Christ comes to this earth, or not. One part speaks of every eye witnessing this auspicious return. Another part revealed he will return in secret. It also speaks of people that claim to know where Christ is, lo here or there, that he is hiding in secret hiding places, and yet every eye is supposed to witness his return. Other areas claim that he comes as a thief in the night. How can someone that everyone can see with their eyes comes as a thief in the night? He is obviously not fooling anyone if everyone can see it. Again, this is the true seed word mixed with the false seed word, along with multiple events simultaneously occurring that have been horribly misidentified. Some of these writings that are revealing the return of Christ are obviously not valid if they are contradicting one another. Our job is to decode Remember, Satan took Christ upon a large mountain to overlook the entirety of the earth and granted him full reign and complete control if he would just worship the god of this world. The true Christ rejected this. However, a false Christ did not reject this and will indeed be given power and authority to assist and to take power over this earth, as more than likely God's Son. This is the plan. The fact that Daniel exposes this return as one like the Son of Man coming in the clouds to then meet the Ancient of Days here on earth, to me this reveals a smoking gun, in that Christ supposedly coming in the clouds for all to see, is now greatly suspect, as being part of the deception. And if the military power is already constructing an illusory event where they can fake the return of Christ, then apparently, we are learning the real plan of Lucifer. If it is a real event, why do you have to fake it? And even if it is not a real event, why fake something that gives more credence to God and religion? Why not fake the return of Nimrod, or Horus? Ask yourself, how does the Ancient of Days fit into this puzzle? If Christ is the Supreme King, why is he taken before the Ancient of Days who evidently belongs to this earth? Wouldn't it be the other way around? How could the Ancient of Days being part of this world have more power and authority than Christ himself, who is King of Heaven and who supposedly conquered this world and its rulers? The Ancient of Days means one who is very old, that has lived on this world even from the beginning. It is another name for alarm, but with a serious twist. This is the conundrum the religious world has been dealing with about Christ and his return. It is not just Christ of the Christian religion. The Blue Beam Project is supposed to project Maitreya, Muhammad, Jesus, Abraham, Buddha, whatever your faith is and whoever your Messiah is will all be projected, all speaking in the languages of their people as he descends. You probably never knew that we have this kind of technology. Well, think again. Why even have this technology? Why even use it? Why invent a false return of a Messiah unless an actual return where the whole world will witness it with their eyes, is not really the return of Jesus Christ, nor is it a valid event. It is a holographic illusion. Unless, as I stated before, there is also something else occurring simultaneously that the evil ones want to hide from your awareness by recreating a false vision. I cannot stress this enough. The real Christ, the real Father and Mother live within the seeds of the true children as divine awareness. They are not some being or entity that has form and is going to appear as we do here. The Christ took on the form here as a human, as we all do, in having to appear before us to awaken the true seeds from within, but then he changed back to what his real identity truly is, as we shall also do when he transforms. He is not going to change back again to be likened unto us. There is no reason for this. It states that we shall be like him, not the other way around. John 3:2 Beloved, now are we the sons of the Father and Mother, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be. If it doesn't appear what we shall be, then it is obviously not human or anything likened unto it, but we know that when Christ shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. Just like the butterfly coming from the cocoon, we shall change to be likened unto Christ. We shall not remain the same, nor can we be part of this world being transformed into what we shall truly become. This world is of the material universe, it is not spirit. Christ is energy, the Father and Mother Spirit are energy. They exist in all things as consciousness, if it was originally created by them. The return of Christ is a personal reality. It is a consciousness awakening within the true seeds where everyone who is of the true seeds will see the Christ, in type, like with the third eye, pineal gland, as coming in the clouds. Christ is returning, but he is returning in spirit, and eventually all true seeds will witness this event within themselves as they transform, in their own time and order of the change. When the true Christ returns, he will deliver the true seeds from this world, and in a twinkling of an eye, they shall change and vanish, and be removed out of the hand and bondage of Lucifer and brought into the barn of their living Father and Mother for protection and forever sealed away from this illusion. The true seeds will be changed instantly. They will regain their true spirit form, which is a spark of light. And they will return to their elm and shall inherit the glory, which shall be revealed in them. I have personally witnessed this change in a vision I call my crown dream. It is very real, and I discuss it in Book 4, The Keys to the Master Code and Spirit World. Romans 8:18 For I reckon the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared to the glory which shall be revealed in us. Meaning, within us. And just like ghosts and spirits cannot dwell among the flesh, neither will those who changed dwell among the humans of this world, for they will not be part of this dimension anymore, just like Jesus is no longer part of this dimension and he is gone physically, unless some have chosen to be aids and helpers in secret for those that remain. Returning to the story of the one likened unto the Son of Man, meeting the Ancient of Days, it says, he will be given a kingdom that will be everlasting, eternal. Now this is what is being stated, but is this the truth or misrepresentation? Christ already has a kingdom that is everlasting and eternal. This is why he rejected Satan's offer in the first place. The father and mother gave it to him because of being an heir and the firstborn among many. No one can give this power to another. It is a direct result of inheritance by the will and testament of the father and mother. So, who is it that will reign in this earthly kingdom forever? It is the Ancient of Days along with the one likened unto the Son of Man returning in the clouds. The key is, who is being brought before the other. It appears the one like unto the Son of Man is being brought before the Ancient of Days. Now the king is never brought before someone else, everyone else is brought before the throne of the king. Now no doubt once again people will say, Christ is being brought before the Father to establish his kingdom on earth. Again, without being repetitive unto insanity, this world has never belonged to the Father, and he is not the Ancient of Days that has always controlled this world. Satan has controlled the lower world and Lucifer the higher world. What greater deception than for Lucifer to fool the world in presenting a false Christ in the form of a man as one likened unto the Son of Man, to come to Lucifer and claim he is the Father and God of this world. If you are not using the keys to the code, you will be hoodwinked. So why is this Son of Man being brought before the Ancient of Days? Because as Satan offered Christ the power to rule in his kingdom, which he rejected, this false Christ is being given power to rule in Lucifer's kingdom the same as before. The secret is, this persona of a false Christ, whoever he may be, is indeed going to be Lucifer himself or directly possessed by him, because Lucifer will be the power over this false Christ as the Son of God. And I have a strong feeling this person is going to be none other than Nebuchadnezzar reincarnated. I will reveal much more about him in this thesis. However, for right now I will say, he was the head of gold, he was the eagle, and the lion. He was also the King of Kings. And it was YHVH who established this king and the kingdoms of this world. As we read on, it states that the Son of Man comes from the clouds and is brought before the Ancient of Days. This means the Son of Man comes from the heavens and the Ancient of Days belongs to the earth. Obviously, this is a misrepresentation, because the true Son of Man would never bow down and worship before the God of this world. He didn't do it before and he certainly won't do it now. The Ancient of Days is the one who was cast out of heaven in the Great War. It is none other than Satan. We must ask then, why is Daniel troubled in spirit about this? It is because there is a deception being played out here. I mean, if this is the end of the ruling empires on this planet, Daniel should be excited, but he is troubled by this knowledge. Could it be he recognized who this one likened unto the Son of Man really is, as well as the Ancient of Days? Is this verse really telling us that the Ancient of Days that has been ruling this earth in secret is now going to give his authority and power over to this false Christ in the form of the Son of Man that is returning in some sort of holographic illusion? And if this is true, wouldn't this be a false Christ or an illusory Christ or the Antichrist? Chapter 23. The Great Image. I have spent a lot of time revealing how we live in a virtual world. My books have all distinguished between what we might perceive as reality from that which is a virtual reality simulation. What I am about to address now is more of the same. An entire plan was created to be instituted within the realm of humanity. We are going to be switching channels a bit and heading back to the book of Daniel as he begins to reveal a dream that the great king Nebuchadnezzar had. However, before he reveals this dream, Daniel begins to announce who his God YHVH is and how this world and everything in it belongs to God. Daniel 2:20 Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. And he changes the times and the seasons, he removes kings, and sets up kings, he giveth wisdom unto the wise, and knowledge to them that know understanding, that is the tree of knowledge. He reveals the deep and secret things, he knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. When you really begin to grasp this, Daniel is revealing that his God is very much part of this world. We know however the Father has nothing to do with this world nor the things within it, this has been proven. Notice the light is with YHVH, but not within him. Because this light is the Son and not the spiritual divine nature. Now what is interesting? It is revealing that this God also sets up kings, which in biblical terminology often represent the parallel to kingdoms of the world. He gives them his power and authority. It doesn't matter whether they are wicked or good, as you will soon learn. When Daniel began to interpret the dream that Nebuchadnezzar had, he reveals that his God YHVH gave this king his power and authority. And soon you will learn that this kingdom was called Babylon, and Nebuchadnezzar was the head. This was a beastly demonic kingdom, so why would YHVH bring about this kingdom on this world? Why would he have anything to do with these kingdoms? And why would he set them up? Let us discover the dream. Daniel 2:31-37 Thou, O king, saw, and behold a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou have witnessed this until a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and broke them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold, broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them, and the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, kingdom, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. What you are about to learn is this image that Daniel reveals is the beginning of a total worldwide demonic plan that was set up as a strategy to deceive and control souls that would lead right into the days we are now living in. These are called beastly kingdoms. Now why would YHVH, Lord of the Bible, set up demonic carnivorous, beastly controlling kingdoms? And why would Daniel call Nebuchadnezzar the King of Kings, stating that YHVH gave him this kingdom, power, strength and glory? Wasn't Christ called the King of Kings? What is wrong with this picture? The answer is obvious. Whoever this God is, he is not the father and mother, but a God that rules this world from behind the scenes. He is called the Ancient of Days, the God of the Olam of the Shams. This is why I have been so compelled to reveal this lost knowledge, because the world in general is under the power of a false God that many claims to be the true God. They have been compromised by accepting everything they read or hear and do not take the time to judge the fruits. In Daniel's interpretation of this dream, he reveals that Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon is the first kingdom of many kingdoms to come that will reign on this earth until one comes that will serve the Ancient of Days, that takes power over the earth as the legitimate ruling king in the sight of all humans, according to the plan that is. Many believe this is Jesus Christ coming back to rule this world. But let me lay out this picture as clear as can be, and then you tell me what this is referring to. Let's rehash our history. Babylon literally means the place of confusion, and we are seeing that YHVH set up Babylon and made it great and powerful as the first of many kingdoms to reign before an event takes place, leading to the rise of the king of this world before the great destruction occurs. As I have explained, Christ is not coming here to rule this world. He is not going to rule in a world of illusion when the very depth of this world is fraudulent. It is a lie, it is Antichrist. I wrote in the first 2 books how Christ spoke to John in the Lost Gospel that was disallowed or covered over within the sacred texts. The reason was that things were revealed in there that would prove the lie. Christ was asked, "What happens when we die?" He spoke of the time in the afterlife where if a soul was so engulfed into the artificial spirit, virtual reality simulation, their souls are then turned over to the demons of darkness. And then they are cast into chains and bound. This meant having to return unto the simulation as human. He revealed this is the process we call reincarnation, where souls continue to return into the world of death, which is represented as chains and bondage of the soul. Christ revealed this world is not the Father's world, and being here represents being in bondage to the demonic powers that rule here, until one can break free and regenerate to return home. So, I ask you, why would Christ come to rule over a world that he does not belong to? Why would he enter the simulation to rule when he exists as the Son of divine power? My friends, it is not Christ that is going to be revealed as the ruler, but it is Lucifer. This is the meaning of the capstone that is not yet set upon the pyramid on the back of the $1 bill. It is waiting for their god Lucifer to sit openly on the throne of this world instead of ruling in secret. And he will come out of hiding under the guise of a man. The harvest is all about the return of Christ to come get his chosen seeds and take them away from this illusion, as you have read in The Divine Secret Garden, Book I. It is interesting in the book of Daniel it speaks of one like the Son of Man returning. But what is misunderstood is who this book is referring to as the one who the Son of Man must stand before. Read it here, Daniel 7:13-15. I saw in the night visions, and, behold, one like the Son of Man. This is not the Son of Man, but one likened unto him, a fraud, came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before the Ancient of Days. And there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages, should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which is, shall not be destroyed. Perpetual kingdom, that is time loop. I Daniel was grieved in my spirit in the midst of my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. Notice it says, one like the Son of Man comes with the clouds. Jesus revealed that his return would be hidden from view, that the kingdom is within the true seeds, and that his kingdom comes not by observation, meaning it can't be seen with one's eyes. It is not a material-based physical kingdom. So, who is coming with the clouds that every eye shall witness, as lightning strikes from the east even unto the west, which is a metaphor of the movement of the sun. This has a twofold meaning. At the very end, when Lucifer has re-established his kingdom on this world, something is going to happen. A destroyer is going to come like the thief in the night, and the earth will be devastated. I use the term re-established because this is an ongoing mystery. The kingdom is not being set up for the first time. It is a continuous time loop that renews the kingdom, repeatedly, and then the program ends and begins again at another previous time. This is why it states that it is a continual kingdom that will last forever. Because it is in a time loop. How can anything in the material-based world last forever? How can Lucifer rule over a destroyed earth? It is because of the simulation. The earth will return in time about 1,000 years earlier. It is called the time loop, or the program reset. I realize this sounds impossible, but once you understand we are living in a simulated universe, anything is possible. More on this to come. Chapter 24. The Great Babylon. Daniel begins with a description of this first kingdom, and he reveals the head of this overall image is Babylon, being led by the first king, Nebuchadnezzar. Now keep that in mind. Babylon, which comes from the word Babel, represents confusion, as my readers already know. Before we can correctly determine how this will begin to fit in the time loop of the illusory matrix, we must read more, where Daniel is given a dream that reveals a unique set of circumstances all relating to the dream the great king also had earlier. Daniel 7:2-14. Daniel spoke and said, I saw in my vision by night, and, behold, the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea. And four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made to stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. And behold another beast, a second, like to a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it, and they said thus unto it, Arise, devour much flesh. After this I beheld, and lo, another, like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and, behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots, and, behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head like the pure wool. His throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire. Notice the one called the Ancient of Days is going to rule. This is the real God of this world. Sounds almost like the description of old Santa Claus riding in his chariot, doesn't it? A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him, thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. Sounds like Santa's elves with the naughty and nice list, or the good and evil list ready to make judgment on who gets the gifts and who doesn't. I beheld then, because of the voice of the great words which the horn spoke, I beheld even till the beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. End of the Earth program. As concerning the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. I saw in the night visions, and, behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. There is so much information in here it would take a book to describe, as I wrote about this topic 20+ years ago, dealing with the intrigue and all that is occurring here, but for time and space restrictions I will only address the basics. First, both King Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel had a dream where 4 kingdoms would rise. This is Lucifer's world, and these kingdoms are his brainstorm, but they are being ruled locally by Satan. They were foretold long before they occurred. Not because of some amazing psychic intuition of the future, but because this was all being planned to carry through via religions and secret societies. Now some may contend how they could do this. Simple, it is no different than programming a computer game to play out precisely as you have entered the codes to function. The game was already designed, therefore no matter who you are or what you may believe, whether good or evil, the game will function according to the programmed codes, unless someone becomes aware again and makes personal changes. According to the Bible, Daniel 2:7-8 describes these kingdoms exactly. This is called the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. Alexander the Great became the broken horn of the rise of 3rd beast, as you will learn. He is not one of the heads. It reveals he was the great horn that was broken, and his kingdom was given over to his 4 generals that ruled around the Mediterranean Sea, east, west, north and south as the 4 wings of the fowl. This happened in the past. Daniel 8 I saw the ram pushing westward, and northward, and southward, so that no beasts might stand before him, neither was there any that could be delivered out of his hand, but he did according to his will, and became great. The ram is the Medo-Persian Empire. And as I was considering, behold, a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. This is Alexander the Great. And he came to the ram that had 2 horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and broke his 2 horns, and there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground, and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Alexander the Great conquered the Medo-Persian Empire. This is historically accurate. Therefore, the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. This is when Alexander defeated what was known as the Medo-Persian Empire, represented by the ram with 2 horns, which was represented by Darius the Mede and Cyrus the Great, of Persia and his pedigree. These 2 joined forces to overthrow Babylon, and then the lineage continued through Cyrus. The reason Alexander's horn was broken was because he left no children, as he died very young. When heads are used as a description of a beast that rules a kingdom, they often extend the kingdom down through their progeny or offspring, with some exceptions, so it is a family lineage. The head is the head of a family. The kingdom was split between Alexander's 4 ruling generals, which carried it until Rome became the next conquering empire that rules this planet. Each head represents the government or family lineage, as well as military power. If it speaks of only horns, it represents usually rogue military powers that do not come under the power of any central government per se. Often the horn powers work alone or in secret unless there is also a head present. Some may wonder why Darius and Cyrus were not revealed as being 2 heads, since they were revealed as being 2 horns. This is because the kingdom of the Medes did not last long, as it all reverted to the power of the Persians, and Cyrus and his family lineage took over the kingdom for over 200 years. Thus, the 2 horns were on the same ram head when conquering Babylon, but only one was left that continued in power as the head. These 4 kingdoms would have 7 heads as a total. The first head was Babylon, represented by the first king Nebuchadnezzar on down through his progeny. He was the head of gold on the great image which represented all empires to come. He was represented also as the head of a lion, as you will learn that Judah was the lion, and thus this king is taking Judah's place as royalty of the blue bloods. Nebuchadnezzar conquered Judah, and removed all their artifacts from the temple, which he destroyed. He also had eagle's wings. There is much more to this, but I do not have time here. The second head was the ram with 2 horns. These were part of the Medo-Persian Empire, represented by Darius the Mede and Cyrus the Persian as they combined forces. It was also likened unto a bear, and it had 3 ribs in his mouth. I believe these 3 ribs represent Nebuchadnezzar, his son and grandson. It was his grandson that was defeated the night Babylon was conquered, by Darius and Cyrus. The next empire is the Greco-Macedonia Empire, and it had 4 heads due to the broken horn or death of Alexander the Great, leaving no issue. These were the 4 generals that took over power when Alexander died without having any children to take over the rule. These 4 generals were represented as 4 unique and different heads, as they each ruled a separate kingdom within the Greco-Macedonia Empire. This also was represented as the 4 leopards with wings. Now the total is 6 heads on the beast. It is interesting, Daniel's secondary description of the bear changed to become rams, and the leopards became goats. This shows a deceptive religious overtone. I do not have time right now to describe all of this. I will just say it has to do with the deception of rebuilding the streets and the temple of God, which Cyrus the Great had a major hand in, as a servant of YHVH. Beyond belief, it states Cyrus the ruler over the kingdom of Persia was a servant of YHVH, only doing the Lord's bidding. Just like it was with Nebuchadnezzar, part of Cyrus' mission was that he restored Jerusalem to lay the foundations of the new temple to be built for YHVH. But we know now it was all a deception because Jacob's lineage was a fraudulent bloodline. Jeremiah 25:9 Behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, says the Lord, and Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon, my servant. Ezra 1:2 Thus said Cyrus king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven hath given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Isn't it strange? The Lord gave Cyrus all the kingdoms of the earth, exactly what Satan offered to Christ, which he turned down. So, who exactly is this God, and who is Cyrus? Notice Cyrus was honored by YHVH to rebuild the temple of God. And he was given all the kingdoms of the earth, sort of in vogue with the King of Kings also. Ezra 6:14 And the elders of the Jews had built, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Iddo. And they built, and finished it, according to the commandment of the God of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus, and Darius, and Artaxerxes king of Persia. This is the same temple that Solomon built earlier before Nebuchadnezzar the chosen servant had destroyed Jerusalem and the temple. Notice closely how Cyrus, along with Artaxerxes who was appointed to lay the foundational structure of the streets, were all being used by God. Now if this doesn't have you scratching your head, then maybe you need to read this. Isaiah 44:28 that said of Cyrus, He is my shepherd, and shall perform all my pleasure, even saying to Jerusalem, Thou shalt be built, and to the temple, thy foundation shall be laid. Chapter 24 continued. I exposed how Cyrus was a servant of YHVH just like Nebuchadnezzar, and now I am showing you the proof. He was also his shepherd. This verse, if it truly was predated, was 200 years before Cyrus was ever born. I bet your brain is doing a little overthinking, now isn't it? My God, are we really reading this? Not only was Cyrus, YHVH's shepherd, he also had him rebuild the temple foundation. I mean, not even David, a man after this God's own heart, could build this temple, but in the rebuild he chooses one of the beastly kingdom rulers to do what David was not allowed to do. Scratching your head yet? And then to sum it all up, in Isaiah 45:1 thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have aided, to subdue nations before him, and I will loosen the loins of kings, to open before him the two-leaved gates, and the gates shall not be shut. If this has not blown your mind and it doesn't have you rethinking everything, then I do not know what to tell you. And to add to all of this, he even calls Cyrus, his anointed, coming from the Hebrew word, Mashiach. My friends, Mashiach means the Messiah. The Christ. Like I said, since Christ turned down the rule that Satan was offering, it didn't mean someone else had. I am sure he would have loved to get the true Christ, but you take what you can get. Again, one must have to scratch their head in total disbelief, wondering why God set up Nebuchadnezzar, as King of Kings, as his servant to destroy Jerusalem and the people of the Jews. And what does YHVH do? He turns around and sets up Cyrus, also calling him his anointed Christ, to rebuild Jerusalem, of what Nebuchadnezzar, whom YHVH also chose, which just destroyed the temple and Jerusalem. And then have the he-goat as Alexander the Great to destroy the works of Cyrus that was used to set up the temple of YHVH again, only to eventually around 169 BC to bring in the abominations that makes desolate in the temple by having pig's blood poured on the altar. Then finally Rome came on the scene, conquering what was left of the Greco-Macedonia Empire, and in about 27 BC, Emperor Augustus became the first Roman emperor, and Rome became the seventh head. This is when things get interesting, if that is even possible after what we have just learned. What we are realizing here is each beastly kingdom often takes over their rule by conquering the previous beastly kingdoms, and all of them are set up and taken down by YHVH himself. Just a grand ol' HS game. But holy cow, this YHVH seems to be muddled and disarrayed as well as greatly confused. Maybe this is why the Gnostics wrote of him as being the mindless one. This is how these kingdoms advance. This is not the mind of a benevolent father and a mother, but the mindlessness of the lower demiurges representing the same mind of YHVH as being both one and the same. Does this sound like the spirit of the Father, to overthrow kingdoms, set them up and destroy them again, and use the rulers of these kingdoms as his own chosen ones, even as the Christ? When Rome took over, it revealed they were the seventh and final head of this beastly demonic kingdom. But we have a problem. Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel were told that these kingdoms would exist all the way till the end of days. Obviously, the Roman Empire was not the end of days. The end of days is at the end of the program before it is reset to start again. You and I were not supposed to know these codes. This was only for the insiders to wield the plan of Lucifer without opposition. And even though I am revealing many of these codes in the open, they will be rejected by those who have been compromised and refuse to change. Unless a person's heart is open where the Father can once again lead the soul, they will continue to believe in the lie and forsake the truth. It is quite amazing when you really understand it all. The Roman Empire was the seventh head, but it was not the finale. It did not finish the beastly kingdoms. Remember what the dream revealed. Daniel 7:23-24. Thus he said, "The fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down, and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kingdoms, that shall rise, and another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings." Chapter 25. The little horn arises among the 10. From the head of the fourth kingdom of Rome came out 10 horns. These 10 horns are 10 consecutive kingdoms that arise all the way till the end of days. It states, 3 of the first 10 kingdoms are subdued, and then another little horn is revealed. The key is to comprehend the way it is written. It loses its identity because the way it is written it appears as if 10 horns come about and then another follows that subdues 3 before it. This is total confusion. And another shall rise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings. This wording is counterproductive. What it is saying is, there are 10 kingdoms in consecutive order, and after the first 3 rise, another one will follow that subdues those first 3. It is the fourth horn, or what is called, the little horn. The actual proper translation is revealed here. Daniel 7:8. I considered the horns, and, behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots, and, behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, and a mouth speaking great things. The correct term and usage of language before someone decided to throw everyone off the correct path is, among not after. It is revealing. 10 horns come out of the fourth beast, and among them, or between these 10 horns, another horn rises called, the little horn, which subdues the first 3 horns. The term among in Hebrew is bin, and it means inside, or in the middle of. It doesn't mean afterwards. Not only do we see that the little horn is among the 10, it now reveals exactly where it was within the 10 when it has arisen. The little horn was the fourth horn of the 10 horns due to the fact it subdues the first 3 horns. I am going to show you who these first 3 horns are from our historical record that was conveniently given to us. Now remember, for a new kingdom to arise it will indeed almost always conquer the old kingdom. So, the first of 3 horns obviously are not the Roman Empire, they are a rogue military group that topples and conquers the Roman Empire. In 476 AD, the time known as the fall of the Roman Empire, A rogue military group called by the name Heruli was led by King Odoacer. Odoacer came into Rome and overthrew the empire and took over the power of Rome as the king of Rome. Even prior to this time, another rogue military group known as the Vandals led by Gaiseric had already attacked and destroyed most of Rome's power in Africa. The Roman Empire was being weakened and devoured alive. Finally, another rogue military group known as the Ostrogoths led by Theodoric the Great, of Europe, began to conquer and take away even more land. Theodoric in jealousy, set up a treacherous scheme to overthrow Odoacer as the new king of Rome in a partnership. He did this by coming into an agreement to rule the kingdom as co-rulers, and then when Odoacer was unaware, Theodoric murdered him by knife. These are three rogue military horns that came out of the fourth beast of Rome by conquering Rome. By this time both the Vandals and the Ostrogoths ruled over Old Rome as well as the remnant of the Heruli. But the prophecy revealed that these three horns would be subdued by another little horn or the fourth horn coming up among the 10 horns. Rising around 533 AD according to the historical records, a man named Justinian the Great, an Eastern Roman emperor out of what we now call Istanbul today. He allied himself with his general known as Belisarius, and they began a war march to destroy the Vandals and the Ostrogoths, which by fiat would destroy the Heruli also, subduing all three kingdoms' horns. Historically this war took 22 years before Justinian became the new head of Western Rome. He subdued the three horns previous and became the next horn to arise. However, this horn was different. It also became a new head. And from here on out we will shift our attention to the book of Revelation, where a new beast will arise having also 7 heads and 10 horns. But it will simply be an extension of the previous beast. It will still be part of the 10 horns of Rome. Chapter 26. The Seven-Headed Dragon. It is time to format this code within a puzzle into something that can easily be deciphered. The following will begin to frame this entire thesis together. Revelation 17:3 and verses 7 through 11. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of the names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The author writing this is revealing the vision as to when he witnesses this woman sit upon the beast. Meaning she was not there in the beginning. Let us begin. And the angel said unto me, Wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman, and of the beast that carries her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou saw was, and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit, and go into perdition, and they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was, and is not, and yet is. The deception will be so great all people, especially the true seeds, will begin to wonder if they are part of the tree of life, because when all of this occurs it will be proven that Lucifer/Satan YHVH was operating all of this to deceive the entire world. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come, and when he comes he must continue a short space. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goes into perdition. May have believed that this beast and the beast that Daniel revealed are the same beast. This is not completely accurate. They are overlapped. Daniel never reported about a beast quite like this. He exposed a beast that was a lion, a bear, a leopard and a great and dreadful beast, as well as the image of 4 great kingdoms, an eagle, ram, goat, etc. This new beast came on the scene as the one named, the Little Horn. This is when Justinian defeated the 3 rogue military powers. But unlike the rogue military groups, Justinian did not take over Rome to become its conqueror. He took Rome back to resurrect it, to heal it. He was completing what had been started for the continuation of this long empire that was to exist until the end of time. When Justinian began his rule in Rome, as well as being the Eastern Roman Emperor out of what we call Istanbul, Turkey today, His goal was to resurrect the Roman Empire of the West, and he called it the Imperial Restoration. This is when a strange dragon beast took over this new empire. Justinian set the foundation for the Holy Roman Empire, as the continuation of the Rome of Daniel's vision. Justinian set the foundation for the two legs of this empire, revealed by the image that Nebuchadnezzar saw in his dream. One of the legs came out of Rome, Italy, the other was from Eastern Rome, which was also called Constantinople. These are the two legs stretching forth from this great beast image representing a very long period. Thus, arose the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. It appears almost like what Daniel had revealed, but we know it is not exact. In fact, it is time for the code to be exposed. This is a different beast having another 7 heads and 10 horns, but it is aligned exactly with the kingdoms that Daniel saw starting with the 4th horn. It just takes on deeper prophetic meaning, because something amazing is occurring. We can decipher the code in a Dan Brown type expose, by simply going back to Revelation 13. Revelation 13 1-5 And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, the crowns are royalty, or ruling emperors, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy, religious deception and infiltration. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power, and his seat, and great authority. Now it is a little twisted, but this verse is somewhat based on what Daniel revealed, the leopard, bear, lion etc. But now closely look at the next verse. This is what you call the code breaker, and the key is installed for those who desire to know. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. The code is being revealed above. Revelation 13 is showing that a new beast has arisen or aligned with the old beast of Daniel. It is the same beast that Daniel wrote about, the lion, bear, and leopard etc., but with a new code. What is happening here is the dragon, or commonly known as Satan, as part of the YHVH family of gods, is giving this beast his authority, power and might, to extend this kingdom as it was prophesied. Satan is the little horn, and later you will realize, he is also the little lamb. If you recall, YHVH gave Nebuchadnezzar his authority, power and strength to set up these beastly empires. Now Satan is coming on the scene and giving this same kingdom his power and authority to continue it. Not to destroy it, but to continue what YHVH set up as the two of them work together in their plan. I ask, why? Why is the devil in league with God? Remember, the 4th head was defeated, so Satan comes on the scene to restore this beast to fulfill the plan, because those 3 rogue militaries defeated the 4th beast, but only for a short time, between 476 AD to 555 AD. But the 4th beast was to continue until the end of days. Therefore, it's not important to know why the dragon is giving this kingdom his power as if in league with God. My readers already know that. It is important to know when this happened and who was involved. It states exactly when this occurred. It shows that one of the heads of Daniel's beast description was wounded to death, and its death wound was healed. We know Babylon was never healed, we know the Medo-Persian Empire was never healed. We also know that the 4 heads of Greco-Macedonia Empire were never healed. What we do know, however, is, the Roman Empire was healed according to the program. It did have a death wound by Odoacer, king of the Heruli, and was resurrected by Justinian. This is an historical fact based on our accepted chronology. The 3 horns that came out of this empire extended out of the 4th beast head, after Rome was conquered in 476 AD by the Heruli, and then came the Vandals and the Ostrogoths. Yet a 4th horn, known as the Little Horn, brought the Roman Empire back to life, called Justinian's imperial restoration. Now the fourth horn, or the little horn, shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of time. Now this is a ruse. Satan has come on the scene to speak against YHVH, who set up the beast kingdoms in the first place. However, there is also a dual message from the true children of the Father, to beware of this wickedness. Satan came to blaspheme against YHVH. The YHVH is the Most High God of this world as the Ancient of Days. And just like in the garden, Satan came to deceive the man and woman by appearing to go against the Most High God in the garden, but it was all a subterfuge. Remember, as I have pointed out, that the Hebrew word for the Most High is Elyon, which sounds like alien. I want you to consider what is being laid out before you. God set up the beastly kingdoms that were to last until the end of the world, and then the kingdoms would be overthrown and crushed. But here we see Satan come on the scene and becomes part of the beastly kingdoms that God set up. And what does he do? Does he destroy them? Before I get there, I want to inject a point here. We also know a specific truth about this God. It said he sets up and removes all kingdoms. So, if Satan is coming in now to re-establish this kingdom to continue it, it is simply another way that God is setting up a kingdom and bringing others down. Satan restores the last head so it could continue, and goes right along with it, and then adds his presence as a little horn or the fourth horn, and continues with this same beastly kingdom that YHVH originated. When Justinian rose to power and resurrected the old Roman Empire, he also changed laws, times and seasons, just like it revealed about YHVH, who also does the same, and he took great undivided power over his kingdom, just like Constantine did prior to him according to the programmed history. Revelation 13 reveals that the dragon gave this old beast his power and authority. He did this when Justinian came into power. Justinian became the fourth horn that came out of the seventh head, as the little horn that subdued the first three horns, which overtook Rome. Now this is key, read closely. Justinian also became the first head of the dragon, because this horn was diverse from the rest of the horns or the other three horns that were subdued. This was not a rogue military, this was a patriarchal kingdom and government linked with a military power. Justinian was the Eastern Roman Emperor out of Turkey. He was the head, and his military power was the horn. The first dragon head is now lined up with the fourth horn of Daniel's description. Now begin to understand the mystery. Justinian set up religious laws and began to change the times and seasons. However, Justinian has been taken over by Satan, who is now doing the work of YHVH. According to history, Justinian had a hand in creating the format that would later become known as the Bible. He, as well as Constantine before him, designed, created and set up what was called the so-called sacred books through their councils, as the laws and canons of the scriptural word. Through them the knowledge of reincarnation was removed or covered over from the ancient texts. These are the men who gave us what we now call our spiritual canons, representing standards, principles, tenets, and laws. They decided what was to be added or removed from the sacred texts. So here we have a demonic kingdom led and inspired by Satan, who gave it his power and authority, and it is he who is deciding what is to be accepted in the Bible. The Bible was then edited again during King Henry's Right of Kings through the Tudor lineage in England as part of the royal scepter to be established in the coming British Empire. And then finally King James put the capstone on the Bible, making his Masonic version the only authentic word. What is interesting is that I mostly only use the King James Version for my work because the code is carefully constructed in the wording. Unlike other versions, the code is somewhat disrupted, leaving a vague interpretation thereof. Justinian became the fourth horn of Daniel's beast and the first head of the dragon beast, who also has 7 heads and 10 horns. The difference is, the 10 horns on the dragon will all exist at one time at the end of days. How do we know this? Chapter 26 continued. unlike the 10 horns on the fourth beast of Daniel 7 description, which revealed that these horns will exist all the way till end of days. The dragon horns are contemporary because it is part of the new dragon beast that surfaces as the fourth horn and first head. And if the dragon heads were also the 10 horns, it simply doesn't add up, because there are only 7 dragon heads, and the dragon begins his work during the fourth horn, which leaves only 7 horns remaining. Thus the 10 horns on the dragon are something else altogether, which I will prove without a doubt. We know this because Daniel's vision, which was revealed to Nebuchadnezzar, which stated that at the lowest end of this empire at the bottom of the 2 legs in Daniel 2, would be 2 feet, which originated from the 2 legs, that is Eastern and Western Roman empires. Obviously due to this image being represented as a man, we know that below the legs of a man are 2 feet with 10 toes. And these feet and toes will be mixed with iron and clay. The clay represents nations that exist that have little to no military power, but they may be economically strong. The iron represents nations that have great military power, as well as this was the description of the Roman Empire, because it was noted the legs were made of iron. However, the feet were mixed with iron and clay. This is brand new. I want you to think about this. If the feet holding up an image of a man was mixed with iron and clay, and if you took a sledgehammer and crushed the feet, because of this mixture the clay would crumble, causing the iron to lose its continuity, and the entire image would easily destabilize due to this strange company of iron mixed with clay. Now let's look at it another way. Let's say the military machine is iron, and the clay represents the monetary power. If a nation loses its monetary power or control, as if its economy has collapsed, the military machine would have no power left either. Because without the monetary connection the military could not survive. Are you beginning to understand the connection here? Somehow, someway there will be 10 nations at the end time of both clay and iron that will link together as a powerful bloc, or kingdom, but only for a very short time and for a single purpose at heart. We will get to that soon enough. The iron represents the great and dreadful power of the Roman Empire, with a twist. Remember, the image was Nebuchadnezzar as the first king of this long-running empire. Even though it changes over time, the head and part of the body is always located in what we call the Mediterranean world. For Babylon was the first kingdom. But remember, it was to grow massively to take over the entire world through the Roman Empire. Now Babylon via Rome mysteriously rules the entire planet. Once again, Mystery Babylon. And even though eventually Rome was conquered as the 4th beast and 7th head, its rule governed much of this Mediterranean territory as the beast rising out of the sea. And when both Eastern and Western Rome became the 2 legs of this empire, it stood over this entire region as a complete kingdom, which included Europe, Asia, Russia and China, as well as the Middle East, and eventually, as you will learn due to the new dragon operation, it will also include Great Britain and the United States, Africa, South America and much more. You will understand how this all happened. It is not important to recognize where the feet are located as to only view this small area as being significant. You must understand, this kingdom grew to take over the entire planet, to set up a one-world government. It represents the image standing on the earth and controlling the globe, not just where the feet are located. Daniel 2:33-35. His legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou saw this till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold, broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them, and the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. A great mountain is another or secondary worldwide governmental kingdom to be set up. Daniel 2:41. And whereas thou saw the feet and toes, part of potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as thou saw the iron mixed with miry clay. So, the 10 toes align with the final 10 horns on the dragon. Notice the key, it says this kingdom of the 2 feet and 10 toes are divided. These specific nations have never come together before in history. But for one purpose and cause, they will unite. More to come. And what is very telling, is we are told how long this dragon empire will last until it goes into hiding again until the end when Lucifer is announced as the god of this cosmos. It is important that I walk you through this diabolical plan according to the simulation program. Revelation 13:3-5 And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. What is being revealed is the time frame when the dragon gives this beast its power, and how long it will last. And what is so ironic, according to our historical records, the time frame given is peculiarly accurate within these records. It states that this dragon will give his power and authority over to this adjoining beast to continue for 42 months. This is another code. When the Bible uses a prophetic timetable, it uses the ancient Hebrew calendar of 360 days for annual events called a time. Each day equals a year in prophecy as stated by Ezekiel in chapter 4. So, when calculating the times in prophecy, when it states 42 months, we need go back to the Hebrew calendar where each month was 30 days and 12 months, which equaled 360 days. 42 months equals 1,260 days. And when we add the year to a day for prophetic instances, we get 1,260 years. It is also the same for times. Time and a half of time is also mentioned in prophecy. In some instances, the beast power might rule for 3.5 years, or 1,260 literal days. Like when the US entered the war in December 7, 1941 and basically defeated Europe on June 6, 1945, known as D-Day. That was about 1,260 literal days that the US fought the war against Europe. But more on this later. So now we know how long this beast kingdom will continue. It will continue for 1,260 years. We also know the Roman kingdom will last all the way till the end in one form or the other. So, what this is showing is a change is going to occur again to this long ruling empire, something akin to when the first 3 horns came out of the Roman Empire before the 4th horn took over. Something unique is about to happen. Now let's read how these kingdoms advance. What we must do is crack the code. There is something odd here. A woman is sitting on these 7 mountains, which represent the 7 kingdoms of this dragon beast. If this was all the code that we had, we would have to assume this woman was riding the beast during all 7 kingdoms. But we know this is not the case by the way the code is worded. The woman was seen getting on the beast with 7 heads. However, the very next verse revealed, 5 of these heads had already fallen. This gives us a time frame. The 5 family lineages or dragon heads that were part of the Holy Roman Empire were: first head Justinian and his family lineage. Second head Charlemagne of France and his family lineage that began on Christmas Day 800 AD. Note, many believe that this is when the Holy Roman Empire really began, and notice how it was on Christmas Day, the symbolic day for world pyramidal government. However, without Justinian setting up the foundation, this empire would have never existed. Third head Otto of Germany and his lineage that began on 962 AD. Fourth head Rudolf of Habsburg and his lineage that began in the 13th century, about 1273 AD. Fifth head and finally, it ended with Napoleon. Now many historians deny that Napoleon was even part of the Holy Roman Empire. This is part of the deception, so we do not crack the secret society's code. However, under Pope Pius VII, Napoleon grabbed the crown out of this reigning pope's hands and crowned himself Holy Roman Emperor in 1804. The spirit of power and authority of the dragon entered Napoleon to continue to fulfill the 42 months prophecy. Napoleon continued his rule until his great defeat in the Battle of Waterloo in 1815 and then finally dying on the island of Elba. The code I am revealing is a secret society code, and we are not supposed to know any of this. And of course, most do not. But the code is the programmed illusion that the Father can and will reveal to those who seek. It is what they are using to fulfill their global government to usher in Lucifer as the god of this world while the rest of humanity live in ignorance, not knowing the code or our true history that was covered over with this false history. This may seem confusing, but our entire history is false, but we must use the false history to break the code. When we crack this code, we realize that 5 of the first heads had already fallen, so it gives us a time frame. And if one pays close attention to the historical record, we also know that the date Justinian finally defeated the Ostrogoths and took back Rome under the imperial restoration occurred in 555 AD, per our fraudulent history. We were told when the dragon gave his power and authority over to the beast that YHVH had created, it would continue for 42 months, however under a new identity as different god. We also now know using the code that 42 months represents 1,260 years. This means we need to add 1,260 years to 555 AD and we come to 1815 AD, exactly 1,260 years later. The Holy Roman Empire existed after the death wound of the original empire was healed, for 1,260 more years. You might ask how this is possible, because it is all a simulation. It is all being made to appear whatever way they desire because we have bought into a false and fraudulent history via the Babylonian mystery religion illusion. We seem though to have a problem here. After the 5 heads have fallen, there are still 2 more heads as well as 2 more horns. Who are they and what are they? Secondly, we now know the woman was not riding the beast with 7 heads during its power and control. Now many believe it was the Catholic Church riding the beast and she is the woman. We know the Catholic Church was the centerpiece of the Holy Roman Empire. We know the popes ruled through the emperors of Europe. The problem is, the Church was part of the Dragon Empire illusion before the 6th head reigned. The Church was not riding the beast. It was the beast. It was the dragon. After the 5th head fell, the Church never again had its power in the open. It all went into secret as did the dragon. In fact, the dragon was obviously the Church all along. This is how he entered, this is how he gave power and authority over to the beast, and how he blasphemed the truth. We know without a doubt that the great whore riding the beast did not ride it during the first 5 heads, so the woman as the whore being represented is not the Catholic Church. Because it revealed when the woman began riding the beast, that 5 heads had already fallen. Now the last 2 heads are indeed of the same beast but somehow unique and different. This was the code to reveal when the woman boarded the beast. She rode the 6th head and 9th horn when she jumped aboard, because 5 heads and 8 horns had already fallen. However, don't we still have a problem? No. We do not have a problem, it works out perfectly. Revelation 13:11-12 And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spoke as a dragon. And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. There is no mention of any woman riding the dragon beast in Revelation 13. However, there is mention of a new beast that arises after the 1,260 years or 42 months are complete. Therefore, in 1815 a new beast had arisen to continue this empire, but it will be different, because the dragon had gone underground after the 42 months that the kingdom was to continue. And shockingly enough, guess what? This new beast is called, like a lamb with 2 horns. And are we not missing 2 more horns via Daniel's prophetic vision? At the end of the 1,260-year rule of the resurrected Holy Roman Empire, Two more powers entered the scene, but they are not the Dragon Empire. However, it shows the dragon speaks through this new beast that appears like a lamb, and he spoke as a dragon. The interesting thing is, this is when this woman jumps aboard the beast that has 7 heads. In Revelation 13 it is speaking of the lamb with 2 horns during the time when Revelation 17 is speaking of the great whore riding on the last 2 heads after 5 had fallen. Now it is time to discover who this woman is, where she came from and how she controlled the beast after the first 5 heads collapsed. The smoke in your brain coming from your ears is already beginning to rise, because you already know who this woman is. Chapter 27. The Great Deception. We last left off by describing the first 5 heads that had fallen, and then it spoke of the woman riding the beast with 7 heads. The only area this is revealed is Revelation 17. There is no mention of the woman in Daniel or Revelation 13 when speaking of these beastly kingdoms. Obviously, it becomes apparent that this woman jumped aboard this beast after the 5th kingdom fell. But where did she come from? Where was she all this time? Israel, Ephraim and Manasseh were in hiding, meaning they had not received their blessing of greatness just yet. They were hiding with their father's brothers in the wilderness. Remember, both sons were the only ones to take upon the name of Israel after the dispersion of the rest of the Israelites. Therefore, the new woman is Israel, that is Ephraim and Manasseh, which were also called brothers and sons. Even though Ephraim was slowly gaining its power and fame through the kingly royal lineage of Britain, it was still the Holy Roman Empire that was ruling this earth. So where was she all this time? Well, Revelation 12 answers that question also. However, before we get into this topic, I need to explain how Revelation 12 was purposefully twisted and the account written is discombobulated. It needs to be reset in the proper order, and that is what I will attempt to do. Revelation 12. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. I have discussed this in limited fashion, but now I want to reveal this discourse to help it make better sense. First, what we are seeing here is a vision. Someone is having a vision of a woman in the heavens clothed with the sun. I have revealed that the sun is Lucifer, and he is married to this woman. But this is not a woman, it is only being revealed as a woman to create a code. Lucifer married a nation, not a person per se. Next, we read about another vision. Revelation 12:3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. After this verse, everything gets discombobulated. It then begins to speak of this dragon while he is casting 1/3 of the stars from heaven down onto the earth. This is misleading. We need to move forward to get the context in alignment. Revelation 12:7. And there was war in heaven, Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. Now we are beginning to recognize the context of this article. Let's backtrack now, and we see a vision in heaven, or better translated within the mind, as visions usually are revealed. One was with a woman married to the sun, and the other was of the dragon. Immediately after we positioned the text properly, we notice there was a war in heaven. We all have heard about the infamous Great War in heaven. But this war happened long before the earth came into creation. So how are we seeing a war now when we know it already happened long ago? The obvious answer is, we are witnessing a pre-Earth programmed plan as a design that was being manufactured prior to Earth's existence, or better stated prior to the program. Let's put it all together. A woman clothed with the sun, and the dragon, both are in these visions. We then learn a war breaks out, in heaven. A war between whom? Obviously, it is a war between the woman and the dragon. But it is not really telling us this. We must reformat the scriptures to recognize this. It set the stage of 2 visions in heaven, and then it reveals a war broke out in heaven. So, the war breaks out, and Satan the dragon loses, and he is cast upon the earth. Revelation 12:4. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, and the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. This verse is meaningless unless we have the correct context, because it appears that Satan cast his own angels out of heaven. However, he was cast out of heaven along with his angels, as we read earlier. What we are witnessing now is the vision of heaven which predated Earth has now entered a time sequence of the Earth program. And now both the woman and the dragon are upon this Earth in real time, so to speak. And what happens? Another war between the same two. Who was this woman? Obviously, at this time it appears, the woman is Israel from our point of view, a name given to only two children of Joseph, as Ephraim and Manasseh. The woman was symbolically impregnated, but who impregnated the woman? It would have to be her husband. And who was her husband? It was the sun, or Lucifer. And who was she impregnated with? The one who is to return and rule this earth with a rod of iron. Revelation 12:5. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God, and to his throne. This is where the lie was told, where Joseph the husband to Mary was not impregnated by Joseph, but instead she was impregnated by some angel. I have written about this subject so many times, but it bears repeating. Jesus was not born of an angel, nor was she impregnated by a god. Jesus was the born son of two humans. Therefore, he was called the Son of Man and not the Son of God. However, the false Christ was born of a god and he was called the Son of God. Later John the disciple wrote and said, if Jesus was not born of the flesh, then it was Antichrist. The true Christ had to be born by the union of two humans. If a god interacted in the birth, then it was the Antichrist and not the true Christ. We were being warned. 2 John 1:7. For many deceivers are entered into the world, who confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. This is a deceiver and an Antichrist. What we are witnessing here is the war in heaven was not a war between the Father and Satan as many have concluded, for the Father does not involve himself in any petty war. There would be no war against the grand architect of all reality. This was a war between Lucifer and Satan. I will describe this in more detail in the book called, The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth, and pained to be delivered. Who is this child that is being born? Jacob the supplanter worked with his mother Rebekah to deceive Isaac to steal the birthright away from Esau, which represents the true lineage of Christ. From this point a secondary bloodline was set up to bring in the Antichrist, or the child born of this woman who happens to be of this lineage. The child of this woman is the false bloodline of Israel. The child is symbolically Jacob and his offspring, leading to the famed end-time Antichrist, the son of Lucifer. And the woman is represented by Jacob's mother as Rebekah, who brought this ungodly instrument of deception to fruition, and she is the symbolic wife of Lucifer. Chapter 27 continued. We know Jacob was the father to these 12 nations. However, it was Rebekah his mother, not Jacob's many wives, but Rebekah, due to her scandalous behavior, that is the mother of these 12 nations. You are going to learn in my book The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods, that Rebekah was not only Jacob's mother but also his sister. Remember, these things are symbols, so try not to take them literally. The symbols are there to recognize the allegorical stories that have been hidden. Now let's pick it up where we are in this prophecy. Revelation 12:6. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she hath a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. Notice the amount of time this woman is in the wilderness. The woman is Israel or Ephraim and Manasseh before they were given their promise. And she was protected for 1,260 years during the time the dragon was ruling this new order as the first 5 heads. No shock there, since the dragon was ruling for the exact same amount of time. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold a great red dragon. having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on the heads. Now notice closely in Revelation 12 it shows the dragon had 7 crowns on the heads. This is so important to solve the enigma of this riddle. This is the proof that the heads and the horns were different from Daniel's revealed beasts. The 7 dragon heads were the kingdoms that arose out of the 4th beast, beginning as the first head running parallel with the 4th horn. These 7 heads were crowned, giving total authority to rule via the popes through the emperors. Just like Napoleon grabbed the Holy Roman Emperor's crown out of the pope's hands, all the emperors were given crowns, including the last 2 heads. However, they were different. They were crowned in a different way. In fact, they were already crowned. The dragon's 10 horns upon its body would also be crowned, but not yet. At this point in time they have not received their kingdom and power. Revelation 17:12 And the 10 horns which thou saw are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet. Bingo, we have lift off. This is the separation between the 2 beasts, for Daniel's vision of the beast kingdoms revealed in Revelation, that they have already received much of their rule and some of them have already fallen. Now based on the scriptures and the usual thought paradigm, is that the child is Christ. However, if Israel is the woman then the child could not be the true Christ. If anything, Christ was born out of Judah and Judah is not the woman, it is Israel. Secondly, the Israel during Christ's day had already been given a bill of divorcement, therefore this is speaking of the coded Israel for the future, and not the Israelites of the past. As I have said, the true Christ came from Esau, therefore this child must be the false Christ. And this Christ was taken up to the throne of Lucifer where he awaits the moment of his return. Now, when Nebuchadnezzar was made king of kings, he began this long-running empire of 4 kingdoms. I believe it is very possible that he may be the fraudulent Christ that will return at the end of days. How is this possible? He was not Israel or Judah, in fact he was their enemy. I will explain what happened to him to cause me to believe this. We know Cyrus was also called the shepherd of Yhvh, meaning likened unto Christ. How could a Gentile beast leader be compared to the Christ and be the anointed one of Yhvh? It is my contention that the child that was born unto this woman may lead to the one who rises at the end time named Nebuchadnezzar. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God, and to his throne. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar was the king of kings. But Nebuchadnezzar was not of Israel or Judah, neither was Cyrus. There is a code in Daniel about Nebuchadnezzar having been dehumanized and made into a beast-like animal where he grew eagle's feathers. He was magically turned into an animal for 7 years by Yhvh. And then at the end he was restored as a man and was given total power over the earth, as Yhvh's servant. Now let's examine this, 7 years. If we take the year-to-day prophetic code key analyzer, we come up with this 360 days in a year, multiplied by 7 years, equals 2,520 days, which translates into 2,520 years. For 2,520 years Nebuchadnezzar was made to appear as an animal, he was a beast. Just like the beastly kingdoms have taken on the form of a beast for this amount of time. And then at the end he was restored as the King of Kings after the beast-like nature was removed or destroyed. If you add 2,520 years from Nebuchadnezzar's time, it would take us all the way until the days that we are living in now, when these things are being set up as the finale. Could it be King Nebuchadnezzar has been reborn again for the final time to become the son of Lucifer? Notice what it says, Daniel 4:33-34. The same hour was the thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws. And at the end of the days I Nebuchadnezzar lifted up mine eyes unto heaven, and mine understanding returned unto me, and I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him that lives forever, whose dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. Between you and me this sort of sound like the one likened unto the Son of Man, as King of Kings, meeting the Ancient of Days, the Eternal One, as the Olam. Does it not? It even says, and at the end of their days. This is revealing this event represented the end time beyond all the beastly kingdoms. So why is it referring to old Nebi? Read it again. At the end of days, it appears to be using the same terminology as Daniel used to speak of the end of the world. At the end of days, Nebuchadnezzar will rise again to serve the Lord, and everything will be restored unto him as the King of Kings. Nebuchadnezzar not only was the head of the beastly kingdoms, he was also the beast. It is showing how he would be the head of this beast that would last for 2,520 years, and then the beast aspect would be removed and he would then become the King of Kings, because he was restored. Now notice there is an obvious difference here between him being the King of Kings as the head of all the beast kingdoms, and him being the King of Kings after the beastly kingdoms were destroyed. So, what are we witnessing here? I believe it is possible that old Nebi is going to be either born again through reincarnation or is going to be resurrected. How can he be resurrected? Below is a picture of a perfectly preserved man found in Iran. He looks like he is sleeping. My gut tells me this is Nebuchadnezzar. Let's put 2 and 2 together. This corpse was discovered in Iran. Iran is ancient Persia. When Nebuchadnezzar died, I believe there is a good chance that Cyrus, the one who conquered Babylon, could have removed the remains of Nebuchadnezzar back to Persia from where Cyrus hailed from, just to fulfill this plan, as they were both working for YHVH. I can easily believe he was preserved in such a way to keep him ready for another period. Of course, they try to say this is an Anunnaki god from about 12,000 years ago, and I do not have a problem with Nebuchadnezzar being an Anunnaki god, it only fits. But I believe this is old Nebi from Babylon waiting for the time he rises again. It is almost a parody of a man dreaming of being a beast waiting for the time he is to become ruler of the world. Now let's continue. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she hath a place prepared of God that they should feed her there 1,260 days. It is important that you truly understand. The truth is spoken in the Bible, but it is mixed with the lie, and one seldom has any clue unless they have the keys to the code to understand where one must separate the truth from the error. Some may wonder, why would the Bible tell us the truth about Satan being cast down, if Satan and Lucifer are controlling what is in the Bible? Why tell us the truth? Because the truth works better to deceive than if it was all in error. This is why it is such a deception. They know you will believe that if the Bible is revealing about Satan and the war in heaven, then it only seems logical that the other one called God must be the true source. It is clever, and it represents the depth of deception that these gods will go to mislead. Years ago, someone got angry with me because they asked why I would even go into the Bible if I am claiming there is error. This seems to be the consensus, that if the Bible has error then none of it is true, but if it has truth then all of it is true. Why can't people understand there is a balance of truth and error, and one must separate the chaff from the wheat? So, we read Satan has been cast down, and now the woman that gave birth to the man-child is on the run and was fled into the wilderness, for 1,260 years. Now let us add all this together. The woman is Israel, who is now changing her identity and beginning to follow a new religion called Judeo-Christianity, because her seed has been mixed with other bloods, nations and cultures. But the woman now is hidden or in the wilderness, not being revealed as to her exact identity. At the same exact time, Justinian, following the path of Constantine, is bringing in the ancient sun worship in the form of the ancient Mithras and Saturnalia religion, and it continues through Christianity also as the dual Eastern and Western Roman Empire. But this is not the true Christianity, it is the dragon's own form of religion, and he is the one giving it his own authority and power. Remember, who else did the dragon give his power and authority over to? It was the little horn, or Justinian. he along with Constantine Prior began to change Christianity from what Christ brought to this earth, back into the old sun worship religion, which sadly most of Christianity today follows, and from which the entire Bible stems from. Therefore, at the same time the woman is hiding in the wilderness, the dragon who was cast down to earth is now bringing his power and authority over to this symbolic seven-headed dragon. Now notice closely, the dragon gave his power and authority over to the beast that YHVH created, and it said he continued for 42 months, which we know was 1,260 years, from 555 AD to 1815 AD. Now we see the woman is now hiding in the wilderness where it states that God feeds and nourishes her. For how long? 1,260 days, which is 42 months, and as I stated earlier was 1,260 years, for a year to a day in prophecy. As we crack this code and understand the puzzle, we must realize that YVHV God set up these demonic beastly kingdoms. Then Satan, the seven-headed dragon, gives his power and authority over to the same exact beast that God set up but brings with it a new form of Christianity, blasphemy. And now God is giving the woman who is now the coded Israel, refuge in the wilderness for the exact same amount of time while the dragon is giving his power and authority over to the continuation of God's created beast. While all this was going on, two different Christianities were forming. One via the Catholic Church that is now the adherent of Constantine and Justinian's teachings, and another religion which had formed, which is underground or hidden in the wilderness as being those that did not follow the ancient sun worship but were starting to lose the truth about the real Christ and his message. During this time, many groups were forming that did not adhere to the Catholic faith. The Paulicians, the Cathars, the Gnostics, the Albigenses, the Protestants etc. They were all hidden underground, and being in the wilderness, fleeing for their lives as they sought protection from the Catholic Church. This new group is the remnant of Israel that came from the hidden ones, as Ephraim and Manasseh, but they have not received their promise yet. We also learned how a secondary beast rose to power after this continuation or 1,260 years, called, likened unto a lamb with two horns, again after the fifth kingdom fell. We already realized two horns were missing on the fourth beast of Daniel where it spoke of 10 horns reaching out of the Roman Empire as consecutive kingdoms. We also know that 2 heads are missing on the dragon beast. The story flowed revealing that the first 3 of the 10 horns were different and they were subdued by the little horn or fourth horn that arose as Justinian the Great. This new kingdom was different in that this one, the dragon, gave his power and authority to this beast, which also had 7 heads and 10 horns. Just like YHVH gave his power and authority to Nebuchadnezzar. The dragon was simply continuing with the kingdoms that YHVH set up, furthering its ambitions. What you now must obviously realize without a doubt that it is the same family of gods that are operating via 2 different roles. It is the spirit of darkness under the guise of light and dark, or good and evil, or God and devil. It was shown to us how this kingdom would continue to reign for 42 months. The key word is, continue. It is the same beastly regime, but it is being given a new significance. Now begin to tie all the pieces together to form a picture. It was YHVH that separated Israel and called them his people. It was YHVH that set aside the 2 sons Ephraim and Manasseh to be blessed at the end of time. This was his promise to them that this would be fulfilled. So YHVH must keep the illusion that God and Satan are separated so they can create this megalithic conspiracy. This is why God set up the beastly kingdoms, but then had to back off and allow Satan to come in to continue with the job, to create the illusion that it is 2 different powers. So according to the Bible, Satan the dragon only did YHVH's bidding, and thus Satan was adhering to God's orders. And thus, it reveals in code, that the dragon continued the kingdom YHVH set up. And there would appear a separation between the 2, and then the plan for the blessing for the new coded Israel as it was prophesied all along could rise, and then also the prophesied destruction of this new Israel, could be made manifest. The 42 months translated into 1,260 years starting in 555 AD according to our calendar of events of our historical record and ended in 1815 AD at the Waterloo where General Wellington of Britain defeated Napoleon of France. During this time 5 kingdoms arose, 5 family lineages ruled all the way until Napoleon's defeat at the Waterloo, where he had grabbed the crown of the Holy Roman Empire out of the hands of Pope Pius VII, in 1804 and then was defeated in 1815 AD. And this ended the dragon's 1,260-year reign. But what happens now? Hold on to your hats as the wind of knowledge is going to blow hard. If Satan has ended his reign it will then revert to the one who set up all the beastly kingdoms in the first place. However, the illusion is changing. It is the people of God, the new coded Israel as the covenant sons, or British who now come back on the scene to receive their promise from Jacob, Israel, which was given to Ephraim. What we are witnessing here between God and Satan is a game of tag. One is passing the baton to another and then on the return it is passed once again. And now as you will learn, it will be passed back again to Satan and then back to God. And the game or play starts all over again, but this time only 1,000 years prior. My friends, now you can understand who is behind all wars and conflicts. It is do one thing, to support the plan set up by YHVH and continued by Satan, to keep this earth under totalitarian control of the Antichrist spirit. My friends, we are not in battle to take back our earth. We never have been in control of this planet or universe. We are now stuck inside a 1,000-year time loop that is a prison, which will continue forever until the children of the Father all awaken to realize what has happened and then they will have produced fruits and become part of a change or metamorphosis. Wars are not accidents, none of them. They are all orchestrated events to fulfill the goal, whether they are supposedly for good or evil. The key to this story is, another power entered the scene right on schedule and took over after this long-running kingdom that was extended for 1,260 years and then came to its end. However, this new power, beast that arises appeared different than the others. This is where the story changed, where the Dragon Empire continued for 1,260 years, and then the dragon went back underground as a new beast came up called, like a lamb with 2 horns, which is now openly supported by YHVH once again. However, this new beast still had the voice of the dragon speaking within, but it was in secret. The dragon did not disappear, it just went into hiding, under a mask of it being a harmless lamb that was supported by YHVH again. Yikes! Talk about deception. Therefore, we need to look closely at the next key to the code. So why is this beast called, like a lamb? Daniel never revealed any beast called the lamb. Now he did mention a ram and a goat, but both were revealed as a bear and leopard once the mask was removed. The characteristics of a lamb are innocent, and all the other beasts were deadly and ferocious. A lamb is meek, a lamb follows and is led by the shepherd. A lamb could never be considered a beast unless it is a wolf in sheep's clothing. What happens though when a wolf is dressed in sheep's clothing and it infiltrates? The lamb beast had a different appearance, it was meeker and non-violent compared to all the other beasts before it, at least by appearance. So, it appeared as a lamb but strangely enough it spoke as a dragon. This is because this lamb was the dragon as he infiltrated the unsuspecting sheep through religious identity, which came from the Holy Roman Empire, but now has another appearance, Protestantism. The people of the lamb were trapped, because they were grazing with and feeding by someone who seemed familiar but was indeed different. They were following a false god and false Christ, but thinking it was the true shepherd. There is a more important reason. Remember, horns are military and the head is governmental power, usually via family lineages. This lamb is militant, this is no lamb, this is a fraud coming across as a lamb. It is religious fraud. This lamb is another identification of the last 2 heads that the woman is controlling on the beast with 7 heads. It is obvious by now that the woman is linked to the lamb with 2 horns, being identified as 2 separate consecutive kingdoms of the 10 horns that come into power as the fulfillment of the 10 horns out of the Roman Empire. Both the dragon beast of the first 5 heads, and the woman hiding in the wilderness existed for 1,260 years. And now the woman is being revealed jumping aboard this same beast that had 7 heads and 10 horns, but now morphs into something else completely. It looks like a lamb, but it speaks with a forked tongue, as Tonto would articulate to the Lone Ranger. Revelation 13 revealed that the lamb had 2 horns, and Revelation 17 revealed that a woman jumped to aboard on the last 2 heads. Thus, we have our fulfillment. And guess what? We know who defeated Napoleon. It was the British, as stated earlier. The woman jumped on the beast with 7 heads, however, 5 had already fallen. She then became the 6th head, but veiled as an innocent lamb. And as you shall see, the same woman will also be the 7th head of the dragon, also veiled. Chapter 28. The Great Whore. Now we can connect the dots. The British are the covenant son or covenant man as one of the sons of Joseph that was given firstborn right status that we spoke about earlier. The British are in fact Ephraim, and their kings and queens are the family lineages called the lawgivers holding the scepter via one single lineage of Judah only. The British Empire is Ephraim of Israel, Israel. Yet somehow, they became the 6th head and the 9th horn exactly right on cue. Israel, as they had done before, fornicated with the kings of the world. Israel became a whore. This was the people married to their god Yhvh, and as predicted would become the great whore again, because all of it was planned. Therefore, the description of Israel, the coded woman, is exactly like the whore in Revelation 18. For the 2 are one and the same. She is called the Great Whore because it is God's wife fornicating with the dragon and his kingdoms, which Satan had set up as a continuation of God's authority. Now if that doesn't make you go bonkers, what will? Now you realize why it's stated in the Bible, in 2 Corinthians 4:4, in whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not. As well as Revelation 12:9 reveals, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceives the whole world. Both God and Satan are being revealed as deceivers. The above term for world, where God deceives the whole world, means age, aeon. It represents the age of Pisces where we all have been stuck inside a prison time loop. The other term, world, where it states Satan deceives the whole world, is oikoumene, and it represents the entire inhabited planted. It represents the entirety of the population on this planet that they are being deceived by this confidence game. Why would God call someone else a whore? It had to be the woman he was contracted to, and she committed adultery on him. If it was anyone else, why would he care what this woman did? It would be the husband's edict to call her a whore. But why did she commit adultery? Because the beast kingdom that her husband set up, seduced her to follow its evils. If God never set these kingdoms up, would Israel have disobeyed? Could Israel have joined the beastly operations if it was not there? If God did not plant the forbidden tree in the garden, would Adam and Eve have disobeyed? If God didn't allow Satan in the garden, again would Adam and Eve have been seduced to operate against God? If God didn't inspire David to take a census, would any in Israel have been slaughtered? Refer to Book 2. So, the British Empire right on cue jumped aboard the Lamb, which was the devil in drag, and began fornicating with all the kings of the earth, taking total supreme power unto themselves, but was likened unto a lamb, because it was the coded Israel being set up for the sacrifice. Why would Israel, who had just been protected for 1,260 years via their own God, change and become a whore who now started fornicating with the very beast that she was protected from? Is your head spinning yet? The answer lies in the fact that this woman from the beginning was to become 2 great and powerful nations via a promised blessing by their God, and to accomplish that they had to take over world control. and to accomplish that feat they had to take over the power of the beast, since the beast was the power of the world. And there you have the enigma revealed right in the open, smack dab in the center of the garden. However, it was also prophesied long ago that this new woman Israel was to rebel and whore around, because this is what Israel has always done by planned prophecies against them. Therefore, she can now be cursed after she receives her blessing. Does any of this sound like it comes from the mind of sanity or a god of mindlessness? They came across as innocent, and moral and God-fearing, only protecting what belonged to them. The problem was they went after everyone and demanded that everything belonged to them under supreme orders of God that they followed, not knowing it was the same as Satan. Just like when Christopher Columbus came to the New World and he slaughtered the Indians, his own scribe wrote that he did this under orders as obedient sons of Christ. His scribe said that the Indians were not armed, they were friendly and they even fed them. But Columbus wanted them wiped out in the name of Christ. So, the woman began to whore with the beast prior and followed the sun god-worshipping church. As did Columbus, serving Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain of the Holy Roman Empire. Thus, after conquering one nation after another and setting up their flag and control where the kings and queens rule nations outside of their boundary, we now know why the sun never set on the British flag. The British Empire remained in control of this world as a force of power from 1815 to 1944. During World War I, circa 1917 AD, a new kingdom, a powerful single nation that slowly arose from what was a peaceful and auspicious beginning, was becoming the most powerful kingdom in the world, militarily. It was the United States of America. They followed as the 10th horn and 7th head of this lamb-like beast, but only for a short time. They appeared to the world at first like an innocent lamb, but underneath they were speaking for the dragon, and eventually would act as evil as the dragon ever did as they went on to create a hegemony for total control of the world like their brother in Britain did before them. Now some may ask, how could the rulers of the United States of America be a lineage like a family? We have no kings and queens in this country, no monarch, no royalty. The answer lies in the secret that no one wants to admit. That nearly every president since George Washington has been related to one another, which are all related to the Hanover, Windsor family of the kings and queens of Britain, which all go back to the infamous King David and then back to Jacob the supplanter. It's all one big happy family. And you really thought you had free choice to vote for whomever? It is laughable. It is all scripted, until the restrainer comes on the scene. But the second point is their power was short-lived. It was indeed a head and horn, a government mixed with military. However, it was never meant to last long. Now let's catch up to this code. Revelation 13:11 through 15. And I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, which had 2 horns like a lamb, but he spoke like the dragon. And he did all that the first beast could do before him. The first beast before him was the dragon that had 5 heads that had fallen as part of the continued Babylonian kingdom through Rome, after the death wound was healed, and he caused the earth and them which dwelled therein, to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. We know the wound that was healed was the Roman Empire under what was called the Imperial Restoration, which belonged to the 4th kingdom as the Holy Roman Empire. What we do not understand is, why is Israel wanting the world to worship this first beast, the one that the dragon gave his power and authority over to, the one she was protected from for 1,260 years? Because the dragon infiltrated these nations under the cover of a lamb, which is being directed in secret as Zionism. The woman fornicated with other kingdoms to bring about the ruin of the 2 God-fearing countries who were riding and guiding the false lamb, which was the 6th and 7th heads of the dragon and the 9th and 10th horns of God's beastly kingdoms. Continuing. And he did great wonders, so that he made fire to come down from heaven on the earth, in the sight of men, and deceived them that dwell on the earth by the signs which were permitted to him to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make the image of the beast, which had the wound of a sword, and did live. and it was permitted to him to give life unto the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast should speak, and should cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. This is going to be stupefying when you realize what really did take place right in the open for all to witness, and yet being in stealth, all by plan. This beast called the Lamb with two horns became the power of the sixth and seventh head, and they did cause fire to come down from heaven in the sight of all mankind. This already happened. And because of this great miracle the world has been deceived to follow the creation of the image that was designed to serve the dragon beast, which was the continuation of the head of gold Babylon, which received its power from God and continued through Satan, as the Holy Roman Empire. This event occurred on August 6, 1945, when the British, Ephraim, and American forces, Manasseh, brought fire down from heaven in the sight of all peoples everywhere, called the atomic bomb, which was dropped over Hiroshima and then 3 days later over Nagasaki. These atomic warheads detonated well over 1,000 to 2,000 feet in the air, causing this explosion to literally rain fire down from heaven. And it destroyed and obliterated these two cities, fulfilling the prophecy that fire was brought down from heaven as a sign of the sorcerer, via the Lamb with two horns. This event finally brought an end to World War II, but it did something more powerful than that. It was responsible for the Lamb creating the image to the beastly kingdoms that began with Babylon and ending the reign of the seventh head USA. However, it was not yet revealed, it was still all in secret. America still appeared to wield the power. It stated the seventh head would only exist for a short time. And sure enough, from only 1944 to 1945 was the length of time this beast had its real authority, until it became transformed to do the bidding of the dragon via the created image. This was the last real war America won, the rest were wars for the image. It stated that 5 have fallen. These were the first 5 heads of the dragon. And then it revealed, 1 is. This is the time frame which this prophecy was written when the British forces conquered Napoleon and became the world power. And then it said, 1 is yet to come, but when it comes it will only be for a short space, or a very short amount of time. This was the shortest amount of time for a beast head to ever have existed, but it hadn't fallen yet. From July 1, 1944 until October 24, 1945, this was the limit to the authority of the seventh head, and then all authority was transferred from the United States over to the image. So, what happened on July 1, 1944 that transferred power away from England to the United States? It was called the Bretton Woods Conference, when the United States was handed over the power of the world reserve currency, which had been in the hands of Britain for a very long time. The economic power of a nation is their real strength, not the military. If there is no money, there is no military. However, the authority was short-lived, because something happened that changed everything in October of 1945. The image was created. Since the image had not been given life yet, everyone continued to believe it was the power of the United States that was in operation, and they still do until the USA is going to fall. The reign of the USA has all been an illusion. The United States government has been getting their orders from Satan the dragon, who is now sitting behind the image or standing in the temple of God. It is the United Nations. IMAGE. International. Management. Alliance. Global. Echelon. As of October 24, 1945, the United Nations, 2 months after fire came down from heaven, was created by the 6th and 7th heads of the beast, that is Lamb with 2 horns. All due to this atomic bombing event. Read your history. Notice how these 2 nations always seem to work together, even though the US separated from England. They still work together because they are brothers in the plan. It was 2 horns on 1 lamb because they work together as well as being consecutive kingdoms. However, neither one has fallen yet. The United Nations was not given life yet, as of between the years of 1945 to 1991. They were simply a shadow government in which they were given total authority in stealth, but it was not yet realized by the world at large. It hadn't been given life. They controlled the planet by stealth, because it was created as a central government headquarters for the entire planet. And it found its home right in New York City, right smack dab in the middle of the seventh head kingdom. The dragon wearing the mask of the lamb. The woman Israel, who is sitting on these last two beast heads of the dragon, is still riding the beast. She appears to be guiding it along while doing her bidding, not realizing the beast is secretly guiding her. And even though all authority and power was transferred over to the dragon in 1945, again, as the one like a lamb, she is still operating as a facade, as if she was really in control. Yet all the decisions coming down are more and more changing the face of this lamb and is becoming a serpent. And this will increase until the woman is destroyed from within, as she will be completely taken over by the dragon and left undressed. Like clockwork once again. New York City was the home of the famous 1939 World's Fair, entitled The World of Tomorrow. It was a spectacular feat and creation by those who theorized of a new world order. A world that became socialist in its plan. The entire World's Fair representation indicated plans for a new government, a new rule of law on this planet. It came across as benevolent, as it always does. This same area became the home of the United Nations, that is the image, which also stemmed from these same futuristic planners. This was not the first time the lamb with two horns tried to set up this image. In 1815, after the lamb defeated the dragon kingdom of Napoleon, they wanted to set up an image to the dragon, and it was called Congress of Vienna. Sort of lets you know who was operating things all along. They had hoped since Britain took power of the world that they could immediately create the image to the beast they just defeated. As if that is not confusing enough, but it failed. It simply wasn't time yet. By 1921, when America was in its beginning stages of becoming the seventh head around World War I, they attempted to once again set up the image called the League of Nations. Again, it failed. It finally happened on the very ground of the World's Fair, where the entire message was changed into the world of the future, called the World of Tomorrow, which did not espouse to the true American Constitution but a revamped world government international system of law. It finally took World War II to bring about the third and final attempt at this image, which resulted from the fire that came down from the heavens. And it was created right smack dab in Flushing, Queens, at the home of the World's Fair, in New York, and then later moved to Manhattan, where the Rockefellers donated the land for this operation to continue, as the beginnings of the world government body. Just like the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, it was right smack dab in the middle of the garden, which was also the tree that represented both God and devil. It is truly representative of one's awareness via the reptilian brain. It is the simulated image of our world. Now let's go back and get a few more pieces to this puzzle. Revelation 17:10-12. And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come, and when he cometh, he must continue a short space. Now this is going to be a shock to most people. What this is revealing is the author of this part of Revelation edited this into the Bible sometime after the year 1815 AD, knowing that the Holy Roman Empire had finally come to an end. How do we know this? Because it states 5 have fallen and 1 is. This reveals the time when the author wrote this into the book of Revelation. If you were speaking prophetically or about the future, why would you ever say 1 is as representative of being contemporary, if it meant at another time? Why else would the author write 1 is, meaning current or contemporary, unless it was happening during this author's time? And this author also knew the code, or else how could he have rightly understood how this kingdom fit into the prophecy? This was written when the British came into power, prior to the USA gaining its power as the 7th head. As it stated, 1 is, that is Britain, and the other has not yet come, that is America, but plans were in the works to make sure America became the world power as the single great nation that was prophesied. When America finally did enter the scene, and take that power unto themselves, it would only be for a short time. It means during the time the author wrote this. The beast head was being led by the British, between the years 1815 to 1944. This was added into the Bible as late as the 19th century. Revelation was most likely written in 1486 AD, and much of the Bible was still being edited and changed and things added or removed all the way into the 21st century. However, when it was edited it was always made to appear as if it was inserted hundreds of years earlier due to fake discoveries of ancient scriptures. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the eighth, and is of the seven, and goes into perdition. And the 10 horns which thou saw are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet. We know for a fact that 5 had already fallen, but received power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These are the dragon 10 horns at the end of this long ruling kingdom as the 10 toes on the 2 feet of the image. What we are seeing here is when the 7th head has turned its power back over to the dragon beast before it, in the form of an image, the power comes in the form of the etheric 8th kingdom. The surreptitious kingdom, the secret kingdom. Since there is no 8th head, then what is it? It is an image, a simulation to the entire beastly kingdoms that began with the Babylonian kingdom through the Roman kingdom. The new image is representative how our entire cosmos is a simulated world government program delusion, belonging to no country or nation, and answers only to Lucifer. This image is the United Nations, which controls the World Bank, the World Court, global armies, the IMF etc. by fiat. This image is being recreated at the end time as a simulation because it does not belong to any known kingdom on this world. Therefore, it cares not who is destroyed, especially if it is America. One of the first acts by the United Nations occurred in 1948, even yet without its recognized power it still had the authority. The United Nations took away Palestine from the British, who had stolen it from the Palestinians in 1919, and declared that area as Israel. The image of the beast set up a false and fake Israel to continue the illusion. This Israel was the Zionists, the Ashkenazi Jews who were sold and taken over by Satan as the synagogue of Satan, claiming they were Jews but they lied. If you can get a hold of a New York Times newspaper when Israel was created in 1948, you will read that it states the United Nations gave this land to Israel and created it as Israel. They already had the authority just 3 short years after their creation. It was not done by America or Britain, but the UN. In fact, after it was finalized what the UN had done, both Harry S. Truman and Joseph Stalin recognized the new state of Israel as being granted and created by the United Nations. A democratic republic linked with a socialist communist, and the two agree on the same deception. So why did Satan the dragon create the state of Israel? Easy. To deceive the entire world. This was done to throw everyone off the path of the code. If people are looking to Israel in the Middle East, then they will fail to realize who Israel really is. Satan planted the thought that if anyone would speak against Israel it is a hate crime against the Jews. Nazi Germany was set up, it was all to create this illusion and therefore stop anyone from revealing the truth about who Israel really is. Even what I am revealing, people will stop in their tracks and say this guy is anti-Semite, thereby trying to nullify everything I am revealing. I assure you I am not anti-Semite, I have no hate against any race or culture. Chapter 28 continued. And then the plan can go ahead unfettered. Most Christians, Muslims and Jewish people believes Jerusalem is significant to the entire plan. How convenient, but how so very wrong they are. It is an illusory trap. However, the United Nations still did not have any real authority in the open, even though the power was passed on to them. The nations on earth never realized what the UN really was. For many years, the UN had no seeming power and were only for show until an event occurred that is going to begin to tie all of this together. The UN has been a shadow government orchestrated by the shadow lords or the gods who are hidden mysteriously back are ruling this world. This event occurred on January 16, 1991, When the President of the United States gave orders to attack Iraq, which coincidentally enough, is the area of Babylon and Assyria, and eventually turned over all policy of the world unto the United Nations Security Council to give life unto the image of the beast. We watched this on our very own televisions, and 99.999% of the world had no clue what had just happened. I really do believe that the US and British governments believe they are working for the Lamb of God, and they think they are crushing the beast, as the stone that is not cut out of rock by hand, meaning it is not a real stone, it is an illusion destroying what we call matter. It is an illusory kingdom, working as a UN or image, and they are seeking after the kingdoms of Babylon, Persia, which is Iran, which is always on the table for war, and of course destroying the kingdoms of Greco-Macedonia, which is Greece, Turkey etc., through financial upheavals. And of course, Italy, which is Rome. They believe as Israel that they have the right to be the ones who crush the beastly kingdoms and take over total rule of this planet. They are doing it with some military action, but a lot of it is with the economic power, as they still control the world reserve currency. And slowly, every step of the way, they believe they are creating the world government kingdom that their God, husband, will rule with a rod of iron. What they don't understand is, someone forgot to tell them the plan that reveals they must be punished and removed, as they are nothing but a whore being led by Satan in their God's eyes, until the reset, where at another time they can do it all over again. What a horrible repetitious hell. The kingdom they think they are creating is not what they would have hoped for, because it means their destruction. Since they are riding the beast, they believe they are in control, but they better take a few steps back and see what is really happening. Revelation 13. And it was permitted to him to give life unto the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast should speak, and should cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. This is exactly what happened. The image of the beast was given life on January 16, 1991, as the UNSC, the United Nations Security Council, and they were given power and authority for total control of the world as a governing body without a nation, and most people are not aware of what evil was perpetrated here. Anyone protesting this power was to be killed, and has been killed and are still being killed by the so-called peacekeeping missions of the UN socialist agenda. We have witnessed this occur time and time again unto Arab nations who all belong to ancient Babylon, Persia, Greece, and soon to come Rome. And these nations are being destroyed one after another by the Lamb with two horns, who have given their allegiance to the image. It is the United States and Great Britain, as they always combine, but this time they are taking their orders from the World Security Council of the United Nations, which is now the image or eighth illusory head of this beast. It is all being done to set up the coded Israel for her destruction. What most fail to understand is this woman. The real nations of Israel are going to be destroyed according to the plan, which no one seems to understand, because they do not know the secret society's code book, which the true Father could easily reveal to them if they were truly following his will. And the 10 horns, on the dragon now, which thou saw, are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet. These 10 kings will hate the whore, make her desolate and burn her with fire, and it will be done in 1 hour. In my last book, called The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods, I will reveal who the man is that is the restrainer, who comes on the scene to help America for a short period, bringing it back to its foundation. During this time, the United States, under the power of this man, will destroy the New World Order, because that was never the true world government to come. However, what is not understood, is America's foundation was always the Lamb speaking as the dragon. Its foundation is Israel. What this is going to do, as you will soon learn, is separate the United Nations from both Britain and the United States, and then the United Nations will set up shop somewhere else, as Lucifer will rise from the east and the United Nations will be part of the entire deception. Chapter 29. Lucifer's Diabolical Plan. I may not have everything exact here, I may be seeing things a little off, but based on what I was shown, the following will begin to present a clearer picture of the world we live in and its controllers. We now begin to enter the finale. where Israel is going to be punished due to her perverse lifestyle. This is not something that I am happy to write about, and would be more than content in hoping that this would not occur. Sadly, everything that I have written was a coded plan, and at the time of this writing nothing seems to be changing. It speaks of this woman being wiped out in 1 hour. My friends, this may be a literal hour. But how is that even possible? It is either by nuclear war, or by total economic collapse. We have now entered the area where the dragon's 10 horns and Daniel's vision of 10 toes come into play. 10 nations have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast or the dragon. Who are these 10 nations, who are these groups allied as? Remember, iron and clay. Well, I believe they are starting to form right before our eyes. They are called the BRICS nations, which as of this writing, include Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It is mostly an Asian alliance, where Russia will join with them. So, what are these nations, and what is this alliance that is forming? And how will they harm America? As of 2011, these countries were among the fastest growing emerging markets. It's important to note that the Goldman Sachs thesis isn't that these countries are a political alliance, like the European Union, or a formal trading association, but they have the potential to form a powerful economic bloc. Bloc, a group of countries or political parties with a shared aim, such as the former Soviet bloc countries, as well as a united 10-nation trading bloc. My friends, what this alliance comes down to is that nations are going to revert to gold and silver and will eventually crush the dollar as the global reserve currency, which gave the United States their beastly power in 1944. They are going to wipe out the West monetarily. That is all that it is going to take to fulfill this prophecy, to remove the reserve currency status. But it cannot be done unless certain nations from the East align together with other nations of the world, which have never come into an agreement before. Some of these nations are the power of iron, like Russia and China, others are weak as clay, like South Africa and Brazil. Together they have already formed 5 nations, but as of this point, the true 10 nations have not yet been given their power as kings for 1 hour with the beast. Revelation 18:10 standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas the great city Babylon, that mighty city! For in 1 hour is thy judgment come. We are witnessing this all happen before our eyes, and the United States is sinking deeper and deeper into this inevitable reality via an illusion. Who is it that is angry with the woman? Isn't it God due to her rebelliousness and her whoring nature? Let us take a deeper look at what is being said in these continuing verses. Revelation 17:12-18 The 10 horns you saw are 10 kings who have not yet received a kingdom, but who for 1 hour will receive authority as kings, economic powers, along with the beast. Image the UN. These 10 toes or horns are not given a kingdom, but are given authority as if being a kingdom. Very important. Sometime in our near future, 10 nations will align together that have not ever been aligned before, and will receive authority from the beast, which is now the 8th head, as the United Nations, in service to the dragon to accomplish one set goal. There are also things like the false prophet and the beast leader that will arise, but I do not have time to get into that here. In truth, these two are basically second fiddle to what is really happening in the shadows. These 10 nations will have one purpose in mind that unites them, and they will give their power and authority over to the image, which is now the 8th head. And in so doing, the image will give their authority for 1 hour unto these 10 nations to accomplish something huge. What is it that causes these 10 nations to unite together for one cause? The dragon with 10 horns that you saw will hate the whore. They will bring her to ruin and leave her naked, they will eat her flesh and burn her with fire. This has been the dragon's goal all along, from the time before earth existed. The dragon has hated the woman as seen in the vision of heaven. And this brings me to the point who this woman really is. Obviously, Israel didn't exist before the earth had existed. I said earlier Rebecca represented the women, but this was just a representation, not the real deal. Now hold on, here is the secret of the ages, the woman is the mind of Lucifer. Lucifer was so proud of her genius and her wisdom, that Lucifer worshipped its own mind. Almost like a mad scientist, Lucifer worshipped its own self. The woman was the plan of Lucifer to create the forbidden zone, called the artificial reality matrix. Lucifer was in love with itself. The woman is Lucifer. The reason she is clothed with the sun is because what we are witnessing in the vision in heaven is Lucifer. The woman is the Antichrist system, it is the blueprint to imprison souls. It is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. In the garden, Adam and Eve were instructed not to take of the forbidden tree. However, the serpent dragon was also in the garden, and he wanted the woman to take the tree. As you have already witnessed, it was all done to trap the souls of the father and mother into this simulation. Then who really is Satan, the adversary? Satan is the other half of Lucifer as the combined soul. They are not different. Lucifer separated from her other half, which was Satan, so that the good and evil tree could be established. Just like the male and female were separated before the garden, where a soul had to splinter between a male and a female avatar body. It is the same soul but now divided. Since then the male and female aspects of each soul split. They have been in a war of sorts against their own soul, constantly battling one another. So much jealousy and envy and even hatred flows to the top due to this faulty separation. We were never to be divided within ourselves. One divided against themselves is a recipe for disaster. Therefore, Lucifer divided herself with her other half, and the other half became Satan the adversary. Because of this division, war broke out between the two of them, and each one had followers to unite behind them in this war. Are you starting to get the vision of what had happened? We were told that the male and female were to marry, propagate and bring forth children. To do this they had to be married. This was the contractual covenant between souls. That one must find another, whether they were adaptable to each other or not. They must find another half and marry them and produce a lineage. Lucifer and Satan are twin souls. It means they were married to one another. Lucifer was the female and Satan was the male. However, Lucifer, in her jealousy, once she was split from her other half, eventually divorced Satan, kicked him out of the house, so to speak. Satan was furious and the two of them went to war. This became the Great War in heaven. When Lucifer created the simulation program, she decided to take on Asuta as a nation. Lucifer, being Lord of Heaven, decided to marry an entire nation, and this nation was going to be her husband. But it was retranslated to be Lucifer's bride instead. The problem was the nation constantly rebelled, whored around and did its own thing. Remember, through this is a program, this is not a reality. What we are witnessing is that Lucifer created a program using a nation that represents the division of souls. What happened was, Satan did not like playing second fiddle. He felt he was as important, if not more. Why? Because he is the same soul. He constantly challenged her rules and did something opposite of what she desired. Remember, in the garden, almost immediately he was there to challenge the rules. He was telling the two humans that this was a virtual reality, and none of it was real. Take the fruit, and learn that you are no different than the gods. Therefore, she encoded her travail as a woman likened unto giving birth to a male child. And this child would eventually rule the earth. His was simply a counter of Jesus coming from the Father. But the child was not real, and this is what Satan hated. It was not a child, it was the brainchild of Lucifer. It was all concocted out of her mind. Lucifer fell in love with her own mind and went berserk. Therefore, Lucifer married Israel, and we were told Israel was a woman, but she never was. Israel was always male-dominated. Israel was male, as noted between the brothers, Ephraim and Manasseh. So, if Lucifer was going to be married to Israel, then Satan was going to create his own covenant. And he became the dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns, who married the fallen church, which was a female. The problem was, Israel kept rebelling against Lucifer, so Lucifer dumped Israel, divorced her, and then married Babylon, who happened to be the one that seduced Israel to reject Lucifer. What you must by now be realizing is, both Lucifer and Satan are working together and always have been. The separation between the two of them is a ruse, a concocted plan. Lucifer was to be God, and Satan was to be the devil. But they were really both the same angelic soul that had fallen long ago. And although jealousies raged, and wars fermented, they were still working together against the father and mother and their children, because this was their common goal. Everything occurring on this planet is all part of a plan to imprison souls of the father and mother. Nothing about it is real. There is no real war between Lucifer and Satan. That is all part of the illusion, the plan, the program, to create God and devil. This is why the devil was in the garden along with God, because they were always working together. This is why Lucifer could choose Nebuchadnezzar, one of Satan's own, and begin to call him the lion, just like Judah was called the lion, the tribe of Israel. This is why Satan could join into the beastly kingdoms and simply continue them where they left off. He didn't try to destroy it. He just took the baton as if in a race, where he began running the next lap. Lucifer concocted a plan to marry Israel as duality likened unto the Christ marrying the Father's children. However, Lucifer set up the plan to deceive and seduce Israel, which meant to deceive and seduce the Father's children, by creating a beastly kingdom that would end up destroying Israel, and then Lucifer could divorce them. The idea was, if Lucifer could divorce her own, then this would make the true children believe the Father could reject his own also. Everything Lucifer and Satan have done is to deceive the true children of the Father, by setting up an Antichrist program called confusion, and it has worked like a charm for a very long time. So, what did Lucifer do? He divorced Israel and married Babylon, which means confusion. And this is the true story of the plan. Keep the children of the Father so confused they will never figure out what has happened to them, and they will continue to return to Lucifer and Satan. These 10 groupings of nations are going to bring the end of the great whore and her rule over this 7-headed dragon. Think about it, God's chosen wife is ruling over Satan's kingdom. And why is she ruling over Satan's kingdom? Because she was told she would become a world power, and the only way to become a world power was she had to lead the power of this world. But why do they hate this whore? If she is operating the beast doing their bidding, you would think they would all get along. It is because the whore and her daughters are not really part of the beast, but she whored with them, and now they want repayment for what she did to them while trying to set her power over them. She became brutal, spiteful, and hateful, and had no mercy or compassion. She was reckless to take unto her power to destroy and not give life. She became wicked. But why will she be destroyed? For God, YHVH, has put it into their hearts, the 10 nations of the dragon, to accomplish his purpose until God's words are fulfilled. Now we see who was behind this all along. There it is, read it again, it was all a plan. Do you understand? This is not about a nation that rebelled against their God and now is going to be punished. It is about a plan that was devised long ago that already had the punishment as part of the plan. Just like it was not about Adam and Eve sinning in the garden that brought about their demise, it was a plan that they had to fulfill to make sure they became what the gods wanted of them. Once again, we read, it is God that is being motivated to accomplish this entire goal even during the time that it appears that Satan is governing this entire system. God is using the dragon with 7 heads to fulfill his plan, a plan that was started back when he set up King Nebuchadnezzar as the head of gold and the King of Kings. My friends, I didn't write this, I am simply explaining and revealing how God is the one that is behind all of what is occurring, and Jesus said very plainly that neither him or his Father have anything to do with this world, it is not their world. It goes on to say that they do not have anything to do with even the things of this world. Yet we read again and again how this God is not only part of this world, he is actively ruling it from the open and in secret, calling all the shots, maneuvering kingdoms, setting up wars and violent takeovers to create demonic beasts to fill some diabolical plan and to even destroy his new wife again. And we also were taught that Satan the dragon was also part of continuing what God has been building. The two are working together as a team as they did long ago back in the Garden of Eden. For they are married in spirit. Chapter 29 continued. Now Revelation 18 continues this story after the fall of the great city, or what we know to be the great nation who rules this world by serving the image. This is specifically speaking of the United States of America now. Yes, it also can refer to New York City as the financial hub of the world, or even Washington, D.C. as the political hub of the world. However, it is referencing the entire nation, not just a local city. Fallen is Babylon the Great. She has become a dwelling for demons and a haunt for every impure spirit, a haunt for every unclean bird, a haunt for every unclean and detestable animal. I would like to explain this in detail how this is occurring right now, but there is plenty of information here for you to fulfill the final aspect of doing your own legwork and homework, but most importantly keeping your eyes open to what is happening to this once great nation. It is being destroyed from an enemy within. There is an ancient prophecy in the Bible that speaks of what is going to happen to Israel in the last days, how a foreigner and enemy will infiltrate and literally take over the power of the country knowing full well they are not part of that country nor its foundational beliefs. I have spoken of this one called the man of sin. And the debauchery of the evil that has become part of this nation is the great apostasy. Deuteronomy 28:43-44 The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Another fulfillment of the betrayer among the people. Another translation, the foreigners who reside among you will rise above you higher and higher, but you will sink lower and lower. They will lend to you, but you will not lend to them. They will be the head, but you will be the tail. This is referring to an illegal immigration that is so strong it begins to take over the country and its people. These infiltrators want nothing to do with the coded Israel, they are an enemy infiltrator, and they will become powerful gaining great riches and given power to rule among the people of Israel, while all along the rest of the country becomes greatly indebted. The rest of the people are losing its power to the extent that the enemy will loan money to the people they are in enmity with or at war with. The government will assist the betrayers while destroying the true people. And it says you will not lend to them, meaning you will have nothing left, it will all be stolen away, and you will have no importance at all to who these new benefactors really are, and what their true plan really is. The true citizens of America will be debased and destroyed, little by little until they have nothing left. America has already 100 million people getting free food and other loans, which are in effect a lending program, but most of it is being given to the invaders, while the true citizens are paying for it all and will eventually not have anything left to give. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him, he shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. What this is saying is the enemy will rise to become the chief of the people, who now have become the back end, or the tail, and the enemy, even one, will become the king or even the president, as the head. Again, this is the man of sin sighting in the temple of God claiming he is God. And finally, all these curses shall pursue and overtake you until you are destroyed, all because you refused to listen to the Lord your God. These horrors shall befall you and your descendants as a warning. Americans are becoming perverse. It has become a place for demons to run wild in all their imagination, to do whatever they so please, to call good evil and evil they call good. And the many of citizens accept it all without prejudice. For all the nations have drunk of the maddening wine of her adulteries. The kings of the earth committed adultery with her, and the merchants of the earth grew rich from her excessive luxuries. Due to her amorous appetite and her twisted perversions, the nations around the world began also to accept and started teaching her sorceries, and following them. And many grew rich from corporate-sponsored wickedness and from her abominations. And I heard another voice from heaven, saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. My friends, this is the warning from the father and mother to stop falling into this trap of evil and deception, to come out of following the world and its ways. The father is saying, do not be part of this wicked nation, separate yourself from the evil of this people. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. Now this is the God of this world. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled fill to her double. How much she hath glorified herself, and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her, for she says in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death, and mourning, and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord God who judges her. Again, this is not the further here, this is YHVH Lucifer. The Father cannot be tempted with evil, neither can he be part of such evil. The United States believes it is like a queen who cannot be overthrown. She has come to believe she is unbeatable and no one can touch her, and many of her citizens believe the same. It is time we begin to separate the beast part of this kingdom as the lamb with two horns and the woman which rides this beast. They in fact are not the same. One is compliant to the beast, the other believes it is compliant to God, but God rules the beast, and the two, that is the woman and lamb, are mixed together to create modern-day Babylon, or the Mystery Babylon religion, which is God mixed with Satan as one concoction, but people believe they are two separate forces. Who is it that was called and chosen by God? He said it was Israel. But Israel rebelled because this was the plan all along. And like all the times before, each time Israel rebelled, God made a new covenant with them to be his people. This happened time and time again throughout biblical history. What we need to ask ourselves is, why has the Lord God of the Bible set up beastly demonic kingdoms so they could punish a whoring wife, which would most likely have never whored if God didn't set up these evil kingdoms to seduce her in the first place? Do you really think that Eve would have sinned if God didn't allow the serpent into the garden to greatly deceive and seduce her? And finally, all of this leads into the destruction that which will destroy and crush these beastly kingdoms at the end time, and then God wants to bring about a world government of total absolute control, which ironically is the same plan of the beast of which the same God created. Are you confused yet? The Father does not get involved with the wickedness of this world. He cannot be tempted by it, nor will he tempt anyone to be part of it. Many Christians today believe that Jesus Christ is coming as King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and is coming back to take over complete rule of this earth, ruling it with a rod of iron for 1,000 years, just like the beastly kingdoms prior had done ruthlessly. Now read this closely. Revelation 2:26-28 And he that overcomes, and keeps my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. Who is the Father here, and who is it that will rule by utter destruction? Shivers, tremble and shake in coldness and fear. The Spirit of the Father is not a spirit of fear but of peace and of a sound mind. And I will give him the morning star. Here we go again, we come back to this one who is supposed to return to rule this planet with a rod of iron. And then it states, and I will give him the morning star. As I have stated throughout my series of books on the divine secret garden, the morning star is Lucifer. It is the sun god Ra ruling over the people, also known as Ish Ra-El. My friends, something is being revealed here that stinks to the high heavens, no pun intended. Jesus stated, if this was my world I would fight for it. He said he could call a legion of angels to come and take back this world if it was his. Then he said, but this is not my world. When offered total power and control of this world by Satan, Jesus rejected it. If the Father or Christ is not the power of this world, then who is this God that rules this world? Here we see that supposedly Jesus is coming back not only to take over this world, but is in allegiance with the Father to set up evil demonic kingdoms so people will be deceived and eventually overthrow the recent kingdoms, and then he can come in like a prince. However, he can then rule with severe austerity and punishment with an iron rod over the people that are remaining, who just went through living hell. This entity is not coming as a savior, but a destroyer. And then what is his offer? To hand over the insignia of the bright and morning star to the Christ, as this Christ supposedly returns from the heavens. But what is this insignia? Rather God from the east, a signifying tribute to Lucifer. A rod is a whipping or punishing stick, and unlike most rods which are made from wood, this rod is made out of iron. It is used to bring about severe pain and punishment, as was the Inquisition. Can you imagine being beaten with a rod of iron? The two legs that stemmed from the fourth beast was made of iron. The term ruling with a rod of iron represents military power of the Fourth Empire on this planet. Everything is coded, everything has a meaning. Terms like ruling with a rod of iron may sound simple enough, but it is revealing who it is that is operating this power or wielding this strength from behind the scenes of this script. A true shepherd leads the flock with a walking stick, or a cane, and it is not used to beat the sheep. But a wolf, in sheep's clothing, would use whatever authoritative power and weapon they have at their disposal, and they will beat and even kill the sheep along the way while leading them to the ultimate slaughter. Does this sound like the same guy that said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do"? Does this sound like the same one who visited the sinner and publican and loved them and gave them hope and strength? Just what happened to Jesus Christ, the model of love, compassion and gentleness after he left this world? Chapter 30. False flags order out of chaos. People contend that God is just punishing humans for their sins. Oh really? But every one of us is a sinner, not 1 in a million is free of the law of bondage here. And why is it that so many that are being deceived must die by result of this global dictatorship? And then they must be punished afterwards with one carrying the rod of iron? When does it all stop? And then we are told Satan after the 1,000 years will be loosed again to repeat his disdain and sorceries. Repeatedly the same thing always occurs. The time loop continues to rear its ugly head. The strange thing is, this is the secret society's manifesto. This is also what they teach is going to happen. What would the purpose be to set up a global kingdom by force when God was the one that set up the beast enmity in the first place? Let's try to think about this rationally and logically. Who is it that sets up chaos just to restore order? Under the secret societies, they follow a motto called Ordo ab chaos. It means to create the chaos to then come in to restore order. This way you are in control of it all, both good and evil, making sure the plans end up exactly as you have desired. As an example, we might call it today as a false flag. This is when those in power cause disturbance to occur so they can be the ones to bring in the force of compliance to establish order, while all along they truly desired to bring in new laws and rules to control people even more, like with a rod of iron. They were the ones all along that created the disorder to bring in order. So often the order they want to bring in, they know that no one would support it, because it usually means giving up more individual rights in replacement of personal dignity and freedom. So, they create a false flag to get people to turn over their divine right to succumb to a false rule. The only reason anyone would set up evil kingdoms just to overthrow them to set up a new order is that someone is trying to steal your divine right to cause you to follow a more damning agenda, somewhat akin to ruling with a rod of iron, by Gestapo-like, jackbooted thugs via force of violence, punishment and judgment. This is a total despotic kingdom that rules as a dictatorship, removing all free will choice and forcing people to comply whether they are good or evil. My friends, torture and punishment does not create obedience, it creates slaves. We have been taught that the people that trouble or do evil things deserve to be punished and tortured or sent to hell. But this will never create harmony or balance, it only brings in more totalitarianism. Thus, what is even more evil and demonic is when someone lures you into rebellion just to punish you and make a slave of you. My friends, there is a true shepherd leading his sheep and there is a false shepherd leading his wolves. One is referring to the true Christ as the loving shepherd, the deliverer and helper. The other is a false Christ, one who only leads his sheep to the slaughter and then beats them with a rod of iron if they escape his punishment. Chapter 31. False Christ and the Little Lamb. The people following the false Christ are now following that which is likened unto a lamb, the little lamb, or little horn. Justinian brought about the dragon influence as the little horn, which represents Satan's influence in religion. Oddly enough, the name for lamb all through Revelation is little lamb, not just a lamb. Many followers of the little lamb and will support war, violence, vengeance and even the thought of a burning hell because they are being obedient to a false god and a false Christ who teaches these things. They never separated the wheat from the chaff and now they are solely serving a false system, believing they are doing God's will. It even stated, many will try to kill you thinking they are doing God a service. The reason the name lamb is given is because there is going to be a sacrifice unto the gods again. They already killed the Christ, now they are coming after those who follow Christ even if they are being deceived. And the ones they will sacrifice are the ones who we would now call followers of God, as well as anyone else living amid their country, basically saying, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, sorry. The problem is now and always has been, Satan, Lucifer is the god of this world, and those who love this world and who will fight for this world and try to protect this world are doing the bidding of Satan. This world is a fake. It is an illusion. It is Antichrist. It is the nations that are mostly so-called God-fearing that will become the sacrificial offering because they fail to see who this God they are worshipping really is. Remember, the woman prostituted herself all over the world, just like the Catholic Church did in the Middle Ages. This means there is going to be a variance between the nations led by the West versus those of the East who are now forming an economic bloc to resist this whore and her vile and reprehensible conduct. Judeo-Christianity is the true code name Israel. When the US and Britain began, they started as mostly Christian nations brought together under the secret society known as the Masonic Order, and Rome, as the Jesuits. The founding fathers of America were mostly Masons. The entire Bible was created by the Masonic Order over a period between the 15th century and 19th century using old manuscripts mixed with truth and black magic. It came from the term Biblos, which subtly refers to Babylon, which is why the Bible is part and parcel to the Babylon mystery religion. George Washington was a Grand Master Mason just like King James, and both were followers of the Mystery Babylon religion. The entire creation of these countries was designed to make a people a sacrificial lamb to Baal. When the true Christ came back in time, he was trying to separate the true children from the world and its ways to help them overcome and then eventually leave this world of bondage. However, the false Christ was trying to blend them into the world under the auspices of taking over the world. And then this false Christ would rule this world with a rod of iron, which was not even one of the characteristics of the true Christ, as the fruits of the Spirit revealed. The beastly kingdoms are a false flag so that Lucifer can restore order his way by deceiving all the true seeds of the father and mother to keep them locked into this vicious cycle, but in all reality, it is a time loop cycle. Events that continue to occur repeatedly. And his people are the sacrificial lambs who followed him and his deceptions, who will end up giving up their lives so the fallen angels can continue to rule this world at another time, same place, and same channel. And his loyal followers will be his servants and slaves again, because they forgot who the true seed-bearing Christ really was and decided to follow a fraud. This is why so many people support war against the other nations, which is only fueling the fire of their own barbac. The axiomatic law has always been, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This law is impenetrable, incontrovertible. It must be fulfilled. Thus, if you support war you must die by a similar fashion. He that lives by the sword must die by the sword. So, the enmity that is brewing, is the Christian world has enmity against the Muslim world and any other form of belief, because of the variances in beliefs and vice versa, but both are obeying and serving the same exact God. Yet because of the good and evil game being played here, neither one knows this due to the law of enmity that was a curse for all times. You ask a Muslim who is their God, they will say, the God of Abraham. Ask a Jew who is their God, they will say the God of Abraham. Ask a Christian who is their God, they will say Christ the Son of the God of Abraham. It is the same exact God, but since the playing of these good and evil games each one believes they are unique, different and special and all the rest are infidels. However, the Christian world does not understand the code, that they are now part of Israel, the people of the Lamb of God, and they are being set up to be sacrificed, again. The sheep truly are being led to their slaughter. It speaks in Revelation 17 about the daughters of the whore, or daughters of Babylon. These are all the Christian religions that have splintered all over the globe, bringing with them their false system of beliefs. From the beginning, the ancient Israelites' religion was known as the Judea religion, or the covenant. Then Christ came on the scene and revealed about the religion of old and how it was completely wrapped and steeped into paganism due to the blending of the Judea belief of old with Babylon, which was the religion of the gods from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Chapter 31 continued. Christ revealed what true and undefiled religion was. It was all about service to one another, it not about race, creed or culture. He taught a religion of love and service as the golden rule. He came into the world to awaken the true seeds of the Father as to the true rites and rituals of love and not the rule of law. Sadly though, the new followers were immediately distracted, and before long the new movement was taken over by a revised Judeo-Babylonian religion, and it became known as the Judeo-Christian religion under Constantine and Justinian and continued through the popes. And in time this same treachery continued through the kings of France, Germany, Russia and the kings of England, who already were starting to whore with the new agenda, starting mostly with the evil, demonically inspired and corrupt King Henry VIII of the Tudor family lineage. From this time on much of Christianity morphed back into the pagan belief system of the Saturnalia and the sun god worship, and it was then that the Bible came into being. This new religion was not what the true Christ brought with him, nor was this the message of the Father and Mother. Many became avengers of their beliefs and went after anyone who would not see eye to eye with their perception of God, and they had them killed. They created movements such as the Inquisition and started slaughtering anyone who did not walk in their path. The Inquisition started in the 13th century and lasted all the way up to the 20th century. Today, now that Great Britain and the United States became the sixth and seventh head of the beast, these two countries claimed their beginning allegiance to a Christian God until the enemy came in with a socialist agenda to create massive deception and finally leading to their ultimate destruction. The problem is, who is this God that they really serve? Not everyone is a Christian or even affiliated with religion at all. That does not matter. It is the origins and foundation of the nation that is being brought into question. The remnant is those who have been sold under a lie of socialism that has led them away from the spirit of the nation's origin. In a terrible sense, they have all become collateral damage in this war of the gods. It is time that you understand that the Lamb with two horns is the government of the United States along with Britain, and together they had been led by the great whore, which is the people in these nations who were specifically chosen by this God to become great. But they used their greatness as a weapon against all that do not believe as they do. The United States, especially as the seventh and final head, established their government where the people oversaw the government based on the Constitution. The government is to serve the people. Thus, the woman rides and controls the beast, not the other way around. The government could never do 90% of what it does, if it wasn't for the people complying with the deceptions. But because of the sins and wickedness of the nation, the people have been sent a strong delusion so they would believe the lie, because they fail to love the truth that is encoded within the true seeds. Remember, as it stated, the God of this world hath blinded them which believe not. And in Thessalonians it states that God shall send strong delusion on the people because they believed not. Both verses are supporting each other, but what few have ever realized is, the God here is Lucifer. The Father will never send strong delusion on anyone. It is not even within his character. The woman is whoring with the beast, or the people are being seduced by the government. And the same woman is also whoring with all the kings of the earth, because she is in bed with the government and allows what is taking place all around the globe to continue because she will not take a stand against the evil. When the woman, or the people start spreading their legs to gain goods and the merchandise all for free, in support of more control and less freedom, just so they can have security, then it is over. This is how the people are whoring with the beast. Socialism. Their provider is no longer the Father nor their own God. It is Satan acting as the benevolent caretaker of government servicing the people. It is a faithless people that have lost all knowledge of who they really are. Sadly, all of this is reverting to the punishment by planners to create the lamb's sacrifice, and the killing of the great whore, by creating what is called socialism. The woman was infiltrated by the foreigner, therefore this new system will bring her down and destroy her. Many still believe and look to the Judeo/Christian/Israelite God and are willing to kill or sacrifice anyone to their God. If you do not believe as they do, they threaten you with burning torment in hell, as well as send their children to war to kill others whom they claim are the unbelievers. This was never the message of Christ. This was the message of the fallen Christ, who has led this world via the spirit of Lucifer and Satan, the God and devil program. These people, many of whom have simply been deceived due to the compromise of accepting the good with the evil without separation, are being used to stoke the barbecue of their own slaughter. This would have never occurred if they would have listened to the real message within their hearts and realized vengeance and wrath and jealousy is the spirit of Satan, and that the true Christ would never approve of bloodshed, violence and war, which is solely of the dark force. And yet many can stand idly by and watch their fellow humans being slaughtered because they have different beliefs, or even maybe different cultures and races, and never knowing that these other groups also have the planted seed of the father and mother within them. Yet because of the enmity that was placed between them, they all think they are doing service to their God, which is fulfilling their own ultimate destruction. They are approving the mass slaughter of their own brothers and sisters, which fits the Lucifer agenda of enmity perfectly. I have nothing against belief systems and all religious beliefs and all Christians of any kind. I consider myself a non-religious spiritual Gnostic Christian. A lot of Christians are high moral people that want to live good lives and often have love one to another. But so are many Muslims, and Jews as well, many other belief systems. Yet so many have easily been deceived in regard to this. And because I am revealing this, like always the same ones will join to condemn the messenger because they do not have the love of the truth, and in turn they will support darkness and violence. Many do not have any real desire to bring harm on anyone. Sadly though, they continue to eat and drink the entire program without separating the chaff from the wheat, and therefore are being poisoned and reprogrammed. So often though, the same people are led into a violent mindset, and will demand punishment and destruction of anyone that they deem are unbelievers. This is because they have been compromised. Why would any Christian or Muslim or Jew of any religion look to a God that has been violent, who sets up evil kingdoms that destroys the people who are supposedly of this same God? The one who is vengeful, destructive and most of all filled with wrath and jealousy. It is because they fail to look for the fruits of the Spirit, and they accept the poison in their drink without separation. Chapter 32. The wrath of God against his bride. And they become drunk with the wine of the wrath of this concoction, and they support, even without realizing it at times, the mass murder of their fellow brothers and sister. Revelation 14:10. The same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, and in the presence of the Lamb. Revelation 17:6. I saw that the woman was drunk with the blood of God's holy people, the blood of those who bore testimony to Jesus. Who are God's holy people? Well, it is twofold. It is a mixture of the coded Israel as well as the true seeds who are still sleeping that belong to the father and mother. However, notice it states, this woman is drinking the wine of the wrath of God coded in blood. Why do I say this? Because the woman is a whore, she whores on her God who she was married to. And the people are being destroyed by the anger and wrath of this God. Thus, the blood the woman is drinking is her own blood. And she is getting drunk on it because it is the wine of the wrath of God. You can't separate the two. Read closely, Revelation 18:3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of her wrath of her fornication. Many have been slaughtered by her just because they do not have the same belief or culture. And yet above it reveals the wine of wrath is God's wine poured without mixture to destroy using fire and brimstone. This woman believes she is doing God's will. Then why, if she is doing God's will, is this same woman going to be destroyed by God? Revelation 17:16. And the 10 horns which thou saw upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. And who set up the beast? Revelation 17:17. For God hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. Are you starting to finally recognize the pattern that is occurring time and time again? The woman is Israel, the woman is God's chosen people. The woman is led by her wrath, believing it is the wrath of her God, to fornicate with all the kingdoms on earth, by using the wrath of God whom she belongs to. She believes she is doing the work of God. And she believes she is still his queen, the one married to him. Therefore, the message is, God is using this woman to punish the nations of the world by his very same wrath that has been bestowed upon the woman. And how does he thank her? He then turns on her and destroys her by the ones that she fornicated with, by virtue of God's plan. Remember, the true children of the Father and Mother are in every country, every nation, under all colors and creeds. They are not just located in a single place. The lamb with 2 horns is in type a militant religious-sponsored government, which is a form of Zionism created by Satan. Revelation 17:18. And the woman which thou saw is that great city, which reigns over the kings of the earth. That great city by this time in prophetic utterances is Washington, D.C., the king of the 7th head. Although there is a triad of cities, they are the Vatican City in Rome, Italy, the City of London in Great Britain, and of course, Washington, D.C., which by the way is not connected to the rest of the country, proving the lamb is not the woman. The Vatican is the religious head of the lamb beast, London is the economic head of the lamb beast, and Washington is the military head of the lamb beast. Now the lamb with 2 horns is Washington and the City of London. However, the hidden voice of the dragon is the Vatican, which is being masked under Protestantism, of which both is still a false Christianity. Now when it says the woman is that great city, it is referring to Washington, D.C., but the woman is not the beast, she is riding and controlling the beast, or at least she was. The woman is the people of the nation who came under contract with the lamb-like beast to be the one who rides the beast. And how was this contract enabled? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. And as Lincoln stated 87 years later, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that, is there, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Thus, the woman is the contracted covenant people of God who were placed in control of the lamb-like beast by contract. Remember, God's holy people are Israel. His covenant or promise was to Israel. Do you really need a 2x4 across the head to recognize who Israel really is? The woman is riding the beast, and the 7th head of the beast is Washington, D.C., the great city that rules over all of the kings of the earth. It is the people giving their backing and authority over to this beast, by deception and ignorance as how she is riding and controlling it. But the beast was never her ally, was never her friend. He was set up by the God of these people to make sure the woman is destroyed and utterly burned by fire. Therefore, the Lamb is now being unmasked as the dragon, as it always was, and is setting everything up to allow for the destruction of this woman. What we are witnessing is the blending of God, who supported the woman, as well as the devil, who is being mixed within, likened unto a lamb as the beast. And both are together creating Babylon, confusion, distortion, and finally destruction. Revelation 18:11-24. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, the great city Babylon, that mighty city! For in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buys their merchandise any more. The merchandise of gold, and silver, and precious stones, and of pearls, and fine linen, and purple, and silk, and scarlet, and all fine wood, and all manner vessels of ivory, and all manner vessels of most precious wood, and of brass, and iron, and marble, and cinnamon, and fragrances, and ointments, and frankincense, and wine, and oil, and fine flour, and wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. The merchants of these things, which were made rich by her, shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, the great city, that was clothed in fine linen, and purple, and scarlet, and decked with gold, and precious stones, and pearls. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster, and all the company in ships, and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their heads, and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, the great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers, and musicians, and of pipers, and trumpeters, shall be heard no more at all in thee, and no craftsman, of whatsoever craft he be, shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of prophets, and of saints, and of all that were slain upon the earth. I have stated that some have believed the woman is the Catholic Church. Obviously by reading this was not some church. This was a great nation, who contributed all its wealth and goods through export and import across the planet. Only one nation in this entire world has ever done this or could even come close to these descriptions. It is none other than the United States of America. This was the blessing and promise of their God to become a single great nation. And sadly, part of that promise morphed into her destruction also. And this is how Christianity has been deceived by a false god. They allow themselves to be taken in under the spirit of wrath and jealousy. And they support and desire war to be a way to kill the enemies of God. Their motto is, if they are not for us they are against us. And as it said in the Bible, they will kill you thinking they are doing God a service. This applies to all religions. But again, who is their God? Soon though that is going to change, as the people will suffer due to their leaders' decisions via their acceptance, which is leading the people to their slaughter. What is really happening here? The Israelites of old were married to God until the divorce, and then they morphed into new, neo-religion within all blood seed mixtures. And YHVH then married the new Israel. it states that these 10 block nations shall hate the whore and make her desolate and burn her with fire. And then it states these 10 nations will fight against the Lamb, but the Lamb will prevail. Per Revelation, the Lamb here is called the Little Lamb, and it seems to reveal how the little horn and the little lamb are the same, as Satan or in type masking himself to be likened unto Christ. We knows that Satan under the authority of God became the little horn that led the resurrected Rome and began the Holy Roman Empire. Then the last 2 heads created an image to this same satanic dragon beast again. We know this beast is Satan in disguise, and we also know the Lamb was in disguise. Thus, the little lamb like the little horn is Satan who is operating in stealth as the power and voice of the United States and British governments. The United States and British government will come into collusion to destroy their own people, as a sacrifice to their God. Their God is the same God that the people have been willingly following. Thus, preparing their own sacrifice, drinking their own blood in the wrath of God's wine. 2 of these heads were the American and British government. Therefore, these 2 governments made an image to this beast. Because they are really part of the dragon, nothing ever changed other than the dragon went into hiding for a time. These 2 governments were not adherents of the true shepherd, but the false lamb, the little lamb or little horn. And the people whored with the little lamb in religion, symbolically. The mystery of iniquity doth already abound, and only he who restrains will restrain until that wicked one will be revealed. Just like Mystery Babylon. The mystery of iniquity is God and Satan working together to deceive the whole world. Whether you are a servant to God or Satan, you are serving the same master. This is the mystery of iniquity that has been hidden from humanity. God marries one called his wife or covenant son, and then Satan seduces that same one and she becomes a whore. The same old story. God sets up the garden, and then lets Satan come in and take over the gardening. God came into a union with Eve, and then allowed Satan to deceive her. Thus, Cain and Abel were born of the gods, but one had to be a sacrificial lamb. God then cast the woman and man out of the garden and made Eve's illegitimate son Cain, king, and then places a mark on him to protect him. Nothing has ever changed. Chapter 33. He who owns the gold makes the rules. Therefore, government officials will sell out their own people because they have been offered a place in Lucifer's kingdom. This is exactly the offer I was given, in that if I would betray the people I would gain access to anything I desired. How can the great whore with all its power be taken down? This will likely be done in one day or even a literal hour due to a total monetary collapse. This will destroy the people who have become the whore via the seduction of their government lamb. How in the world could this grouping of 10 nations, which have not yet been given their kingdom, cause an economic collapse for the US and Great Britain? Very simply, by allowing other nations to buy oil and goods via import and export with something other than the dollar. Remember, the UN is really in control. They have the authority and power. And through them they can shift that power at will. As stated earlier, I believe these 10 nations that are to become kingdoms for 1 hour are economic bloc nations, and they are called the BRICS nations. But it is a play on words referencing bricks of gold. Remember, the head is of gold? What is transpiring before our eyes is America has trusted in their own fiat dollar wherewith they believe they are queen, and no one can knock them off their pedestal. When America got rid of the gold and silver standard, they were putting all their eggs in one basket, hoping they could control the entire world by a dollar that is completely fake and has no backing anymore. In fact, it is so debt-ridden that there is no value in the dollar anywhere on this globe except what people believe. Sadly, as America and all its whoring partners go deeper into the abyss with this hegemony of evil, called the dollar, and as America has sold most of its gold, other nations are beginning to purchase gold and silver at record numbers. What you must understand, gold and silver are all underpriced and are undervalued because the world is still looking to a fake dollar. Thus, the head was of gold and the arms were of silver. So, those in control, Those who control the money or the American dollar are illegally causing the prices of gold and silver to be hundreds if not thousands and even tens of thousands of dollars undervalued per ounce. The way they do this is using the American markets, which influence the world markets and create the false price of gold and silver. In these markets, they have what is called GLD and SLV, which is tradable stocks of fake gold and silver and paper only. The problem is, because of the illegal fixing of the prices, gold and silver are very low and most believe there is no real value in them. It is strange how people see value in paper and they don't see value in a precious metal that takes thousands of man-hours to bring up from the earth. And they will turn to digital and fake means such as plastic to become the accepted money. Sort of sounds like being in a grocery store when they ask, paper or plastic? Everything is backwards. Gold and silver is the only thing that has ever had value as a tangible asset. And yet people love the illusion of a fake dollar, believing it has more value than something that is more tangible. Just like they follow a fake Christ, wanted him to be real. Thus, following the delusion and loving the lie. When GLD and SLV is being traded in the markets, it is not true gold and silver. It is simply paper that says it is gold and silver, and it is being sold thousands of times more than there is actual gold and silver mined. The paper GLD and SLV is as fake as the American dollar, because it is the same principle. And all the while as America continues to force the price of gold and silver lower and lower, even though the value is going up every day, because of mining operations and the need for silver in the infrastructure. The people of the United States are being denied by delusion to even own the very thing that could possibly save them in an economic collapse. And it was all planned. They are being prepared for the slaughter. They are being lied to in a megalithic scope of deception, telling them the metal has no real value, which is insanity. The only reason gold and silver has not launched into the stars is because the American dollar is still the reserve global currency. And gold and silver are being kept down by hordes of fake money being rushed into the market to buy debt, tons of debt. It is called quantitative easing, which is a cute name for utter disregard for economic responsibility, where more and more money is being printed to keep the illusion alive that the dollar is sound. And it is still being done as of 2015. In this book, read it to the tune of billions of dollars a month all around the world. While all of this going on, nations such as China, India, Russia and many more are taking the advantage of buying all the gold and silver there is, at these unbelievable low prices, while preparing their people for the utter American dollar collapse. Americans are being told it is worthless metal and are told not to prepare. And like obedient sheep they are not preparing. These other nations realize one truth the American people do not know, and that is the dollar is slowly losing out as the world reserve currency. And these other nations are very aware that America will go bankrupt soon. They are storing all the gold and silver in their vaults for the time when this occurs. Because once the reserve status has changed, and it will very soon, all wealth in the world will revert to gold and silver. And once again I repeat, he that has the gold makes the rules. China is sitting right now on the precipice of changing the entire world economic order. They have always been a shrewd and smart people, knowing how to think ahead, not in terms of years but hundreds of years. They even think ahead in terms of thousands of years. That is why they are already forming this economic bloc of nations. It cannot work until the world currency is changed and removed away from America. Whereas America has lost any true fiscal responsibility identity, and they can only think ahead for days and at most weeks. Once all wealth reverts to the original metal, that is real money, then those that own the metal will become the wealthy of the world, and those who own the dollar will be raped, pillaged and burned with fire. The very thing that is spoken as to what is going to happen to the whore, which ironically is something that always occurs when a nation is economically destroyed. The cities will burn with fire. Violence will be everywhere in the streets. And the nation will turn into a Mad Max-type country. We are witnessing all of this forming right before our eyes, and Americans are still living in Alice in Wonderland thinking nothing can happen to them. We are America. We are king, queen of the world. Chapter 34. Communistic Takeover. America is trillions of dollars in debt. A debt that can never be repaid. America has 100 million people on some sort of food stamps or other similar programs that are keeping them alive. It has become a nation of slaves where the people are depending on the government to be served. Notice 8 points of how socialism is brought into a nation, and how this has been done to the people. 1. Healthcare. Control healthcare and you control the people. 2. Poverty. Increase the poverty level as high as possible. Poor people are easy to control and will not rebel because they need monetary or goods in aiding them to remain alive. 3. Debt. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. That way you can increase taxes, and this will produce more poverty. 4. Gun control. Remove the ability to defend themselves from the government. That way you can create a police state. 5. Welfare. Take control of every aspect of their lives, food, housing, and income. 6. Education. Take control of what people read and listen to. Take control of what children learn in school. 7. Religion. Remove the belief in a higher power from the government and schools. 8. Class warfare. Divide the people into the wealthy and the poor. This will cause more discontent and it will be easier to tax the wealthy with the full support of the poor. As John F. Kennedy once stated, think not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. This has long been trashed for the socialist agenda of people being hoarded in cages, walled cities, and fed like animals, until the day there is no more money or food left. And I won't even get into the lack of morality that is always brought in during a socialist agenda. This removes true moral right and passion to do what is proper and to honor one another, and instead it brings in a police state of total barbaric control, destroying divine right, turning people into animals of passion and lust rather than civilized humans. Chapter 35. In only 1 hour. In 1 hour, she will come to nothing. And this is where I will begin to finish this testimony and declaration. 1 hour is all that is needed for our money to become worthless and all computer monetary operations cease to function. No more credit cards, no more debit cards. No more free food, no more free money. All of it gone in 1 hour and the economy will cease to function. Grocery stores will be emptied all over the country in minutes and will not be filled again. Everything will come to a standstill. Riots will form in every big city and the cities will burn to the ground. Armies will build under martial law, and tens of millions will be killed just trying to survive. And all this will happen when these 10 nations are declared royalty as the true economic bloc masters, where a new money, most likely the Chinese yuan, will become the central world reserve currency backed by gold and silver. And these 10 kings or nations will be given this authority from the image, that is the United Nations, handing over the power of the IMF to this new economic bloc for just a short time. However, let's begin to review some historical information that will aid in the understanding of what is happening. And one of the first acts of this global governing body was to create the land of Israel, to make sure once and for all that no one understands that the end time Israel has always been Great Britain and the United States, all along. Chapter 36. Russian Bear comes alive. Yet what people do not see nor can they understand, because of the great blinding effect of this plan, is that right after the attempt to set up the League of Nations, which failed, something else happened side by side to this incredible code. Vladimir Lenin became the Russian power in 1922. Why is this significant? What many do not understand is the real beast is the Babylonian Roman beast. And what many do not recognize is when the Roman Empire was defeated, it went underground and hid itself. The Caesars of Rome went into Russia and other places around the globe. They renamed them the Tsars. Caesars equals Caesars. This had to be hidden for the ultimate plan to work, so the Bolshevik Revolution occurred 1919. What happened was, the revolution had toppled Tsar Tsar Nicholas II of Russia. They wanted to make sure that no one would figure out the plan. What most do not understand is Nicholas of Russia and Kaiser Wilhelm the Great, General of Germany during World War I, were the grandsons of Queen Victoria of the Royal Davidic Kingdom. Thus, the true nature of the House of Windsor in England was the House of Hanover and the Battenbergs. Israel integrated with the beast, and now it has all been melded together. But why is Russia important? Because the true Roman Empire is still there, hiding under the table. They are still there and now are beginning to reveal themselves since the communist Russia had collapsed. And now their leader, Vladimir Putin, is an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and Russia is no longer communistic, but that role is falling into the hands of the United States. Everything is backwards, because of the great lie. Russia is the key. Do you think it is just a coincidence that Russia became a superpower alongside of the real Israel during the transition stage of Israel's two covenant brothers? They were supplied the weapons that led to their superpower status by insiders of the West. It was all being done to fulfill the plan. There is a verse in the Bible via the Psalms that speaks of 10 nations rising to destroy Israel. This block of nations has never come together before, just like the 10 final toes and horns in Revelation. Therefore, we know it is not historical, but futuristic. Their real identity is hidden because the names would reveal who they are, as being nations of the East as well as combined with lesser nations, iron mixed with clay, or military power mixed with economic power. However, it states, among these nations a people known as Azur will rise to help them. This is an anagram, as you will recognize that the word Azur reversed is Rissa, which is how the country used to be spelled in the Middle Ages when the Bible was created, Rissa. Think about the name and spelling of this country and how it came in during the Middle Ages, and the Bible just happens to reveal this exact name written as an anagram. Very convenient, since these things were all written during the same time within the scriptures between the 13th and 18th century. So, while Israel as Manasseh or the United States is rising to power at the end of World War I, and World War II another power simultaneously is also rising, they are called Russia, Rissa or Azur. Why is this important? Because Israel itself never understood they were being set up for the fall. All of this took place because they believed they had the rightful rule as power of the earth. Even now there are those deep inside the government that are fighting to develop a hegemony, world power control, but now their biggest opponent is Russia and China. Both are coming into a pact with one another from the east of the rising sun. What Israel doesn't understand is, they are the great whore, and they are going to be destroyed by 10 nations coming together for 1 hour. These are the same 10 nations spoken of in the Psalms, who are joined by Azur/Rissa. Even though the names of these 10 nations represent older places, they are revealing their modern counterpart, but only Rissa was revealed as an anagram to keep the secret away from the people. These 10 nations come together united for only one reason, and that is to remove Israel from the face of the earth, that their name be forever removed. They will hate the whore. If you really knew what America has been doing to the rest of the world, you would understand totally. The problem is, everyone is staring at the fraudulent nation in the Middle East that the UN created just for this cause, and no one is understanding this planned prophecy is against Great Britain and mostly the United States. While everyone is considering the desert of a bunch of nomads of the Middle East, few have eyes on what is happening right in their backyard. And the interesting thing is, nearly every general president of the United Nations has been communist or connected to Russia and or Asia or other socialist agendas. None of them belong to the coded Israel, ever. Do you really believe the motive of the United Nations is to secure power of the United States and allow them hegemony? Not a chance. What has been happening is the United Nations has been generating more and more power and slowly turning against their creators. This, by the way, is already coming to a climax as the United Nations controls most of all global power stations, world health, world economy, and the world court, etc. The reason Russia is standing up against the hegemony of Israel, United States, and now Europe, is because US and not Europe are fulfilling the real plan. And that is, the whore must be removed and destroyed while the image takes over complete control. And this will all be done economically, even without a shot fired so to speak, via what is now called the BRICS nations, beginning in the East, which soon will become 10 nations from around the world. Chapter 37. Lucifer rises from the East. Now keep that in mind, as the real power that will unfold on this earth will arise from the East. Throughout the world, the morning star is in corporate logos being splashed in our faces all the time. These insignias and patterns that corporations use all over the planet reveal the rising star between two mountains or the rising of the sun. The rising of the sun has been and has always been the worship of Lucifer, the god of the East. The two mountains are the two kingdoms, the beastly kingdoms and then the kingdom of Lucifer being restored again. Yet Jesus even warned us that there would be false Christs, even those that say that Jesus was the Christ and would deceive many. We were warned of the great lie, we were warned of the false Christs, and yet people still take a blind eye to what is happening because they do not understand the code in the Bible. This will create total monetary disorder over the globe, and in 1 hour with the beast, the dollar hegemony and domination and supremacy will be destroyed. Because they no longer are the ones who own the real gold and silver, all they will have is worthless paper. That is all that must happen for the whore to crumble and become desolated and destitute. That in 1 hour it will be declared that the American dollar is no longer the world reserve currency, and that 10 nations will become the new world economic bloc nations, wherewith all money will revert to gold and silver, and the dollar will become worthless. My friends, it won't take days, weeks or months. The time to prepare is occurring right now while everyone is sleeping. All of this is forming right before our eyes, but people's pride, moral lack, hypocrisy and stubbornness will not allow them to see the obvious, because they have joined in the sins of the country in accepting every form of bad behavior which this country would never have permitted prior. Just by forming into an economic bloc, these nations will cause the destruction of the US along with all countries who depend solely on the dollar as a reserved currency in some form without a shot fired on anyone's part. Again, in Revelation 18, it states, "She, the whore, sits on top of the world as a queen, believing no one can dethrone her." When I speak to people all the time telling them to prepare, I hear the same thing. None of this will happen because we are the United States and no one can dethrone us. My friends, the handwriting is already on the wall. The only real question is when all of this will occur. But when that day comes, you have 1 hour to get your house in order. You know what is ironic about it all, is the same handwriting story that was given in the Bible. It happened when Nebuchadnezzar's grandson saw the same handwriting mystically appear on the wall, saying Men Tekel Upharsin, which meant, your kingdom will be divided and given to the Medes and Persians. And then that very night, the nation of Babylon was destroyed by the kingdoms of the Medes and the Persians. That very night. 1 hour? My friends, it all seems futile. It seems like there is no hope, but there is hope and always will be hope no matter what happens. Chapter 38. The Restrainer. Before I finish, I want to say something. 25 years ago, I was revealed that the United States would be used to bring forth what is called the New World Order. I said, after being revealed the code, that this will never happen. There will be no New World Order. The term New World references the fact that the United States has always been called the New World when they left Europe and Britain of the Old World. Anyone reading my writing for the past many decades knows that I have stated absolute, there will be no New World Order. The US would eventually push away the United Nations out of their country, the very image they helped create, because something unique was going to occur. Somehow, some way the United States would awaken to realize they were heading in the wrong direction. I do not know of anyone other than myself who has revealed that the United Nations would be removed from the United States. Even after the entire country and government, which has been guided by neocons who desperately want America to become a hegemony. None of this was ever going to be allowed to happen. I have hinted at this all through this book, that there will rise a man who will take control of United States for a short time. His duty is clear. Just like Lucifer sent prophets to Israel, this was always part of the deal. At the end time a prophet will be sent to Israel to give the people one more chance to change. This prophet will do great things, but will be hated by many. It is my belief that his work will begin and then after a short time will end on July 4, 2020, where he will have brought the nation back to its original beginnings. It will be blessed, it will thrive, and it will be protected. And at that moment, after all of this has taken place, on the day Americans call independence, they will be cheering that the country has indeed been brought back and has returned to its glory. They shall say peace and safety has returned, because the country will have become strong and protected again. Sadly, the Bible then speaks of this time saying, I Thessalonians 5:3 For when they shall say, peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. Remember, I stated the man who shall rise to push back the man of sin, will be called the restrainer. But he will be so much more than that. I believe I know who this man is as of 2015, and I will reveal him by name in my last book, The Forbidden Legacy of the Gods. Even though this will be a great blessing, many will hate and despise this man because he is revealing their sins and ugliness. They will want him dead. They have learned to love their perversions and they will not change. However, what this is going to do is allow the true children enough time to awaken before it is too late, because the harvest will come immediately upon the sudden destruction. This may be the only chance to change, as so many of the true children of the Father and Mother have been deceived, because they are not awake. This will allow a little more time to make the changes necessary before it is too late and everyone is reseeded. The Father and Mother are ultimately in control over our souls no matter what happens in this world if you are one of the divine secret garden seeds. Listen, you must trust in the true Father and Mother and stop following false gods. Jesus came to introduce the Father to his children. His children had never known him before while in this form, while being cut off from their soul memory. If you are truly trusting in the Father, you will be spiritually and even physically protected, prepared for the harvest. Our true Father and Mother are not out to destroy, but to help assist and awaken their children, but they won't force their will on anyone. My work in this series of books is proof of that, even though I am a nobody of influence or power. I am just like you. I was given a great passion to restore the truth about the Father and Mother and try to lead the children back to them. It is a great task. There is no human or physical reward. But it is something I was given to do in my life. However, I am a true seed of the Father and Mother, a divine child of the true parents. And even though I have no power or authority here, I have a great inheritance awaiting me, as you do also. I and my Father are one. If you keep repeating this, you will begin to feel the real power and authority of all universes within your soul. And then you can become awakened. We are living in terrible dark times from the world's perspective. We are living in amazing times if you are one of the seeds ready for the harvest. And if not, it is time to get ready. This world will be toiled back under and reseeded. It will go through dramatic and violent times, as it always does when Lucifer comes to the point where he is about to set up his kingdom again, which is a 1,000-year perpetual time loop. Eventually this entire process will indeed finish when the true seeds have returned home. What I have revealed to you is how our world is a simulation and everything is being controlled based on the illusory matrix program. However, you are real. The real you inside this sheath of flesh and blood is a soul, connected to a divine reality that is so much greater than anything one could ever possibly imagine. Chapter 39. The Day of the Lord. Now we enter the part I have not addressed. What really is the day of the Lord, and who really is the thief in the night that comes bringing great wrath and destruction? My friends, a planet is coming back in our solar system and will soon be here. This same planet travels in a 3,600-year orbit, and when it returns it brings great destruction. This planet is called Nibiru, according to the ancient Sumerian texts. It will come as a thief in the night because its return will come around the sun, having never really been seen due to its odd elliptical orbit, and then like magic one day it will appear. This planet will cause great destruction in our solar system as it has done many times before. And like I said earlier, prophecy is simply a repeat of what has already occurred. This planet and its moons will bring the complete destruction of Earth, as seen by the Illuminati game card. The tape ends, back a few chapters. This is the end of the program, and instead of Earth moving into the first age again called Aquarius like it used to time and time again, the program was changed. Read my book called The Time Loop Chronicles. Earth will time travel back in a sense. I say in a sense, because it doesn't really go back, it just starts over again at that place on the record that which is called the Book of Remembrance. It goes back 1,000 years where everything will appear to begin again at that time, same channel, and same people as they are slowly reincarnated back into the system. And once again the repetition of hell continues. Disclaimer. Prophecy is subjective to the motives of those who desire that it is fulfilled. Please do not ever think prophecy is set in stone. We have choices. Each day our choices will determine the fate of our world. If we continue to follow the pattern of old, we will continue to be actors in the script that leads to a predestined future. It is my desire that everyone understands the world we exist within, that it is a program, and we are all interactive agents in this movie. We can play along, or we can help alert those who remain ignorant, in hopes that maybe some individuals could change, opening the doors for more to become ready during the harvest. Always remember, this world is a world of death. No one skips by the inevitable, unless you are one of the gods. We can do our best with what we have, or we can continue to be manipulated to follow a pre-written script, keeping us ignorant. The choice is yours. Today I set before you two trees. The tree of God and devil. Or tree of life eternal. Choose.